actually this year. Yeah.
For me, for the brand actually, so we're expanding verticals. Last year we introduced jewelry, fashion jewelry, and actually next week we're introducing belts. I'm wearing one right now. So it's a new vertical in our brand, and of course as well we are extending markets. I don't know, is there anyone here from Jordan? So that's our next step. We're going to be opening in Jordan very soon, which we're super, super excited about.
Amazing.
And that, by the way, is thanks to the community. The reason we are opening in Jordan is because of our community. That's how important community is. You guys make all the difference. You guys make our decisions much easier and our decisions successful. I wouldn't open in Jordan just like that. I would open in Jordan because of you, because you showed me that the brand will belong and be successful there, I hope.
Yes.
Definitely, it's the same thing for me. One of the first markets I actually opened in, I'm Iraqi myself, so it was the biggest struggle for me. I wanted to launch my brand in Iraq first, and I live here in the UAE, and this was my first goal. I was like, I want to be in every store, in every shop for my people, because my followers, they really pushed me and supported me to be where I am today. And I really wanted to be there for them. When they want to buy something, I don't want them to struggle and be like, oh, why is it only in specific areas? No, I wanted actually to be in ground with them. So I'm very blessed to have them, really.
I just want to add one thing. This is something that someone once told me, and it really resonated with me and stuck with me. With every risk that you take, there is a 50% chance of failure. However, if you don't take that risk, you have a 100% chance of not succeeding. And that is the truth. You will have to take risks, and you will continually have to take risks. It's not just the first risk that you take that's important. Every day we take risks. And if you do not take them, you will not grow. You have to step into the unknown.
In a life where you're just, what if I didn't do that? What if I didn't start?
Yeah,
so just
regrets.
start. We all had the same, like scare in the beginning. Just do the first step. That's what
it doesn't have to be perfect. It will never be perfect. You can have the most beautiful business plan, but look at it a few years later, it's not going to look the same.
Thank you so much, both of you. You've all heard it directly from both Karen and Mina. Thank you for being so genuine, so honest with your answers. And I mean, I think everyone got amazing learnings from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us, really.
Thank you guys for that amazing, insightful session. I hope you guys all got inspired to do something and actually start something. Speaking of starting something, now we're going to be having an unfiltered fire talk on why this person is all in on content creators and their game-changing power. Together, we will discover how he decides to invest big bucks for the strategy behind trusting creators to elevate his brand, and his bold decision and future vision for the future of creator brand collabs. Please join me in welcoming Yango Play CEO Roman Szymanski. So Roman, Yango Play. I'm pretty sure everyone has seen Yango Play around here in the 1 Billion Followers Summit. And me, myself, I actually want to know more about yourself and how this journey kind of started with you, with how you decided, today I'm going to start Yango Play as a startup. So maybe you can tell us more about yourself and let everyone know about that as well.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. And it's such a great event, and I'm honestly such a big fan of the Dubai events, and 1 Billion Followers Summit is such a great example of the very well, nicely organized event. So I'm representing Yango Play, the first entertainment super app. We've launched in the last year in the region, and it's been like such a wild journey for us of
Wow,
success.
only 1 year, wow.
Yeah, just 1 year, but like we've been all over the place, and I'm so happy, you know, to always receive feedbacks about Younger Play, and I mean, it's been a crazy year.
I mean, it's a crazy journey, like 1 year, and we see Yango Play everywhere, and I myself kind of want to know more about it. So we know it's a super app, we know Yango Play is a super app, but what does Yango Play actually offer for the user?
Yeah, well, initially when we started Yango Play, we just thought of, you know, there's separate apps, like one for the video streaming, one for the music streaming, and then we thought, like, why do we need to like separate entertainment, and why can't we just, you know, blend it all together with a seamless experience? Because we are like essentially in the core of Yango Play is AI engine, and whenever you have music, movies, series, games all together in one application, it just allows AI to be much better and precise in its recommendations. So we just realized that it's actually the core defining feature for us. So we just blend it all together with seamless experience, powered it by AI, and made sure that we are the best in terms of the personal recommendations and how we try to entertain you no matter what. Like if you have any amount of time, we'll find a way to entertain you.
That's amazing. So if I, for example, like this genre of music and I'm on the Yango Play app, it will also kind of, with the AI engine, tell me what kind of TV series I might also enjoy because I enjoy that kind of music. Is it something like that, you would say?
Exactly, and like the beauty of it is that the more you consume, the more algorithm understands like what's your mood, like in the certain like period, like time of the day. So it just makes it more and more precise. So it's, at some point, like you just open the app, click play, and you're like, how on earth it like understood what's the music
It's like
track.
that friend that knows you and tells you, hey, watch this, you're actually going to enjoy it. That's basically Yango Play.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay. So if you guys want a friend, Yango Play is your app. It's going to tell you what to listen to, what to watch, and all of that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And I feel like we also want to understand your perspective on why you think content creators are the pivotal moment and thing to the digital economy.
Well, I think overall creators, and like I'm personally like fan of, you know, people and like organizations who create something, because like, you know, obviously we cannot, like the whole industry cannot exist without like people who don't create but just like distribute, sell, whatever. But like creators are like the essential core fundament of, you know, doing something, building, you know. So I think when it comes to the digital industry, digital marketing, and overall, creators just become the best natural storytellers who can do much better, and who can, you know, with whom the audience can relate so much more than with like advertising or any other forms of content, because we as like humans, we understand better how to, you know, engage with each other, how to entertain each other. So like the more, you know, the more influencers and like creators appear, the more people become like engaged with this content.
It's closer to them.
Yeah, it's closer. Even like, you know, when you try to describe the concept of super app for entertainment,
Exactly.
I'm 100% can convince you that the creator is the best way to explain like what it is.
Exactly.
Like unlike any advertising with the huge production value and so on, it's like, because we're humans, like we want humans to like help us.
I mean, for sure. I feel like also, other than that, you always kind of target creators, you also like partner up with them as well. So I just kind of like want to understand, maybe you can tell us one success story, for example, from a creator that you worked with, and maybe dive into as well the criteria of what you kind of look at when you're working with these creators. I'm pretty sure we have so many of them here with us in the room, and if they would like to partner up with you guys, what is like the first thing you look at? Like what would be the criteria that you kind of give those creators to be part of Yango Play?
Yeah, well, since the very moment that when we started, we relied a lot on the influencers in our marketing efforts. Actually, fun fact that we're right now the biggest investor in the influencers marketing in the region. And I would say since the beginning, like, you know, even like during the launch phase, there was, for example, the integration that we did with Amr Al-Hadi, with the outdoor, with the huge outdoor placement in the background. So like he just made the video using the outdoor like placement in Riyadh that made it so like nicely done that you can get an impression that like everything around like is booming with the younger play, with its launch. So like then, and I remember that this particular creative, it performed super well even in the like promotional posts, medium placements that we had. So then we just, since the very beginning, the first second that we launched, we realized how how good in the performance are the like creators and the like content that they make. So then we just made it as like one like the biggest like pillar that we rely on in our marketing. And I would say since we are very analytical in our minds, because like we track everything, like not just the numbers like reach, engagements, like all of that. Obviously we pay attention to that, but we also like monitor a lot how the exact like creator influences and like allies with the brand values that we have, because we always want to be on the edge, on the trend of the like even the creator space, because like you constantly like see trends like come up and down, so we're making sure to be like culturally relevant. But when it comes to the business assessment, obviously since we are subscription based, so we are looking a lot in terms of how this particular like marketing activity or creator like influenced the like number of new subscribers that this integration brought to us. So it's like also business metrics that we look for. And I think what's also important to mention is that we're always trying to build relations with the creators, because we truly believe that you cannot do it just like on the one-off basis, like just like paid post and that's it. Because like over the time you build the relations, you make sure that the creator understands better the brand, the application, the product that it features. Because like then you just build relations, and then also relations with the audience of the creator. Because we get so many insights from the audience on the product, on its features, on like so many different things. So that's why we always, even when we just start and we do just one integration, we try to look for it for the long-term plan, because we want to build these sustainable relations.
So you kind of like always look into the creator himself, who's his audience, and you would also kind of see what kind of like engagement this person would have. And you want someone who's not, like you said, a one-off thing where here you go, here's a payment, do that for us. You want someone who actually will be part of this with you, will be a partner with you to actually really push Yango Play and its vision as well, if you will.
100%. And like, I mean, in my mind, I see it as like we have so many different creative, like brilliant creative minds that just we're working together. It's not like, again, just here's the payment and that's the integration. It's just like all of it is like Yango Play team, creative team, and like influence system.
That's amazing. And we kind of touched in on this, but I think maybe we can expand on it a little more. When it comes to marketing, everyone would go with the billboards, for example, with radio, TV, or the traditional ads, if you will. And you did touch on why you focus on creators, but you built this whole brand around creators. Was there any challenge when it comes to that, or did you have any kind of ease of access? You thought it was so much easier, you had so many issues that you kind of solved because you partner up with creators rather than with traditional advertising?
Yeah, well, I think the complicated part is with the scale, because with the traditional media you can just turn it on and have like enormous amount of reach on the next day. So with the creators it's more precise approach, so it like takes time and assessment and so on, but it's worth it, to be honest, because I truly believe that
it's human at the end of the day. Exactly,
it's humans. And like then game is not just to launch campaign, it's just to like tap like into this like heart and like this very second of attention that you have from the audience, like to do something that would touch you. So I mean, it's worth it. And with the traditional media, to be honest, like even with this example that we had in the beginning, I started to think about outdoor as just like, let's say, the set to shoot the content for the creators. So just by doing something in the outdoor, you're just creating the space to make a content with it. So it's not like about the actual, outdoor reach that you can get over there. It's just about like making the right angle and like scene for the content that next will be shot with this outdoor placement. So that's why I think like over the time, in some way, we will just stop doing ads. We would start doing the content, but this content would be obviously like telling you something about the products that it contains, but it's not going to be the ads in the way that we like see them in the traditional media right now.
And then when it comes to, for example, when you work with a creator, usually when creators work with big brands, there's always like things to follow. They don't really much have a lot of freedom to do what they want to do in their style, for example, because they have to follow certain guidelines. How is it when it comes to creators working with you and the creative freedom that you would give them when they work with you?
Well, I personally, I don't like any boundaries at all.
Okay.
So, because I think the most incredible things, they were born where there was no like limits,
Exactly.
So where you just like have some idea in your mind and you're like, I like it and I will make it happen. Like, yesterday there was a session on Younger Play stage with the professional Google Maps player, as he calls himself.
Okay.
And like, you will never imagine like the brief or any like description of the tasks that would end up like
being exactly what it was. Yeah, it always changes.
And I mean, I can imagine that like any like business with like presence on Google Maps can make an ad now where someone is like Googling, like making sure to find the exact place where this was showed. So like this cafe would become like super popular because of that. So honestly, I truly believe that the more freedom is like the better. So we have, as a brand, we have like the smallest possible boundaries that we have as like values and something that like obviously the product features and something that we want to highlight, but we try to leave as much freedom as possible because something that we also always see is that the more different angles towards the same message that you have, the better. So it's not about making this, one single perfect creative that would, I don't know, sell your product or tell about this specific feature. It's more about have like as much possible like different strangest ideas trying to tell you the same thing. It would always work better.
That's amazing. And one thing I also want to know is it's been a year only for you, and mashallah, like Yango Play really boomed and kind of competed with a lot of competitors, and you're almost like at the top. You're also here with us in the 1 Billion Followers Summit, and I kind of want to know, what was your vision when you started, and what is the future vision that you see? So kind of like take us through the journey from where it all began and where we are now, and where are we going to see Yango Play, for example, 2 years, 1 year, or even next month? Since you guys are moving at a rapid pace, mashallah.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it all started with the ambition that, we all are a team of like tech people mixed with the very nice content team and the marketing and communications. So I think we have this very flexible minds, let's say, very young ones, that we always want to like try something that no one tried before. And it applies to everything, to the content that we produce, to the marketing that we do, to the like product features and tech stuff that we have in our app. And we just constantly like, try, test and learn. And I also like the phrase like fail fast, because like whenever you do something, like the ideal case scenario is that you did something, even if you failed, like it's fine. It's like the more you like learn over
like
the
a trial and error kind of thing.
Yeah. And I think over the time, we would try so much more, like, and again, without any limits in our minds. Like, for example, if we see and feel that for our subscribers, like the best benefit would also be like free delivery on the, I don't know, food or something else. So like also benefits beyond the entertainment and content, we would definitely go there and try to make it happen, so that we would also try to behave with subscribers that Yango Play has with the audience. I think slightly in a similar way how, creators and influencers like try to like feel the audience and followers that they have, because we always try to like listen to subscribers, feel like what they need more, you know, even when it comes to the content, like what are the shows like we would have to produce, or like what they are looking for. So this is always the relation between not just you as a platform, but the audience. And over the time, I think obviously our ambition is to be #1 subscription in the region, and it would take lots of more experiments and like good things that we would learn, and I mean trying to serve our subscribers, because like for us it's like their entertainment and like fun time, and like whenever they have any time that they graciously dedicate to us, like we serve them, and we want to make sure that they are entertained and happy.
That's actually really good, because it sounds like it's such a full circle moment. It starts with you guys, and then you have the creators, and then you have the audience, and all are linked to one another. The creators speak to the audience speak to the creators, audience speaks to you, and that way the platform becomes more customizable. You guys provide exactly what the audience wants as well. And I guess with that, we'll just jump into our final question. Is there something that you want to share, maybe something exclusive about where it's going, or something for our audience members here today?
I think, you know, just also continuing on the, like, what space would creators, you know, what role they would play in the future.
Yeah.
I think that over the time, like we are the brand, but the creators, they would also become, you know, bigger and bigger brands, so that altogether we would be like, it's not going to be just together, you know, companies, yes, but it's going to be like certain people who become like the big brands, and we would collaborate a lot. And even, you know, on the product level, to be honest, I think when it comes to movies, for example, the best way to like advise someone on, you know, what to watch today in the evening, I'm sure like every one of us would like today in the evening or tomorrow would think of like what to watch. And one of the best ways to like get an answer is to look just through your, you know, like social media feed and like getting some advices from the creators. So I think for us as a product that also tries to serve the like very big problem of, you know, trying to find you how exactly what to consume from the content perspective, the creators would play much bigger role in the future, because like they're naturally the ones who are much better than, I don't know, scrolling the catalog of posters and trailers. So I think we're on the edge of some, you know, bigger moves when it comes to applications, tech products, and how they blend together with the creators. So within like next like year and like 2 years, I think we're going to see like very cool product features that will bring it to the next level of how like socializing and like creators would be merged into the like tech products that are built for entertainment, and how the subscription and the subscribers, I mean, of the platforms and followers, they also become like one community, where you as a brand, you play the role in the community. You're not like just, you know, the corporate
yeah, you're
company,
also with them in this, yeah.
Yeah, so you are
I'm pretty
part
sure
of
you
it.
use the app to also find the best like shows to watch as well and all of that, so you also like get something out of it. But that's really amazing. I'm pretty sure there's so much more to say, and I think you guys also have a place here in the 1 Billion Followers Summit, so maybe we can share that with the people, where to find you.
Yeah, please, we have our booth in the middle of the building, so I invite you all, please come to our booth. Would love to share our subscription with you as well, but
is there a
please
code?
visit.
Is there a code you're sharing for an offer with the subscription?
You can get actually yearly subscription in the booth, so like.
Oh, okay, guys,
just to
go
make
get your.
sure that
You don't
will
want to
come.
miss it. This is your chance. Yango Play Super App. You get movies, music, games, and Yasmina GPT as well, which is Chat GPT. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roman, for this entertaining and engaging conversation.
Thank you for having
Lovely
me. Thank
to
you so
have
much.
Shukran. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you so much for this fire talk. And now, let's talk about trust and transparency in the digital age. A pioneer in evidence-based content is here to discuss how these values are reshaping the influence of creators. Please, everyone, let's welcome moderator Erika Kohlberg and Dr. Mike.
Hello.
Good morning. This is exciting.
Yeah, I'm very excited. So we are here to talk about credibility, and I guess my first question for you is, being a doctor, how do you think about creating content that is credible on social media?
The world of social media and creating content from an authoritative standpoint has really changed over the last 10 years. I remember in 2017, I wrote an article for the American Academy of Family Physicians where I said the absence of evidence-based physicians online is going to create a problem because we're not there to give an alternative, accurate view of our expertise. There were so many people sharing their knowledge without actually having the expertise to back it up. And as a result, what we saw during the pandemic was an influx of myths and disinformation where it led people to make really bad decisions for their health. So much so that they lost loved ones, made terrible decisions for their children. And for me, when I make content, it's always in a way where I'm trying to tap in to a communication method that will allow me to be relatable, transparent, honest, and reach people on a different level. Because traditionally, doctors present information, frankly, that's boring. We talk like scientific textbooks. But the more we can incorporate cultural events, entertainment, laughter, be more human, the more we can reach people on a wider scale with our knowledge so they too can make better decisions for themselves.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I'm the most followed lawyer in the world. You're the most followed doctor in the world. And I think for legal and medical information, it's hard to not make it boring. So to succeed on social media, there's that balance between making it accurate, but still making it like clickable on social media. And you can't always, for the legal things that I talk about, I can't always read the entire terms and conditions. I have to just read like the 5-second bullet point and then kind of leave out the rest of it strategically so that it still goes viral on social media. Do you think the same way about your content?
Absolutely. In fact, the easiest way to differentiate between a real expert on social media and someone who's just faking it is the amount of confidence by which they present the accuracy of their information. In the beginning of the pandemic, when I was talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, it was talking about with what we know now, how things might change, where the science will create an evolution in the process of our knowledge. That's the normal way science works. In fact, that's what creates a lot of anxiety in all of us. Facts are not stable. They change, they evolve. That's the natural part of science, but it creates anxiety. And we like order in our lives. For example, if you have a partner that is to cheat on you, that's a fact that has changed. It creates a lot of anxiety. We deal with that in a variety of ways. Children will create imaginary friends when they're lonely to ease that anxiety. Adults, we create categories. We have our own languages. The legal language is impossible to understand. The medical language is the same. And we try and create this order. But the reality is we have to become comfortable with the uncomfortableness of change. And only with that process can we start creating content from that level. So you have to lean into the discomfort that exists and be honest and transparent as to why you're presenting the information.
What is your process for content creation on the back end, making sure that everything is accurate and well researched?
Everyone's going to make mistakes when you make as much content as we do. I mean, 1,000 videos in, 4 billion plus views. Just this last year, long form, we had 700 million views of accurate evidence-based information, but that's not to say that I was infallible. Mistakes are made, information changes, things that I once learned in medical school need to be updated. So you have to go back and update certain things, you have to make certain adjustments, and the process really is never stable. And it needs to be that way because we're humans, we're not robots. And that's actually what makes us special and why I think AI is not necessarily going to take over the medical space completely.
Because people want a human that they trust, that is credible.
Well, it's great that you say the word trust, because a lot of people will find reasons as to why my content has gone viral from their belief system. But I think the key to why I have this many views and why our team has been so successful in creating this content is because we led with trust first. It's very easy to have social media success and right away start taking sponsorships without thinking through what that means to you as an expert. And we've been very careful in that process. Again, not perfect because we're always learning, but we always try to sit there with a level of humility in understanding that things will change, that we need to do better, and we need to consistently refine our methods.
For the content creators in the audience who are trying to build that trust with their audience, what are your best tips?
I think you can't start teaching, exploring, without first learning who you are. You have to be able to lead with know thyself. It's actually a motto that I sort of live by, because before you decide who you want to settle down with, what career you want to go into, what content you want to make, how to create a community online, you have to first know what you stand for. The #1 job kids want these days is to be a YouTuber. And the thing that I tell them is that that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a bit premature. They have to first go out and learn something, experience something, that they can bring that experience and knowledge to YouTube to share with the world. Because without it, what happens, and the worst thing that could happen, kind of ironically, is that they go viral prematurely. They go viral without a true understanding of who they are. Then they're lost when the views inevitably go down. And when the views go down, the purpose is gone. So the purpose that you set for when you make content cannot be about numbers, cannot be about views, because those things will continuously roller coaster. It needs to be about principles, passion, and the definition by which you live your life, and that can only happen with knowing yourself.
Yeah, one of the things I do is every single day my team sends me a PDF with all the positive comments and emails and DMs that I've received, and it reminds me of the reason I started this was to have impact and to help people with their money. And sometimes it is easy as a content creator to lose sight of that when you get the negative comments or you get all these other distractions on social media. So I love the idea of having just one mission statement. What is your purpose? What is the impact you're looking to have? And then making sure that you're reminding yourself of that and not losing sight of that.
Very true.
What about for social media as a consumer of it? Besides looking at how confidently someone is talking about a subject matter, how can you differentiate between, let's say, a doctor on the internet who we should trust versus a doctor who we should not trust?
This is probably where I get the most criticism, and I'm going to say something controversial right now. There's a lot of doctors and non-doctors saying a lot of BS online. They're making a lot of false promises. They're making statements about shortcuts that exist for your health, whether it's a supplement, a treatment, a scan, that will fix everything that ails you. I'm sorry to say that does not exist. I wish it did. I wish my 10+ years of medical education could allow me to share that with you today. But on social media, that's what goes viral. And it's not the social media companies who are at fault. It's us. We're the ones that click the videos. We're the ones that are tempted by the headlines. And the reality is, when a doctor or even a layperson makes a statement like, this product cures what ails you, like this supplement will help you achieve becoming faster, stronger, sexier, what have you, that's great. But until you prove that to me, that's the same as you telling me right now that you're the fastest 100-meter runner in the world. It might be true, but until you get an Olympic-verified timer with an Olympic-verified distance, and watching you on camera do that, I unfortunately can't believe that, and I have to lead with a bit of skepticism.
Yeah, as you should.
So hopefully the audience can do that as well when they see some of the claims that they see online. And I actually have a message to the social media companies of an idea that I think would work well that came from my world in gaming, of all places. I actually like playing video games, and one of the games I play is a racing simulator. And when you race online, there's chances that someone will crash into you and ruin your race. And you can report them after the race. The problem is, we as humans tend to have a lot of emotional reasoning. So when we lose the race, everyone is quick to click report, report, report. But the game gives you a 20-minute cooldown before reporting. That if you truly think someone is a bad actor and constantly making trouble in the game, you can report them, but you need that 20-minute cooldown. So what I'd like the social media companies to do to curb some of this misinformation that's being spread is when someone sees an article that triggers an emotional response, it's a lot to ask, think slow, pause before you share. All these slogans are very positive, well-intentioned, but their effect hasn't been great. If social media companies instill a 10-minute, a 20-minute cool-down period after reading or seeing a headline, I think that will do a huge service to the general public about decreasing the amount of misinformation shared.
Okay, tough one for you. Do you think social media platforms should penalize creators who are spreading misinformation?
I think it's hard to make social media companies the bearers of deciding what's true and what's not. How can we say to YouTube, who's not a medical organization, to fact check the information that I'm putting out? Yes, they can rely on major organizations, the WHO, the CDC, the FDA, but those are organizations that are also fallible. As we saw through the pandemic, communication was not great. There was less transparency. We can learn from those moments. But just because we had failures that we need to learn from doesn't mean we need to get rid of the whole process as it exists. We need to bring those companies together with YouTube, with Facebook, and instead of getting rid of fact checkers, finding a way to make the information that's presented more accurate, more authoritative, and that step starts with bringing more experts like yourself and myself onto the platforms.
I like that. One of the things I tell people is that you should always look at the content creator's LinkedIn, because LinkedIn is, I think, the most legitimate platform in terms of being able to see their background, where their degrees are from, their credentials. And if they don't have a LinkedIn or they're using a fake name on social media, especially when it comes to money advice, which I deal with, that's usually a bad sign, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a big problem, and some social media companies have been more forthcoming with the process. What I'm really proud of on YouTube is that in many countries, there's a verification system to see that you're not just putting on a white coat and saying you're a medical provider, you actually have the degree. So they go a step above and beyond to actually verify that you're in fact a practicing medical professional. And that means a lot, because these days, if someone puts on a white coat, sounds very credible, very confident, when you go to your doctor, they're not confident, which is the right way, you feel like you want to believe the person who's more confident. That's how we're trained as humans. But if we're being honest, when a patient comes into my office and asks me about their abdominal pain, I won't give them the exact diagnosis. I'll give them the most likely diagnosis, followed by 3 other diagnoses that it could be, a treatment plan that might or might not work, the second treatment plan that might work if the first one fails. That's how we do medicine. That's why it's a science as much as it is an art. And those people who actually will hijack the information for their own good or for spreading mis and disinformation won't do that. They'll promise you, oh, if you get headaches, it's because you don't take in enough pink Himalayan sea salt. And that's an actual video that has gone viral on social media.
What is the worst viral medical advice you've seen?
I honestly think it's not about one piece of advice that's gone viral. I think it's more about the insidious impact of fostering distrust with us as medical professionals and medical organizations. It takes just a few bad actors to start creating distrust amongst the general public, to feel like that they need to fear their doctor. And while doctors are ones to make mistakes, because again, we're human, we need to understand that science is a process. It evolves. It's imperfect. We're bound to make mistakes, but we're constantly learning from those mistakes. The people that are working behind the scenes at the major medical organizations, I recently just did a trip with UNICEF to Copenhagen and saw the work that the scientists are doing behind the scenes, the people who are delivering vaccinations to the remote parts of the globe. People will sometimes walk miles to get a single vaccination, yet in developed countries where we have a lot of wealth, people will question and deny getting vaccinations. So it goes to show how important it is to have a healthy line of communication and to be a healthy skeptic.
And what do you think is that line between misinformation versus just bad advice?
Yeah, I think everyone has their own definition. I've heard that misinformation is when you share something unknowingly inaccurate. Disinformation is when you're doing it knowingly. I've also seen misinformation be something like Grey's Anatomy showing the incorrect way to do chest compressions versus disinformation, someone spreading dangerous anti-vaccine rhetoric online. And it's not to say that we need to treat science as a religion. We need to say that we need to be very strict. This is the only way forward. We need healthy debate. We need healthy skeptics. But it's about waiting to get good information as to why we're being skeptics. The very first person who recommended that doctors wash their hands in between patients was viewed as someone who has mental problems. Actually thrown in jail, lost their life for it, and now has universities named after them because they were saying the truth. Their ideas were correct. But imagine back then saying, there are these things that you can't see on your hand that are actually causing us problems. It was very hard to fathom. But as time has gone on and science has evolved, we found that to be true. So I don't think we necessarily need to discount all the individuals who are proposing theories. We just need to treat them as theories and not as proven fact.
Do you think that, given that you've been on social media for over a decade, is it harder or easier now to build that trust with the audience?
I think now, because social media companies are allowing everyone a level playing field to go viral, to have success on social media, it's made it easier to find a community. So for example, 7 years ago, if I was to put out a video and I had no subscribers, it would be very hard to get views. Someone who had 1 million subscribers would have a much greater advantage. But now, if someone who has 10 subscribers to my 13 million has a good chance of going viral if people resonate with their content, if it's creating good engagement, if it's creating good watch time, good click-through rate. The algorithm is really a mirror of us, what we enjoy watching, what we derive value from. And that will constantly change, it will constantly evolve. That's why to be a good creator, you need to constantly do that process. You need to look at your content, look at yourself in the mirror, see what you're doing well, see what you're passionate about, and then bring that to the world.
I like that. But I think ultimately content is all about what is the problem that people are looking to solve, and then how are you as a doctor or me as a lawyer solving that problem and giving them the answer in as succinct as possible manner, right? At least that's been my formula for virality.
For sure. It's difficult because these topics that we're discussing require nuance. They require long-form discussion. But what I find interesting about social media, there's been this worry that with the advent of short-form content, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, IG Reels, people said attention spans are gone, no one can concentrate anymore, and I could see how logically they got there. But then why are now people watching podcasts that are 3 hours long? Why is that form of content starting to go viral? I think it's very difficult to make predictions, and we need to have a level of humility to see that there's going to be a lot of disruptors in this space, both from creators, lawmakers, and the general public as well.
Final question, what are your 3 best tips for content creation for the audience members?
Well, first has to be know thyself. You can't do anything well without knowing that process, and we touched on it earlier. Second is be a human first. A lot of people will say, Dr. Mike, it's not Dr. Mike, it's just Mike. I'm a human first, and that's what leads my content to be so relatable. I think about it as if there's a doctor talking to me, what I would like to know, how I would like to understand the information. And in fact, you should treat that, your job in any way, by being a human first. So whether you're a police officer, teacher, or otherwise. And then the following one is to embrace the term of being an influencer. I don't know about you, but I hated when I first started that I went through all these years of education and people said, oh, you're just an influencer. I'm like, hold on a second. If you're a parent, you're influencing your children to live a good life. If you're a professor, you're influencing your students to do well in their future endeavors. If you're a doctor, you're influencing your patients to learn about their bodies, take their medications correctly. Why am I scared of this word? And the reality is you have to lean into being an influencer. But when you lean in, you also have to understand the authority that is placed upon your shoulders and carry that and respect it to make sure that you're honoring the wishes of the general public to know that they're getting good quality information from you.
Yeah, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with the title. Thank you so much. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
And Dr. Mike, or shall I just say Mike for now? That was really inspiring.
Now, you guys, we have something exciting. We're going to be playing
a game. Are you ready?
Yeah, are we ready for more prizes?
They know game means prizes.
They know game means prizes. All right, guys, for this, we want no one to move until we explain and we say go. Noura will be watching. Anyone who moves is disqualified. All right, so the game is, we don't know the next speaker and we don't know where the card is, right?
Yes.
So the card is under one of the seats. No one moves until I say go. When I say go, look under your seat.
They're
and
glued to their seats now.
Wait for it. And if you find the card, first person to bring it up to the stage wins the prize. Are we ready? Are we ready? You're not ready? Why are you not ready?
Why is your hand already under your seat?
All right. 3, 2, 1, go! First person
oh my
to
God,
come.
I see somebody running. Oh my
All
God!
right, there we
Congratulations!
go. There we
You're
go.
really fast.
Here you go. Here is your prize.
I hope
You're
you
welcome.
enjoy it. It's really worth it.
Well, exercise for today.
Yes.
Next
Thank
time.
you so much. And I hope that now you are all ready, after you did a little bit of exercise, ready to have your mind blown again, because our next guest is taking us on a journey of forbidden knowledge. Prepare to question everything, and I mean that. Put your hands together for the brilliant mind behind El Dahih, Ahmed El Ghandour.
ازيكم يا اعزائي؟ يعني حابب بس افهمكم ان هنا مش حلقه، فدو نوت اكسبكت ان انا اقول اعزائي المشاهدين الساعه 9 بركاته اهلا بيكم في حلقه دي مش عارف ايه واخش بقى وافيهات ومعلومات وكل الكلام ده. النهارده انا جاي اتكلم عن صناعه المحتوى اللي انا اتوقع ان كلكم موجودين هنا عشانها. انا اتفاجئت برقم غريب جدا. عارفين جين زي بيقضوا كام يوم في السنه من وقتهم امام سكرينات؟ 109 يوم، تقريبا تلت حياتهم قدام سكرين. 80% من وقتهم الصاحي قدام شاشه. عدد الاعلانات اللي بيشوفوها تقريبا 209 اعلان، ده 10 مرات اكتر من عدد الاعلانات اللي كان اهاليهم لما كانوا في سنهم بيشوفوها. ده يحكي لك على ان احنا امام جيل، امام سكرين. وده ادى بشكل او باخر ان الجيل ده يحس بالاكتئاب اكتر، يحس بالقلق اكتر، ويحس بالوحده. رقم برضو مبهر بالنسبه لي لما لقيت انه 12% من الناس they do not have close friends، ما عندهمش اصدقاء مقربين. الرقم ده في التسعينات كان 3% بس. بشكل او باخر احنا مع تواجد السوشيال ميديا اللي كنا متخيلين ان هي المفروض تجمعنا وتوحدنا وتقرب علاقاتنا اللي ما كانتش موجوده والمفروض بقى ان هي هتبقى موجوده، ده ما حصلش. انا مثلا كنت عامل حلقه زمان، حد شاف حلقه اسمها مفارقه الانستجرام؟ ماشي، خليني اديكم بريتكست. كان في موقع كده سوشيال ميديا بلاتفورم اسمها فيسبوك، حد فاكرها؟ انا كمواطن مصري بنستخدم فيسبوك ولسه يمكن بنستخدمه، ما نعرفش ليه. كان التخيل ان فيسبوك ده كله نيجاتيفيتي، ناس بتحط بوستات حزينه وعمالين يتكلموا واوضاع البلد ويشتكوا ويتضايقوا. كنت متخيل بقى ان الواحد لما يروح الانستجرام الواحد ما يقدرش ينزل صوره بيعيط فيها، ما يقدرش ينزل صوره حزين فيها. بننزل صورنا واحنا مبسوطين واحنا سعداء واحنا جايبين اطفال واحنا لسه متعينين في الشغل واحنا مسافرين. وجدوا على حسب بعض الدراسات ان مستخدمين الانستجرام اقل مستويات في المنتال هيلث. فده كان بالنسبه لي في مفارقه، ازاي الابلكيشن اللي عليه سعاده اكشلي يبقى الابلكيشن اللي يسبب لنا اكثر تعاسه. بشكل او باخر تواجد السوشيال ميديا والموبايلات خلتنا زي ما قلت نحس بالاكتئاب ونحس بالوحده. اكتر شركات بتكابيتالايز على فكره الوحده هي اكتر شركات بتكسب وهتكسب. تعالوا نشوف ايه اكبر شركات من حيث الماركت كاب، من حيث تقييمهم. ابل واحده من او يعني 3 من ال7 شركات دول شركات بتحل او بتتعامل مع الوحده. ابل بتدينا موبايلات، ميتا بتدينا سوشيال نتورك، جوجل بتدينا حاجه زي يوتيوب اللي بالمناسبه تقييمها 500، يعني بعض الناس بتتوقع انه حاجه زي يوتيوب تقييمها 500 مليار دولار. ده اكتر من نتفليكس ب 20%، اكتر من حاجه زي ديزني تقريبا مرتين. فده بيقول لك انه احنا بنقضي وقت على السكرين، حاسين بوحده ومحتاجين حاجه تشبع هذه الرغبه، تشبع هذا الكريفنج، ان احنا ما نبقاش وحيدين. هنا زي ما قلت بتخش المنصات في ميتا وجوجل وبيخش صناع المحتوى. It's interesting ان صانع المحتوى اهم ما يقدمه ليس المحتوى، ولكن ما اصفه مصطلح انا سقيته دلوقتي حالا بالميتا محتوى. حد عنده جس ما هو الميتا محتوى؟ الميتا محتوى هو ما نظن انه يكون في الصديق اللي بيقدم لنا المحتوى. انا ظني يعني تحليلي ان الناس ما بتتابعش برنامج زي الدحيح عشان تعرف معلومات، عشان تعرف فاكتس. لا، بيتابعوا الدحيح عشان هناك علاقه بتنشأ في عزيزي اهوج يتريق عليا اقول له يا ابو حميد. الحاجات دي كلها بتصنع انسايد جوكس، بتصنع صداقه، بتصنع ما يسمى بالبارا سوشيال ريليشن شيب. صانع المحتوى عنده مكان، سامحوني يعني في هذه الملاحظه، انه يبقى على سرير المشاهد. انا ناس كتيره تيجي تقول لي يا ابو حميد انا باكل عليك، يا ابو حميد انا بنام عليك. انا ستات كتير بتيجي تقول لي جوزي مبهدلني، ما بنعرفش ننام مشغلين فيديوهاتك. فتخيل هنا صانع المحتوى، طبعا انا يعني طبعا انا اقل واحد، يعني البودكاستات ما شاء الله ربنا يخليها الناس بتشغلها وهي تنام، فتقريبا اخر صوت الناس دي بتسمعه قبل ما تنام هو صوت صانع محتوى. كان الاول حاجات مثلا زي نتفليكس او حاجات زي التلفزيون بتعملها وانت مركز وانت قاعد بشكل او باخر تابع الفيلم المعين او تابع النشره الاخباريه، لكن النهارده حاجات زي البودكاستات انت بتشغلها وتنام. فده بيدينا قدره على الحميميه الزياده مع المشاهد. وفي نظري ده اللي عايز اقوله النهارده، هو ده اهم حاجه يمكن النهارده بيقدمها صانع المحتوى، انه ما يحسسش المشاهد بتاعه او المستهلك للمحتوى بتاعه انه مش وحيد. ناس كتيره بتكابيتالايز على هذا الموضوع. النهارده بقى في مصطلح انه people are more important than brands. حاجه زي CNN ما بتحظاش بنفس ليفل المشاهدات بتاع حد زي جو روجان، عشان كده حد زي ترامب المرشح الامريكي اللي كسب راح لبرنامج زي جو روجان. عارفين حلقه جو روجان مع ترامب عامله كام مليون مشاهده؟ 57 مليون مشاهده. الناس زي ما قلت بترتبط باشخاص. حد زي جو روجان ده مش لوجو CNN مكتوب بالاحمر، مش مرتبطين بيه بشكل عاطفي، لا، واحد اصلع قاعد في ما يشبه انه جراج، اللوجو بتاعه وش بيطلع معاه رئيس مش البراند اللي ماشي بيها الحزب الجمهوري، لا، الحزب الجمهوري هو اللي ماشي بالبراند بتاعته، على عكس حد مثلا زي كاملا هاريس في الحزب الديمقراطي، لا، عندنا خطاب بشكل معين، بنكتب بشكل معين، بنركز، بنظهر في برامج سكريبتد، ما بنطلعش في بودكاستات نتكلم بال3 ساعات. ليه؟ لان برضو تاني احنا عندنا ناس حاسه بالوحده وعايزه تكونكت مع اشخاص، بتكريف الاشخاص، بتكريف الميتا كونتنت اللي صانع المحتوى بيقدمه. بس كده، ده كان ملخص حديثي النهارده وملخص الفكره اللي انا مهتم بيها هذه الفتره. عسى ان شاء الله ان القاكم السنه الجايه بفكره جديده تلهمني وتلهمكم. مش ترجيسيه والله. هنفتح، هم قالوا لي ان احنا هنفتح الباب لبعض الاسئله، فلو انتوا قد كلامكم يا المنظمين افتحوا الباب للاسئله، انا وجهوني. والله عايز اقول لك بس انا مش فاكر فعلا. احنا اصلا بنصور يعني بنصور لوكش كده، فمثلا الشهر الجاي كله مصور، ما اعرفش ايه الترتيب. انا اختار انا يا منظمين، سابوني لوحدي ومشي. اتفضلي. بلاش مجاملات يا جماعه. طبعا انت شفتي. ما ده بقى مونتاج ده. والله الموضوع مش زي ما انت متخيل. لا عادي بحافظ، هو بتيجي رباني كده بصراحه، ما عنديش اجابه معقده وحاجات اشتغلت عليها، لا هي جت كده. اظن هتيجي شفتيني عموما. اتفضل. ايه حلمي؟ الموضوع اسئله صعبه قوي، ومش ده اللي له علاقه بصناعه المحتوى. انا حلمي اللي عايز اوصل له، انا اتمنى افضل زي ما انا، ما عنديش طموحات اكبر من كده. فافضل اعمل برنامج الدحيح كده كل سبت وثلاث وشكرا. ما عنديش احلام كبيره بصراحه عن العالم وتغيير العالم. انا عايز افضل زي ما انا كده، بنعمل الحلقتين بتوعنا في الاسبوع وشكرا. اتفضلي. والله طبعا احنا كنا عاملين حلقه كونتروفيرشال قوي واثارت الكثير من الجدل، اسمها الطب النفسي. حد شافها؟ هي حلقه ثيوريتيكلي ما فيهاش اي مشكله، بننتقد مؤسسه الطب النفسي عادي، بنعتبر الطب النفسي حاجه مهمه وموجوده، والعلاجات الموجوده الامراض النفسيه موجوده وحقيقيه، ما بننكرش هذا الكلام، ولكن بنكريتيك. بره ده بيحصل عادي، بره ده مش بس بيحصل على مستوى حاجات زي وحشه زي الرأسمالية ومش عارف ايه اللي احنا عايشين كلنا في خيرها دلوقتي، ولكن كمان بيحصل لمؤسسه الطب. ميشيل فوكو فيلسوف معروف عنده كتاب اسمه بيرث اوف ذا كلينيك، بينتقد الطب. فعادي بيحصل ان انت تنتقد حاجه كبيره بتقول انها مهمه، وبتقول انه الاطباء دول ما بيقولوش اي كلام، ولكن كنقد. المشكله اللي حصلت في الحلقه دي هو ان احنا عملنا ده وتاني. علماء كتير، فلاسفه كتير، علماء اجتماع كتير بينتقدوا الطب النفسي. اتس فاين نقول ان في مشاكل، بس مش معنى ان في مشاكل ان احنا نلغيه تماما. فاللي حصل ان احنا لما عملنا الحلقه دي اتعرضت على جمهور اوريدي عنده تشككات في الطب النفسي عموما. اوريدي لما مريض الاكتئاب يتكلم على اكتئابه ما حدش مصدقه. اوريدي الشخص اللي بيجيله بانيك اتاكس لما يتكلم انه عنده قلق موتره مسبب له الم، الناس مش مصدقاه. فلما انت تيجي تنتقد الطب النفسي في مجتمع ما عندوش ايمان بالطب النفسي، انت هنا بتعمل مشكله. فبالرغم ان انت تمام اللي بتعمله صح، موجود في الكتب، فلاسفه بيعملوه، علماء اجتماع بيعملوه، الا انه اتعرض في وقت مش صح، اتعرض على جمهور صح. فدايما بعد كده يبقى عندنا فكره انه لازم نبقى مدركين كده، لازم عارفين احنا بنخاطب مين، بنخاطبه امتى، ايه المعتقدات اللي عنده، وكاكت اوف مسؤوليه ان احنا ما نشككش في حاجه هو اوريدي رمي طوبتها. دي يعني من الحاجات اللي بنفكر فيها يعني. اتفضل. انت ربنا يكون في عونك.
بدي اسال سؤال عن الموضوع اللي كنت تحكي فيه في الورشه. طب هلا لما احنا كصناع محتوى بنعمل محتوى للشخص علشان يحس انه هو عشان عنده وحده فبيحضر المحتوى تاعنا، بس بحس هيك حنزيد الوحده عنده، لانه انا مجرد ما يخلص الفيديو تاعك واطفيه
ما هنعمل له ايه؟ هنقضي على متى؟ ما هو يا حبيبي
ايوه، هو السؤال كان ايش نعمل له؟ في شيء ممكن نعمله مثلا؟ هل صناع المحتوى اليوم يعني واجب عليهم يعملوا كوميونيتيز على ارض الواقع علشان يطلعوا الناس من هذه الحاله، ولا ما لناش دخل وخلصنا؟
بصراحه يعني ما اعرفش ايه الحل. حاسس ان الحل اكبر مني لما النهارده بقى شركات ملياريه هي اللي مسؤوله عن الموضوع وهي اللي بتليد الموضوع. وبرغم مثلا لو سمعتوا بودكاست او يعني كاتب مشهور اسمه جوناثان هايت عنده كتاب اسمه ذا انكشس جنريشن، طبعا كل الناس استضافته الفتره اللي فاتت. فهو بيتكلم انه المنصات دي ليها تاثير كبير ومهم، بيأثر على الاتنشن سبان، بيأثر على الدرجات، بيأثر على الاحساس بالوحده. بيتكلم انه كمان انه طبعا اول ما حد بيسمع الكلام ده يقول لك ثانيه واحده يا دكتور جوناثان، correlation does not imply causation. مش معنى ان مستويات الاكتئاب والقلق بتزيد مع الوقت ان السوشيال ميديا هي السبب. فيقوم قايل لك ان عندنا دراسات اكسبيرمنتال، يعني عملنا تجارب، شلنا من الناس موبايلاتها وشفنا حالتها النفسيه، لقينا ان الوضع ممكن يكون بيتحسن. مش بس كده، بعض الناس برضو ممكن تنتقد تقول لك ابو حميد مش ملاحظ انه ممكن تكون الناس حاسه بالاكتئاب او بالقلق او بتحس انها فترات ممكن تنهي حياتها عشان اللينجو ده بقى موجود، بقى فيه اويرنس اكتر بالامراض النفسيه، فبقت كل واحد بقى عايز يبقى روش ويقول ان عنده امراض نفسيه. اكشلي لما تروح للمستشفيات بتلاقي ان معدلات الناس اللي بتتحبس في المصحات النفسيه اعلى، معدلات مش عايز ابقى تريجرينج بس معدلات الناس اللي بتحاول تنهي حياتها بقت اعلى، فده بنشوفه في المستشفيات. فالنهارده المنصات دي عليها مسؤوليه. بعض الدول مثلا زي استراليا ما سمحتش او يعني لغت انه تقدر تعمل اكونت اظن عند سن ال 14 سنه، فاوريدي بعض الدول ابتدت تاخد اجراءات في ده. فانا مش هقدر اخش في جدالات مع ميتا ويوتيوب ومن يحكموا العالم، بس انا حاسس انه كصانع محتوى يعني محتاج تفكر في البيرسونا اللي بتقدمها، الكاريزما اللي بتقدمها، ايه الفاليو اللي انت بتقدر تضيفه، لان انت اوريدي كده موجود. يعني النهارده الانفلونسر ده احنا نعرف عن حياته اكتر ما نعرف عن اصدقائنا. نعرف اتجوز مين، ما اتجوزش مين، فركش مع مين، خلف ما خلفش، فده اوريدي موجود. اتفضل. ماشي. انا محتاج افكر هي فين وبعد كده.
منور الدنيا اول حاجه.
اهلا بيك.
تاني حاجه بقى، مع ولا ضد ان صانع المحتوى ينزل محتواه على كل بلاتفورم هي يعني اللي على اليوتيوب هتخش تشوفه فيسبوك، انستجرام، سناب شات؟
انا معاها يعني نزل.
مش لازم كل بلاتفورم يبقى ليها محتوى مختلف؟
ظني يعني احنا مثلا في حالتنا احنا عندنا حد اسمه رماح موجود معانا، فهو الشخص اللي بيساعد ان الحلقات كامله. لما بنعمل حلقه 30 واحيانا بتوصل ساعه، فهو بياخد مقاطع معينه وينزلها بقى على تيك توك، على انستجرام، على حسب نوعيه الجمهور. فديفنتلي طبعا كل بلاتفورم بتبقى تيلرد لحاجه. اللي بنكتشفه مع الوقت هو كان في قاعده زمان ان يا جماعه اعملوا دايما محتوى قصير. طبعا المحتوى ده اتضرب بالجزمه لما واحد، عارفين ليكس فريدمان، عمل بودكاست اظن 7 8 9 ساعات مع بتوع نيورا لينك، وعمل 3 بودكاستات مع ايلون ماسك كل واحد فيهم 3 ساعات. فاكتشفنا ان يعني الناس يبدو ان هي بتحب تسمع وبتحب اللي هو السكند هاند كونسبشن، اللي هو انا شغال في الشغل بتاعي وبسمع بقى ناس عماله تتكلم على وضع العالم وازاي نحسنه كده. if that matters. مين هشوف بس معايا الست اللي معاها المايك.
المايك اهو.
Where are you صوفي؟ yes. choose who you like.
لما بيجي لك نقد زي ان انت ملحد او اي حاجه، بتستقبل النقد ده ازاي على نفسيتك وعلى اهلك؟ يعني الموضوع اعتقد ان هو بيبقى صعب جدا ان بيجي لك نقد في حته قويه جدا، فالنفسيه عندك بتبقى عامله ازاي؟ يعني
هو طبعا في الاول كان الموضوع مؤثر جدا، وبتحس بقى ان هو السوشيال ميديا بتمثل العالم، بس طبعا بتدرك بعد كده من الوقت انه لا، السوشيال ميديا لا تمثل العالم، وانه حواليك اهل كويسين واصدقاء كويسين، ودول بيدوا سبورت مهم جدا جدا وقت الازمات، الاعاصير الكبيره اللي بالمناسبه ما بتاخدش وقت كبير. يعني واحد من الاعصارات اللي مريت بيها الكانسلنج اللي مريت بيه. انت بتقاطعني ليه يا استاذ؟ استنى ما اخلص ثانيه. مش حاضر. خطبوها هي لوبي هير. I'll put you on the spotlight. They're going to target you, not me. فيعني بس طريقتي في التعامل مع ده ان انا يبقى حواليا اصدقاء انا بحبهم وبيحبوني، واهل اللي بحبهم وبيحبوني. ما هي ما تحدش. سوري انا اسف.
احمد.
سوري. اتفضل.
ازيك؟ عندي سؤال بسيط حشري.
كايه؟
حشري يعني بحشريه مش شخصي. انت كاحمد دحيح، دحيح بحد ذاته، انت البراند بحد ذاتك كشخص كوجه، ليش بتشتغل مع بلاتفورمز ما بتكون انت والتيم تبعك تحت بلاتفورم لشخصك انت؟
بص، برنامج الدحيح عشان بس نكون صراحة مع نفسنا، أنا أبان حلو ووسيم وعندي معرفة ومعلومات وكاريزما وكل الكلام ده، ولكن برنامج الدحيح هو فريق. احنا عندنا فعلا فريق عظيم عظيم بشكل ما حدش يتخيله يعني. بقول كده عشان اخد السكسين ان انا متواضع وكده، بس حقيقي انا مؤمن كده، وبقولها بقى كل ما اروح ايفنت اقعد اقولها ان انا حقيقي بيج فان للدحيح، مش عشان انا اللي بقدمه ولكن انا عشان جزء من هذا الفريق. بس احنا عندنا حقيقي فريق يعني مثير للفخر. فعندنا لا كتير. شوف التتر فعلا عندنا ممكن يكون اكتر من 15 او 20 كاتب بمجالات مختلفه. عفوا ما كانش من اول يوم بس ارجع شوف الحلقات القديمه يعني شوفوني زمان كنت عامل ازاي، يعني شوفوا مستوى الكوميديا ومستوى المعلومات ومستوى التحرير ومستوى الكتابه. لا طبعا يختلف تماما عن وجود هذا الفريق. فعشان يبقى فيه هذا الفريق ايوه، ما هي البلاتفورمز هي انا بقى اون ذا اذر سايد، انا هقعد بقى الف صباح الخير شركه كذا احنا بنعمل اعلانات عن هاي محتواها هضيع. لما نروح لبلاتفورم ابيع للبلاتفورم الحلقات ما اقدرش بقعد اشغل دماغي السبونسر عايز كذا، السبونسر بيقول لك حط المنتج ده في مش عارف ايه، اتكلم عن حلاوه المنتج. انا مش عايز اعمل ده، انا عايز اعمل المحتوى بتاعي. فلا انا محظوظ فعلا انه معانا منصات ونيو ميديا اكاديمي بنشكرها جدا جدا ان هي ادتنا الفرصه ان المحتوى بتاعنا يبقى ببلاش. ده شيء غريب جدا جدا. احنا بنعمل اكتر من 100 حلقه بالفريق الكبير ده وموجود على اليوتيوب ببلاش. I find that amazing and very thankful for that. كله بيتم رغم عن انفي. بيقولوا لك اتكلم في ايه وما اتكلمش في ايه. اسكتي بقى انا شايل. لا هو طبعا يعني هي عمليه تشاركيه. فعندنا كتاب بيبقى عندهم مواضيع معينه بيطرحوا على عندنا رئيس تحرير. بتلخبطوني حاضر عشان بس ما تهش. فعندنا كتاب عندهم افكار بيروحوا لرئيس التحرير، رئيس التحرير يبقى يقول الافكار دي كويسه مش كويسه. بيحصل طبعا كوميونيكيشن معايا، بقول نشتغل على ده ما نشتغلش مش قوي يعني بصراحه. انا بقيت دلوقتي ممكن اكتب حلقه مثلا كل مثلا 3 4 شهور لما الموضوع بقى مهتم بيه. بس I keep on following اللي بيحصل. بس طبعا it's a very big team وهو كبر مع الوقت وبقى بصراحه مبهر. يعني ممكن اتفشخر شويه بالفريق بتاعي؟ ممكن ماشي. احنا عندنا احمد جمال سعد الدين هنا. ممكن يا مستر جمال تقف؟ ممكن تقف يا دكتور جمال؟ الدكتور احمد جمال سعد الدين هو كاتب معانا وهو المدقق العلمي لبرنامج الدحيح. حاليا بيعمل زماله واحده من اهم الزمالات في الصحافه العلميه في العالم ان لم تكن الاهم. النايت فيلوشيب في هارفارد وMIT. فهو في بوسطن سايبنا وكده. عندنا ناس رئيس تحرير احمد رجب هو اللي كاتب حلقه فلسطين وهو اللي كاتب حلقه حرب البسوس. عندنا محمد رشيدي ومحمد حسام بينتجوا برامج بودكاستات وحاجات في مجالات الاديوتينمنت، حاجات معرفيه. فحد بيتابع برنامج اسمه في الحضاره. كومبيتيتور ليا هيخسر باذن الله ما حدش يشوفه بس هم برضو اللي بينتجوه. عندنا فريق كبير جدا جدا جدا. عندنا احمد جمال عرفه الشخص المسؤول عن ارت دايركشن اللي عامل الاوضه مع محمد رشيدي. فلا عندنا ناس فعلا مبهرين وحقيقي انا محظوظ ان انا بشتغل معاهم. بقول كده عشان انا شايف فعلا كده وبقول كده عشان اتفشخر ان انا متواضع فشخ. احنا خلصنا صح؟ بشكركم جدا. فرصه سعيده وبس اشوفكم على خير.
That was definitely an engaging session. Now, you guys, we're going to be having a special guest. Let's talk about the power of kindness. Known for his viral acts of kindness and nominee for the 1 billion award. He's here to share how small gestures can create massive positive change. Guys, a big welcome to Zachary Dernoeski. And before we have him on stage, we're going to be playing a video first. Let's go.
Unexpected acts of kindness, random acts of kindness. by Zach Daronowski. You know him as MD Motivator.
Zachary Daronowski.
Zachary
Daronowski's #1 goal is to promote unconditional love and kindness.
2.5 million followers on Instagram. On TikTok, forget it.
Millions of viewers. 17 million.
You've got 8.5 million followers on TikTok.
I created a platform around vulnerability and authenticity that allowed me to change my life overnight.
He quit medical school and dedicated his energy to helping others in unique and joyful ways.
Surprising people with random acts of kindness.
And you got $500.
Ah! Are you serious?
He said to me, he's not the secret sauce. He said it's the people, and it's true.
You are awesome. I'm such a loss for words.
And most recently, he raised over $200,000 to improve the fortune of a man and his autistic son.
This was never in my wildest dreams what I thought I'd be doing right now.
A few years back, Zach was attending medical school in Australia when he got very depressed. So he went looking to connect with people and decided to film these encounters. And whether he was hugging it out with strangers or talking about their shared problems, Zach was clearly in his element.
Stressful stuff with my family and...
The videos went viral, and soon after, medical school went bye-bye. He approaches people as a stranger and leaves them shocked and grateful for their interaction. Time and time again, Zach goes out of his way to change people's lives in a meaningful way, including one very special fan from Zach's hometown of Windsor, Canada. Sadly, this boy, Dougie Hannon, was dealing with a great tragedy.
You lost your dad recently?
Yeah. And my grandma.
Zach surprised Dougie with a new basketball, a basketball net, tickets to a Detroit Pistons game, and $500 cash. A week later, Zach showed up with $50,000 on GoFundMe just for Dougie and his mom. But that's just MD Motivator doing what he does. He's just happy his videos promote kindness and get a conversation going between people.
I'll keep doing that for as long as I can.
How are you guys? Are you guys enjoying the 1 Billion Summit so far? That's amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Raise your hand if you've ever seen any of the videos. That's super cool. I'm in Dubai. I'm from Canada. So we're going to start the slides. Give me 1 second. I need to get the clicker. Too many things in my pocket. Boom. All right. So we're going to start with 2020. When I say 2020, guys, I want you to blurt out, what do you think of when you hear the word, the number 2020? COVID. Marriage. Now, how did 2020 or COVID make you feel? Depressed? Anxious? Challenging? Afraid? Congratulations, she gave birth. Give her a round of applause. Raise your hand now if during that time, during COVID or 2020, although maybe it was challenging or depressing or anxious, there was a silver lining in there for you that maybe you didn't know. Anybody want to briefly share one? Yes, what's your name? Diora. Give Diora a round of applause. Oh, Yara, sorry, I'm sorry. She said her FOMO was not there. There was nothing to miss out on. Raise your hand if you missed family, friends, if you felt maybe a lack of connection at that time and that you didn't realize you had before, that you needed that. So for me, I'm from Canada, but on social media, the name is MD Motivator. It stands for Medical Doctor Motivator because I was in medical school in Sydney, Australia when the pandemic started. And when I started medical school, I moved to the other side of the world from Canada. I went through a 6-year relationship breakup. I tore my ACL, so I needed to get surgery. I couldn't walk. Medical school was challenging. I moved to the other side of the world. Everything was online. I couldn't make new friends. And I felt like, raise your hand if you ever felt similar to this too. I was in such a good position in my life. How can I complain? And I didn't want to be the one to complain, or because I felt like I had it so good. And for my whole life, up until I got to med school, I was like this clip art right here. This guy with the blinders on. I had a goal, and a lot of it maybe wasn't rooted in what was the most fulfilling thing for me, but raise your hand if you've ever reached the goal, and when you get there, you realize sometimes the goal wasn't for you. even if you've achieved it, if you've used like negative motivation or things in your life and you get there. So for me, I was at this goal, and then this year happened, and like these like blinders came off, and I saw like life as it was, and I said, who is Zachary? What makes me happy? What's my purpose? And I felt like I didn't have an answer to any of those questions. Raise your hand if anyone's ever felt the same to that. And that's healthy, to be asking yourself those questions. So if you're not asking those questions to yourself, I highly challenge you to do that. So I got to the blinders popped off, and if you've ever anyone been to Sydney, Australia before, it's very beautiful. And so this is the Sydney Opera House, and it was a night like this. It was about a year into my med school, and I was living with one of my roommates at the time who was also in medical school. And I remember I was feeling these emotions, and I was like, the last thing I want to do is let my friend named Daniel at the time know how I was feeling, because I was really sad. So I was like, don't let him see. So I went for a walk. It was raining like this. I sat down in the wet cement, and there was two women in like their mid to late 30s at the time. And they walked by me, and they saw me crying, and they said, hey, what's going on? I said, nothing, I'm good. They're like, how are you? I said, I'm fine. Anyone want to guess what they did in that moment? It changed my life forever. Hugged me. Hug. Anyone else got any other answers? They thought I was poor. Thankfully, no, that wasn't a situation that night. That's it right there. They sat in the wet cement for 30 minutes and listened to a stranger. And I'll never forget how good that felt to feel heard. Raise your hand if you've ever felt heard or you've got weight off your shoulders before. And it just felt liberating. And I'll never forget that. And I started sharing this story about a year ago because I've never met them since. But because of those two strangers that night, I was able to, this is me and that's my mom and my dad. Shout out to my mom and my dad. They're goats. They're amazing. And because of that night, I called my parents and I told them actually how I was feeling. I talked to my other roommates or my classmates in med school and found out they were feeling similar things, but they were putting on a mask as well. And I wanted to be able to do something that felt purposeful, even though like I wasn't good myself. So what I started doing was I would blindfold myself and hug strangers because I wanted to feel how those two women made me feel, even if I wasn't good, one, and two, I didn't want to feel alone. Raise your hand if you've ever seen any of those videos, the blindfold hugging videos. And keep your hands up if you've ever felt heard because of them, even if you didn't know me or any of the strangers. And you'll notice in all those videos, I never actually have any insights or feedback. I honestly just either have questions or I'm listening because like that was what those women's provided for me, and I wanted to be able to do the same. And I felt like in 28 years, I've like accomplished these things, but like I never felt me. And this was the first time. I wasn't making any money. It wasn't a job. It wasn't really anything. It was just like I felt so uniquely me and confident that it didn't matter if it felt approved or disapproved, that I decided to call my parents and tell them I want to quit med school to go back to their basement and make TikToks. And anyone want to guess how that went? Anyone want to guess? I mean, I'm here, so like it must have somehow went okay. What do your parents, if you're fortunate, want for you more than anything? Your happiness and your health. And I am so blessed and fortunate that my mom and dad saw that I wasn't happy and I wasn't mentally healthy, that they supported me to move back home and quit on this dream that I originally had, because even though they didn't understand anything about social media or if it would ever work out, but they just cared for me. And I'm so forever grateful for them. So flew back home, and I would stand outside my local mall every single day. This was like the end of the pandemic. And I would blindfold and hug strangers and talk to kids, to seniors, to anyone and everyone. And I did this for like 6 months straight. And it wasn't until this one day, this guy comes up to me. In Canada, this is what money looks like if you're not familiar with what $100 looks like in Canada. And he comes up to me and he's like, I love your videos. I love how you make people feel. I want to give you $100. I'm like, you want to give me your money? Why do you want to give me your money? He's like, it'd be amazing if at the end of like your interaction, if someone needs it, you could surprise them with money. And I was like, okay. And I was like very anxious and confused, but I thought it was like genuine. And so I took his $100 and then I gave it away. And then we started every day going on like TikTok live, and we raised $380 that day, saying we're going to go give it to a taxi driver. Then go find a kind taxi driver, film it, edit it, post it that night. So you knew that your $3 from a TikTok live went to this guy named Julio in Mexico, or this person in my hometown. And like every day we would do like these crowdfunds and raise money, give it away, and then it snowballed. And then we started crowdfunding on a much larger scale. And in the last 18 months, we've given away over 5 million. When I say we, the internet, everybody online has given away over $5 million US. So that's a clap to you guys. That's not to me. And to me, that's such social proof that people want to be good if you give them an opportunity to act. What's amazing, if you look at the amount raised, I'm going to go through a few of them, but it says 100,000, but underneath 100,000, what does it say? By the donations, what does that say? 4,800 people watched the video, 4,800 people clicked a link, 4,800 people put in their credit card information, 4,800 people put in their money to go to this website that's going to go to me, that's going to go to this stranger they've never met, and that they're going to properly use the money. Like the thought process of all the steps that have to happen for it to be properly allocated and people to like get behind these things. 2,700 people, 4,700 people, 13,000 people. And I've been very fortunate that throughout this process, while making kindness cool, we've done videos. We have Post Malone, Ronaldo, Kim Kardashian, Messi, Mark Cuban, The Rock, Ed Sheeran, Kevin Hart, Paris, like the most amazing people. But it's not really, as blessed and fortunate I am to make videos with them, it's these people along the way, and there's hundreds, that I feel like my life has been changed forever by the interactions that I've had. And I've learned many lessons along the way. But one that sticks with me that I want to share before I go is, we're going to play this video right here. His name is Mario. Actually, we have 3 minutes, so I would rather, should I play the video or say a story? I'm hearing story. This man says both. We'll talk after. So this guy right here, his name says James, but his actual name is Michael. He was from Harlem, New York, and this was the first time we ever crowdfunded. And there was a guy sitting down in a wheelchair, and he said, "Help me, anybody help me?" And I went up to him and I said, "What's going on?" He says, "I need $195 for my rent. It's due by tomorrow." He lives in like subsidized housing. Otherwise, I'm going to be kicked out in the streets. And I was noticing people were walking by him like it was air. And so we surprised him with $500, and I was like, that's not enough in my mind, so I wanted to like create a crowdfund where we raised $88,000 for him, but I wanted to create that. And I posted it, and within 40 minutes, we raised $9,000. And I'm like, holy smokes, this thing is like, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I put up a story on my Instagram. I said, anybody from 127th Street in Harlem, New York, that's free tomorrow at 9 a.m., meet me outside the U.S. Postal Office. I'll never forget it. And 7 different people from 127th Street in Harlem, New York, from different walks of life. Somebody that owned a bank, somebody that's in charge of a barber shop, somebody that's in charge of one of those big, like, cool, like, Times Square billboards, all came together for this random stranger from the story. And we surprised Michael at the time. In 24 hours, we raised a little over $50,000 for him. And I'll never forget, mentally, like, just like, I felt so good that we raised all this money for, like, I thought that was like the biggest thing. But the coolest part of the story was never in any of the videos. It was when the video turned off and Michael tapped my elbow and he said, "Zach, I want to thank you for like raising all this money and bringing everyone to like do this experience for me. But I haven't had a friend in 9 years, and now I have 7 people I can call a friend. Thank you." And it was at that moment that I learned it was about the connection. He gave me a quarter, and this thing really like just kickstarted. The quarter he gave me allowed him to now live with his son in New Jersey that he hadn't seen in 3 years. The quarter he gave me allows him to now live with his grandkids that he never met before. So my biggest takeaway isn't the hundreds of thousands or the Kardashians or any of that stuff. It's the small acts that we make have the power. Everybody in this room has the power, and I hope when you watch the videos, you feel it in your heart the next time you're in a situation where you're like hesitating, should I do something or should I not? Go for it. I'm proud of each and every single one of you, and thank you for listening to my talk. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zachary. This was really an uplifting session. I think now we all understand that it's the small acts that sometimes have the biggest impact on people. And now we're coming to a bigger act, because I hope you all are ready to upgrade your design skills. Because next, we have a senior evangelist at Adobe that will share tips on using Adobe Express. Let's welcome Elise Swopes. But before, we'll watch together a small video.
Make them look and listen. You know I'ma put the twist in, like a limited edition. You were born to be different. Born to be different. Did it different. You were born to be different. You were born to be different.
We feeling good? All right, cool. The energy's almost there. How we feeling? Good? All right, I'm gonna get you guys hype a little bit more real quick. You know, as we're at a Creators Summit, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick little selfie video of everybody. When I go down to 1, I want you to say woo by the time the camera gets to you. Is that cool? Is that all right with you guys? Love that, love that. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yes, my people. All right, I love it. My people at Adobe are going to be happy I did that. Okay, so you guys, welcome to Adobe Express 2025 Top Design Tips. Welcome, welcome. Now, in a world where visuals drive impact, Adobe Express is your gateway to effortless creativity. Okay? Now, this year at Adobe, we're focusing on trends that really simplify design. And we're really focusing on simplifying designs for creators like you, entrepreneurs, brands, incredible creators out here in Dubai and beyond that really captivates audience on every single platform, all right? So from AI-driven tools to cross-device workflows, our mission at Adobe is to empower you to tell stories that really resonate with your audience, right? So studies show that about 70% of marketers this year will be using AI for more personal outcomes on social. Does that resonate with you guys? Are you using AI a little more this year? Yeah? Cool. Love that. So let's dive into how we're shaping the future of design and creativity this year and beyond. Now, a little bit about me. My name's Elise Swopes. I'm a senior Adobe Express evangelist and advocate at Adobe. I have spent my entire career really empowering creators to unlock their full potential through innovative tools and expressive storytelling. As someone who really lives and breathes creativity, I chose Instagram as my platform in 2010. One of the first Instagram influencers ever, one of the first iPhone photographers and creators ever. So I've definitely seen a lot of change over time when it comes to creativity on social media. So make sure you scan this QR code. You can dive into my world and let's collaborate and chat. Okay? How's that sound? Cool. I like that answer. I appreciate that. All right, so here's a glimpse into my world, you guys. Just a little glimpse. If you ever used Premiere Pro, you would have seen me as the splash screen. If any video editors out here, that's me. 6 of me, in fact. So here's a glimpse into my world of me using Adobe tools, from surreal collages, blending architecture, to really telling stories through vibrant cityscapes. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, but I live in New York now, based in Brooklyn, Williamsburg. But my work really bridges imagination and reality. I love to blend fun surrealism ideas. Now, these pieces showcase how Adobe Express, Photoshop, Premiere Pro, and Illustrator really help me elevate my ideas and bring them to life. Now, whether it's extending a giraffe's neck through clouds or adding a waterfall through a cityscape, I really know no bounds when it comes to creativity and really expressing myself with the right tools. And at the end of the day, these visuals prove that I'm kind of all over the place, from graphic design to illustration to video to collaging. I love to do it all. So my journey is really rooted in resilience. I am an innovator. Being one of the first iPhone creators and one of the first Instagrammers ever, there was no path, there was no book to really teach me how to do what I do. And so I began as a self-taught artist, really empowering the people who followed me from Instagram. And that's how I really experimented and defied different laws in creativity. Now, when I started out as a creative, I was really taking Instagram photos, but eventually I became a partner with tons of different global brands, from Apple to Adidas to Nike to Adobe, where I freelanced as well, and inspired creators worldwide. Now, along the way, I did experience some challenges. I dropped out of college, right, as a creator, as an artist. That happens sometimes. But you would like to know that in a full circle moment, the college that I dropped out of gifted me my degree because of the things I accomplished outside of school. So I really didn't have to go to any classes to graduate, which is amazing. And really, at the end of the day, I think that's just a testament to creativity, to authenticity, to persistence, right? So knowing that and keeping that alive, no matter what kind of holds you back, keep going. Now, Adobe Suite really allows me to experiment, pushing the boundaries, all these different types of ways. But enough about me. Let's talk about Adobe Express, why we're here, you guys. Now, what is Adobe Express? Some may be familiar, some not. Adobe Express is your creative companion, really designed to make content fun, fast, and intuitive, okay? So we're going to get into a lot what that means, actually. So whether you're building a brand or growing your online presence, growing your business or working on personal projects, Adobe Express really is there to simplify that process, to really use powerful tools that are easy to use, right? So with support over 100 languages, which is exciting, I'm sure for here as well, Adobe Express allows creators to really engage with audiences worldwide, which is a pretty big deal, okay? So have you ever wished that something that took you hours to make only took you minutes? That's why we're here today, right? Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. So let's get into it. Let's just talk about some fun things. So every month, over 30 million projects are created in Adobe Express. And Express, at the end of the day, is all about making creativity effortless, impactful. We've got an all-in-one editor. You create fast and generative AI. We'll talk about generative AI as well and what that means with Adobe Firefly. And it lets you create stunning visuals with simple text prompts. People are pretty familiar with text prompts. And with one-click edits, you can instantly enhance your designs, which is always nice. And we'll talk about those one-click edits as well. And Adobe Express, at the end of the day, really makes content simple and fun. So that's really why we're here. But let's talk about creativity, you guys. Creativity often starts with a spark, right? It really starts with a single idea that's really willing to take shape. And so what that means exactly, so this is the homepage of Adobe Express. This is on desktop. This is where the magic begins. Now, Adobe Express gives you powerful quick actions. Quick actions are pretty straightforward. They're just quick actions that help you get started. We've got QR codes, animating characters, captioning videos, editing PDFs, and so much more. And when it comes to templates, the options are absolutely endless. We've got over 150,000 templates that are actually for free. That's not even including the premium ones that we have. When it comes to templates, we've got videos, flyers, resumes, presentation reports, infographics, and so much more. So if you think about it, what's the last project you struggled to kind of start? Wouldn't have been easy if you had a ready-made template just to kind of get it started? Well, that's what this is all about. Now, with a quick clap of hands, how many of you have created a flyer, a resume, or a presentation in the last 3 months? Yeah? Okay, we got raised hands, but I was asking for a clap, but we'll do both. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. So that, at the end of the day, is really what we're here for. We really want to make your creative and professional needs really easy, and really Adobe Express has those tools and those resources to help you bring your ideas to life, okay? So check that out as well. Now, your brand is your story, and your style is how you tell it, okay? So what does that mean exactly? Well, staying on brand really at the end of the day has never been easier with Adobe Express. It really allows you to add a brand kit, which means that it lets you allow yourself to have your unique fonts, your brands, your colors, your templates, your graphics all in one place. And that really allows you to apply that to any design in just one click. So you can even lock elements to really keep your team in sync no matter what you're creating, which is really helpful and easy, right? So imagine your team creates a presentation within minutes, but every single slide matches your brand. It matches your story you're trying to tell. Now, what does that mean for your workflow, right? What does that mean for your workflow? It'll really save you a bunch of time. Now, building a strong brand starts with a couple things, right? So you got to focus on the basics: logos, colors, fonts, graphics. First, you really got to focus on defining your core elements. So what does that mean? That means creating the foundation of your brand's identity. And really, at the end of the day, that ensures that you're instantly recognizable. You've probably seen a lot of people on this stage or talking at tech tracks, and they're instantly recognizable because they've got a style that they're showing you and telling you, and you know when you see their content, that's them. Right? So you want to be instantly recognizable in that way. Now, next, you really want to centralize that information in something like a brand kit, for example, right? Like, this is where you really want to apply your brand to any project. It really helps you maintain consistency and professionalism all across your platforms. And then also, you really want to take advantage of the templates that are available as well. Really allows you to save time, simplify collaboration, all that good stuff. So this is really where you house and share and allow yourself to stay in sync with yourself and your team, right? There should be a video playing, but I'm not sure why, but that's cute. So let's first recap what I just talked about, right? So first, you really want to define your core elements: your logo, your colors, your fonts. And then next, you want to centralize that brand kit, right, into your brand kit using Adobe Express for consistency and professionalism. And then finally, you want to use templates to save time. You can create a template in Adobe Express and save that to your brand kit, so you can keep reiterating it, sharing with your team, making sure you're staying consistent with whatever you're trying to share online and beyond. Now, the nice part about it, once your brand kit is set up, you'll notice this video is working amazingly. Once your brand kit is set up, you can effortlessly incorporate your fonts, your colors, your graphics into any template that's available in Adobe Express with just one click. So you see here, that's what's happening now. You know, I've got my brand kit. It's applying to this template. I can keep reiterating. Maybe I want the colors to be a little different. Maybe I want the fonts to change. I can easily adjust where needed, which is really great. So remember this: brands with consistent visuals are 3.5 times more likely to be perceived as trustworthy with their audience. So all you have to do is stay consistent, and you become 3.5 times more professional and trustworthy. It's a really big deal and very necessary. Lights, camera, sound, guys. This is where your content truly comes alive. We all know where it is, right? So creating content, creating engaging videos really has never been easier as well in Adobe Express. Using templates, one-tap animations, thousands of sound effects. And keep in mind as well, when you use music and sound effects in your content, it makes your content 60% more engaging. So keeping in mind, adding sound, adding audio really helps affect the way your content is engaged with, 60% more. Now, dynamic visuals at the end of the day are essential. You can obviously create those in Adobe Express, which is great. It's essential for capturing attention. The quality of your content really elevates, and also animations in particular. So you'll see we've got a bunch of animations in here, which is awesome. They're a really powerful tool to make designs stand out, and I'm excited to show you in a little bit what you can also do with your Photoshop files, your Illustrator files, your your InDesign, and your PDFs, which is amazing. But in particular, it really adds movement and life to otherwise static elements, which captures that attention for you and beyond. And pairing these visuals with sound effects really enhances your mood, enhances the impact, and you know, it's a really critical way to change the tone and set the tone for your content and what you're trying to accomplish. So you'll see in here, there was a sample of the TikTok Symphony Assistant at the end. It's looping back around, but you can also pull from our extensive stock library. You can add audio, all that good stuff. But we also have the TikTok Symphony Assistant, which is really, really cool. It's an add-on in Adobe Express that helps you find insights in trending content, helps you brainstorm creative ideas, it lets you write scripts, and it all pulls that information from TikTok. So you have that specific data from TikTok to help you elevate your content and the videos that you're creating. So here, you know, we're showing the audio. You can click into TikTok Symphony Assistant. I'll obviously clear it out, clear my chat history, but you can provide TikTok insights, brainstorm creative ideas, scripts, you can find trending music, all that good stuff directly in Adobe Express, which is really cool. All right, so this is the fun stuff right here. These are add-ons. Add-ons are really designed to make your process more inclusive and intuitive. I'm all about inclusivity. We really got to keep it thoughtful on who we're presenting our content to. And so with this specific thing, Attention Insight, it's really amazing. This allows you to use AI to show maps and heat maps to show what people are paying attention to in your content. And think about it this way, focus maps and heat maps have been shown to increase engagement by 20 to 30%. So utilizing this will help you dictate what are people looking at, what are people paying attention to when it comes to your content, and how are they engaging with it. We also have color blindness simulator, bunch of different other add-ons in there as well, so be sure to check that out. We're constantly adding new ones. Okay, so imagination unleashed. This is what Adobe Express is all about, removing barriers and empowering creators like you really to share your wildest ideas, okay? So Adobe Firefly, which may have heard of, is really our pride and joy, to be honest with you, because it revolutionizes the way that creators and businesses generate captivating visuals with text to image, text effects. This is a really big deal for us. So it's designed with creators and small businesses in mind. And what does that mean exactly? Well, that means that Firefly transforms prompts and eye-catching content that's commercially safe. Now, have you ever had a piece of content where you're not so sure how the copyright will behave? If you use it, will you get in trouble? Can you sell it? Can you market it? Can you post it? Well, that's not a problem here, especially in Adobe Express, because when it comes to commercially safe, that means your content not only stands out, but it's fully protected to use in marketing, branding, and sales. You're not going to find that in a lot of AI out here. I'm not going to lie, you're really not, because they're scraping the internet. We're not scraping the internet. That's not what we're doing. We're paying our contributors, and it's directly from Adobe stock, okay? So Firefly ensures that you can confidently create your concepts without worrying at all about what will happen when you utilize it. And that really protects your reputation, your work, and your business. And that's really important at the end of the day, okay? So you can see I'm like using our generative AI in Adobe Express. Now I'm adding a prompt. I basically uploaded an image of my office in New York, and I did a prompt that kind of I would like to recreate it with, and that really at the end of the day gave me a couple options. We've got 4 different options. It'll give me some different effects, all that good stuff. And at the end of the day, that's really about giving you flexibility, speed, and confidence to create some standout content. So you'll see that's my office. And then I've uploaded it as a composition reference. And when I get those outputs, it's going to match exactly that. So plan, post, and repeat. Right? Consistency is key in building a strong presence and engaging your audience. So with Adobe Express, you can instantly resize all your designs to match any social media campaign, which is really exciting. So this, for example, right here, Generative Expand, we also have in Adobe Express. You may recognize that from Photoshop, but that's also in Adobe Express, which is really exciting. This allows you to extend images beyond the original boundaries really seamlessly. We also have the ability to use thousands of resize options. We've got tons of recommendations on the side from every single social media you can possibly think of, every kind of print, every kind of marketing opportunity, anything you really can imagine. And all you have to do is click in there, do duplicate and resize, and you will get tons of different pages and formats to allow yourself to showcase that artwork beyond where you would like it to be. So we also have a scheduler. This will plan and publish content on Facebook, Instagram, X, aka Twitter, TikTok, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. And you can even do caption generation, which is really nice. You can utilize AI to generate captions specifically to what you would like to present to the world. So you'll see we've got our caption generator, which is really cool. And I'll type something in, hit generate. I'll be able to allow myself to do a short caption, a long caption, and it'll really give me some really great options there. So you see, I can rewrite it, I can generate something new, all that good stuff. So it's a really great starting point to really get started and share your content, right? So you can connect up to 3 accounts. This is the scheduler right here. We've got all the different platforms, of course, and we've got suggested content ideas. We've got, neatly organized unscheduled posts on the side as well, which is really cool. So definitely dive into that. It's really helpful. And you do have to know that people save about 6 hours every week when you schedule a post, right? You're not manually posting. That's a lot of time that you can be doing something else. So save yourself 6 hours by utilizing scheduling, right? Okay, so Adobe Express seamlessly integrates, like I said, Photoshop, Illustrator, PDFs, and InDesign that we just added, which is really cool. That makes us different than anybody else. You can import your content and keep it going and keep elevating it. So, for example, this is a Photoshop file that I've got here, and you can see all the layers, you can see all the different things I can use and elevate, and basically I'll have my PSD. When I go into Express, drag that PSD into Express, and I'll get 2 different options. So that first option means that if I upload it, it'll link directly back to that Photoshop file and update directly into Adobe Express. But if I want to convert that PSD into a brand new Adobe Express file, I can do that as well. And this is where I'll be able to have all those individual layers. I can animate it, I can resize it, I can do so much fun stuff in Adobe Express that I probably couldn't have done anywhere else as easier. So this is really cool at the end of the day to really help engage your content and have a little bit more fun. But I know I'm running out of time, you guys, so start for free if you don't have it. By the way, if you have Creative Cloud, you already have it for free. If you have Photoshop, Illustrator, all that good stuff, try Adobe Express. You already have it. It's included in your membership, right? And so at the end of the day, you get tons of stuff, 155,000 templates, 500,000 Adobe stock, 44,000 assets, 290,000 icons, 25 monthly generated credits, and this is all for free, by the way. Import Photoshop and Illustrator files, use Translator, complete drag and drop video, generate QR codes, convert videos to GIF, real-time collaborate, use content scheduler, and so much more, okay? And guess what? It's all commercially safe. Okay, like we talked about, commercially safe. Protect your brand, protect your business, protect yourself. You guys, it's been fun. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate you all. And I hope that I've inspired you to explore Adobe Express with its unlimited capabilities. Scan the QR code, follow me. I'm a community advocate at Adobe, so that means my job is to listen to you. If you have feedback, if you have good love to share, whatever you need, I'm here for you, and I'm your voice in Adobe. So thank you so much. Have a good time, you guys.
So much, Elise, for that practical and inspiring session. I hope, guys, those design tips are going to help you, and they're going to be game changers for you. Now let's explore the positive side of technology. Our next guest will discuss Snapchat's mission to connect people and empower them. Now guys, I want you to help me with this. I'm gonna count to 3, and when we reach 3, I want us all to say Snapchat together. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, Snapchat! Guys, we can do louder than that. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, Snapchat! All right, please welcome the General Manager of Snap Inc. Media, Hussein Freja, VP and moderator and principal analyst at eMarketer, Jasmine Emberg.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Jasmine Enberg. I'm Vice President and Principal Analyst at eMarketer, where I lead our coverage of social media and the creator economy. We are here today to talk about Snapchat and the power of positive technology. But Hussein, first I wanted to talk a little bit about you, because Hussein Frazier is the General Manager and Vice President of Snapchat for MENA. You were also the very first hire for Snapchat in this region. Can you give us a little bit more about your background and your role at Snap?
First of all, thank you so much for the intro for Snapchat. Just for everybody to know, the people who shouted are the Snapchat employees here. So you'll hear them shouting more often in this session. That's part of the job. No, it's been a great journey so far. 8 years at Snap. I was the first employee with the team. We were very lucky to be part of that journey for Snap, being in a company that's at the forefront of innovation in the whole content creation and communication space, as well in a region where Snap is really, really popular. So it's been really, really fun to be here.
So 8 years you've been at Snapchat. Snapchat itself has been around for 13 years. And when it first launched, at least in the US, it was considered a bit of a social media rebel because it offered a very different experience than the platforms that dominated at the time. I'm thinking about Facebook and Twitter. It caught on very quickly, especially with teenagers and college students like myself who've grown up with the app. And it also caught on incredibly quickly here in the GCC. So can you tell us a little bit about why Snapchat has been so popular and remains so popular in this region?
I think just going back to why Snapchat was very popular in the first place when it was launched. When the founders of Snap, Evan and Bobby, created Snap, at that time, social media was at the peak. And we're already seeing the big advantages and the goods about social media and connecting people, helping us connect and share content that we all enjoyed. At that time, social media started to show its dark side. People started feeling a lot of pressure when they post online. They started feeling a lot of pressure to be perfect. It started becoming more of a town hall. We started seeing things like quality of content, or that infinite feed, or fake news, or and the amount of content posted was going more or less as your friend list increased. And the expense of that was people started to stop being able to become themselves online, because they have to think a lot before they post anything, because you have 500 or 600 followers. And the connection with the people that we care most about, our friends and family, was lost in that space. So they wanted to protect that and created Snapchat as a communication tool, actually, to help to keep the investment and innovation into allowing people to connect, and specifically friends and family. So we had features like disappearing messages. We didn't have any likes and shares, which made people way more comfortable being themselves. And creators picked on that, and Snap became really popular. So if you ask Evan, is Snapchat a social media? Actually, he would tell you it's not. Actually, it's an antidote to social media. It's the opposite of what social media is. And that resonated really well here. First, as a baseline, this region is really connected. So when you look at any new technology, any new platforms that came up in the region, you've seen a lot of popularity, and people adopt them, and people try to use them because people are young. The infrastructure is really advanced, and the barrier, the cost to data and phones is really low. So you see most of the platforms doing really well from reach perspective and engagement. But when you go to a country like Saudi, or you talk to our local Emiratis here, or in Kuwait or Qatar, you would find out very quickly that Snap is really special. Specifically in this time that we're living in. With our innovation on allowing people to stay connected with family and friends, with technology like AR, some people call it filters and lenses, this helped a lot create a digital version of how we communicate together. When we sit together, me and you, talking and catching up as friends, we don't have a recorder next to us. The moment you put a recorder, the dynamic changes. Snap is a non-recorder kind of communication between people, and people like that. The visual part was really amazing, bringing emotions and richness to how people communicate together. all of that resonated really well. But when you look at the current stage we're in now, the GCC region is going through a massive transformation. And in that transformation, our young generation that uses Snapchat has way more options, career options, social options. They are way more active. So as a result, they want to protect the connections they have with family and friends when they're not available anymore. Snapchat is the closest they have to that personal experience, but in a digital world.
So I want to talk more about this close connection with friends and family, as well as content on Snapchat and how it is an antidote to social media, to borrow Evan's term. But first, because we're here celebrating the power of the creator economy, I wanted to get your perspective on broader creator economy trends. I know in the US, we're at this kind of pivotal moment within the creator economy where it's finally been legitimized, and marketers and CMOs are understanding that they really need to be working with creators and influencers in order to reach audiences. But in many ways, the GCC has been ahead of the trend in this, with brands, turning to creators and influencers already long before. So can you tell us a little bit about, the dynamics of the creator economy here in this region?
Well, when I look at the creator economy in the region, specifically within the GCC region, you would see a very, very different economy than the one you're used to in more developed countries like Europe or US. Not less developed, not more developed, just very different. And the foundation of that is coming from when you look at the content ecosystem 10 years ago, when creators started to become a key influential aspect of internet content in general, there was always a massive gap in Arabic content in this part of the world. If you're in the industry 10 years ago, we always had this insight where like 5% of the internet population speaks Arabic, but only less than 1%, actually, if you ask ChatGPT, is 0.5% of the content is Arabic. So a huge, massive gap in Arabic content that has been always there, is still there till now. And that's a result of majority of ad-supported content platforms, like digital platforms, websites, blogs, didn't really succeed, with the exception of a couple of really good examples, to be a massive provider of content to people. And creators filled this gap 10 years ago. And when they came to fill this gap, they were all very, very early stage entrepreneurs. A lot of them never had a job before. A lot of them never created content before. So when they came to try and fill this gap, they tried traditional social media, but that was too public. It was too scary for them to iterate and fail, because those guys are coming in really new. They wanted a platform that allowed them to iterate in a safe environment without being bullied or being pressured to succeed very quickly. And Snapchat was that platform. It was okay if my piece of content wasn't good in the beginning. I could iterate on it multiple times without getting bombarded with bad comments or bullying or people telling me it's not good. So they found Snapchat as this platform that allows them to do that safely. By time, because they were doing it safely, they became real, they became authentic, and they became more able to be themselves and when they communicate to their audiences, and people like that. So since then, you found a massive difference in engagement from Snapstars on the platform versus what you see outside.
From a product perspective, at least, in the US, Snap has admittedly been a little bit later to the creator space, though, than if you think about platforms like Instagram. But to your point, the creator community is thriving, especially here, but also in other markets. Snap actually often comes up in a lot of my conversations with creators and with brands today about platforms that they're planning to focus on. So what kinds of things are you doing right now to support creators on the platform?
I think just first on the late on creators, I think we were very early. We created stories.
You did, that
right?
is true.
So I think from an innovation perspective, Snap has been massive in terms of focus on innovating on creator products that allows creators to do exactly what we just talked about. I think now when you look at how Snap is evolving as a communication tool and really protecting this idea of being authentic, being yourself, staying connected to the people you care most about. I think in that environment, you've seen Snap investing massively in the last couple of years into the creator ecosystem. In the beginning, last year, we tested this idea of allowing new creators to worry less about money when they create. So we launched a revenue share program with creators that gave really generous revenue share to new creators.
That's the Snap Stars program.
Yes, and as a result, what happened is we've seen a massive correlation, a really strong one, between when you allow people to focus on content and tell them, you know, don't worry about the money now, or less worry about the money, and the quality and the amount of content they would create. And that was a big success. And now it's a big, massive investment from Snapchat globally and here in the region that allowed people to get into the creator ecosystem, but as well be able to focus on creation. Then there's the design of Snap. We announced that we're evolving our design for Snap this year to simplify the experiences that the creator have. And that would be massive for us in terms of allowing more creators to have access to the community here, and as well giving them more strong backend in terms of ranking and how they are being discovered, etc. And lastly, allowing those creators to connect with brands. Snap in this region is one of the strongest from a brand advertising perspective. So being able to use that strength Snap here and connect them with creators, specifically new ones, is something we're going to be very focused on.
So let's talk about the app redesign. I know it's called a simplified version. It includes a unified entertainment feed with public stories and Spotlight, Spotlight, excuse me. Does that change the approach at all to content creation for creators? Should they be thinking about Snapchat content in a different way, having, you know, these two types of content in the same feed?
Yeah, I think like if you know Snap well, the content experience now sits on Discover and on Spotlight. And unifying both, but as well supporting the new platform with new technology on machine learning and AI that allows influencers, creators, and developers to be able to tap into those audiences and be found easier is a big win for creators. As well, being able to allow those creators to know how success on Snap, it would be way more simple and easier to know what success looks like. One of the major challenges when I talk to a lot of influencers who are on Instagram or TikTok is like, how can I be more successful on Snap? And now that would be an easier discussion. But the last thing, I think it's really important for brands too, to understand how the ecosystem at Snap works. So a more simplified version will simplify the process for creators. I think one key area that you'll see a big difference on is for this to work, we need to massively increase the number of creators on the platform, and that is a massive support.
How do you do that?
As well. I think if you look at the health of Snap stars, the top creators of Snap, that's an industry for us that is extremely strong. And we're going to keep investing in that. And with that, we just launched our creator studio in Saudi to make sure that we enhance and kind of take it to the next level when it comes to communication and engagement and how we can make them more successful. I think when we talk about emerging creators, new creators that we see coming massively, first of all, those are the creators driving a lot of the engagement that's happening on social media now. While the number of followers normally plateaus with big creators, you see a lot of engagement happening for new creators. So we want to support that. So we will do a lot in terms of partnerships with the ecosystem to do that at scale. There's a lot of semi-government and government initiatives in UAE,
like this,
what
for
we're
example?
in now, and in Saudi and in Qatar, that allows us to access way more programs, that allows us to support the journey of the new creator coming to Snap. But as well, I think a big part of our learning is the success of this cohort of creators highly depends on how much you relieve them from the commercial side in the beginning. A lot of the new creators are very, very limited, and they see a lot of success the moment they worry more about content than about the commercials. A lot of them focus on commercials too early. That impacts the quality of content, the relationship with brands, the relationship with the consumer. So playing a part in allowing them to have an early stage that helps them focus on content creation rather than commercialization, I think could play a big role in scaling that ecosystem.
So content first is what you're saying.
Content first, and the ecosystem has to come together to allow them to do that. It's not an easy thing to do, but I think the pieces are there. We just need to play a role in bringing it together into a more sustainable, scaled support structure for emerging creators.
So besides stories, one area that Snapchat has definitely been a pioneer in is AR. And I was actually at the Snapchat Partner Summit in LA in September when Evan Spiegel launched the new version of Spectacles. how should creators be thinking about wearable devices like spectacles or AR on the platform as they're forming their strategies?
So if you're in the creator space now, this is a really, really, really exciting time. I say that because of multiple factors. Number one, if you're in a creator space, you're really bored of the format. We've been doing this format for a really long time, that video format with your face on and taking a video and then editing it. We had an Adobe presentation before. I think that format with the power of AR and VR and AI is going to have a massive support in terms of evolving that format to become way more scalable, way more engaging, and way more engaging. So I think AR plays a huge role in there. I think AI coming in will take that to the next level from how we scale it and as well the quality.
And you already have some AI, AR filters,
Totally.
no? Yeah.
I think Gen AI played a big role in making AR very accessible, but actually 100x better quality and 100x faster. So AR will, as a computing, like for people who do not know what AR is augmented reality. It's kind of like a computing, adding computing to our world. So I could put a glass or put my phone on now and take a picture or a video here, but add a computing anything to this environment, which is an open canvas for creativity, for innovation, but as well bringing a new aspect of how we educate people and how we engage people from a fun perspective. You know that on Snap through lenses, which played a big role in adding a massive dimension to our relationships when we communicate together. But I think AI coming in did a lot to the technology part of how we support the ecosystem. So supporting content creators to use AR in their creation, you're going to see us a lot focused on AR developers, people who are coming in to develop AR experiences that creators could use. But as well, that content, mobile has been the key component of where this content shows. We've been innovating a lot on the glasses space with others as well, which makes this an ecosystem play. So the moment you develop the AR development ecosystem and creators adoption, then you'll find a lot of use cases for how you use that in glasses and others. But then technology and AR and AI is helping us a lot on the brand side. So we are investing a lot in machine learning that allows us to really help brands find creators on the platforms. We're seeing third-party ecosystem now investing massively. Like one of the really exciting projects we looked at, we take credit because they're ex-Snap people. There's a platform called Halo that was launched just recently that actually automates through AI the whole process between micro and nano creators and emerging creators and brands. And you could do a whole collaboration from A to Z in 15 minutes, which is a massive, massive progress in that ecosystem. And you have tons of those examples that are really exciting.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of applications for creators, a lot of applications for brands. We have just about 30 seconds left of our chat. And so if you could give one piece of advice to creators in this room, what would it be?
Yeah, I think in 30 seconds, I think in the last 8 to 10 years, it was okay that we give our consumers a very, very curated experience for them. But it is really clear now, people want more balance. Curated is great. We always need to curate content for people, but people want authenticity. People want to follow and be inspired by people who relate to them. I think this is the next challenge for creators and us helping them do that. How can I be authentic and add value to this audience? Because providing a kind of keeping at creating this overly produced persona online so far has been plateauing and saturated. And I think we're seeing all the signals that shows that authenticity and being relatable is a requirement now. And that's a massive difference in how we create content. And I think we'll invest a lot in helping creators do that. But it's a realization we as an industry has to see in terms of its impact on the economy and the creator ecosystem, but as well impact on the wider society perspective. So it's something that excites me a lot.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, Hussein.
Appreciate it. That was fun.
Thank you so much to Hussein and Jasmine for this session. another session where we all learn it's more about authenticity and creating than actually curating everything. And now the next session is also super duper interesting because it's going to be for those who are interested in media and economics. Big and warm applause for Mohammed Abu Talib and Ashraf Ibrahim.
يا اهلا وسهلا جميعا، شو اخباركم؟ A lot of familiar faces. دكتور شو اخبارك؟ ان شاء الله بخير.
اهلا وسهلا.
زين دكتور، انا ببدا بسؤال بديهي جدا.
كويس.
ليش قررت تصير دكتور؟ ليش عوار راس؟ وشو علاقة امك في الموضوع؟
عرفت الكلام ده ازاي؟
عندي مصادر، لازم الشخص اللي يجلس على هالكرسي يكون
لا
محضر.
انت تيجي تشتغل مخبر مكاني بقى.
ان شاء الله، اذا عندك وظائف انا جاهز.
طيب يعني يعني انا بعتقد ان احنا يعني كلنا يعني بنمر بمواقف معينه اظن ان هي يعني بتعمل تغيرات جذريه، يعني هي بتبقى مواقف بتغير السلوكيات بتاعتنا بشكل جذري. يعني كل شخص مننا بيمر بالمواقف دي، الحياه بعدها بتبقى مختلفه تماما عن قبلها يعني. واظن ان الموقف اللي حصل واللي انت يعني بتتكلم عنه تحديدا هو كان حصل لي وانا في ثالثه ابتدائي. يعني في الوقت ده كنت انا بهرب من المدرسه. فالمهم يعني وانا طبعا انا من قريه في محافظه في مصر يعني. فكان المدرسه الابتدائيه بتاعتنا على اطراف القريه. يعني تحديدا كان في مدرس لغه عربيه كان بيمد الطلبه. فكنت بهرب، يعني اليوم بتاع الحصه بتاعته كنت بهرب من المدرسه فيه يعني. وفي يوم وانا بمارس الهوايه اللطيفه بتاعتي في الهروب يعني، المفروض ان انا بخرج الصبح من البيت على اساس رايح المدرسه وبعد كده بزوغ في الشوارع بتاعه القريه يعني. ولحظي السيء او الكويس معرفش، في واحده صديقه امي الله يرحمها مسكتني، يعني شافتني في الشارع. الكلام ده يمكن يعني نتكلم على الساعه 10 11. انت بتعمل ايه هنا؟ فطبعا مسكتني وعلى البيت بقى.
ما كان في ضرب دكتور؟
لا مفيش ضرب.
اكيد.
لا مفيش. وهي يعني ست طيبه جدا ولسه لحد دلوقتي ربنا يديها الصحه عايشه يعني. فالمهم هي اخدتني بقى على البيت. ولما وصلنا البيت لقيت امي. طبعا احنا يعني في القرى بيكون في حجره كده زي حجره الجلوس بنسميها اوضه الضيوف يعني. فهي دخلت وانا قدامها وكانت امي موجوده، وبعدين قالت لها هربان من المدرسه. طبعا في اللحظه دي يعني امي بكت بكاء شديد جدا، لان هي كانت رغم ان هي كانت ست ريفيه بسيطه الا انها كانت حريصه جدا على التعليم، وكانت ست لطيفه جدا يعني فالمهم هي يعني انفجرت في البكاء، وكأنها يعني بتقول يعني شايفه الغرس بتاعها بينهار قدامها يعني. وطبعا هي ما كلمتنيش خالص، يعني هي بس كل اللي قالته ليه كده. وطبعا يعني لا ضربت ولا شتمت ولا اي حاجه. طبعا الموقف ده وخلص الموقف على كده يعني. بس هو ما خلصش عندي يعني. هو يعني انا بقى هو انا ليه بعمل كده فعلا؟ يعني ليه اسبب الاذى ده لامي والدموع دي غاليه جدا عليا يعني. فالمهم من اللحظه دي قررت ان انا يعني لا يعني يكون في تغيير شويه، يعني اشوف بقى المدرسه دي انتوا بتعملوا ايه بقى. فاظن ان هو حصل يمكن تحول شويه في الوقت ده. علشان كده حتى يعني الكلام ده كان في ثالثه ابتدائي، في رابعه ابتدائي وخمسه ابتدائي الموضوع تحول تماما يعني. بقيت حد من المتفوقين في الفصل. المدرسات زمان او المدرسين في الطلبه المتفوقين كانوا بيدوهم نجمه في الكراسه بتاعتهم، فكان يعني الحصص كلها نجوم، وحصل تغير كبير بعدها يعني. الموضوع كمل معايا بعد كده، وقلت يعني اخدت قرار بيني وبين نفسي. طبعا يعني في ابتدائي انا ما كنتش اعرف يعني ايه اصلا دكتوراه ولا يعني ايه تدريس في الجامعه وكده، بس كان كل اللي انا اعرفه ان هو انا المفروض يعني انا عايز اطلع حاجه كويسه عشان ارضي امي في الحته بتاعه التعليم دي. ايه هي انا ما اعرفش.
زين، اللي عارفه دكتور انت بديت حقوق.
بالظبط.
ليش حولت اقتصاد؟
يعني ما هو هكمل لك بس. طبعا يعني لما جينا في الثانويه والدتي توفت وانا في ثانيه ثانوي، وده برضو من الحاجات اللي هي يعني سببت يعني جرح كبير جوايا، يعني لن ولم يلتئم يعني. فبعدها طبعا يعني قررت ان انا يعني برا بوالدتي ان انا اشوف اعلى شهاده موجوده في التعليم اللي هي الدكتوراه واركز فيها واخدها يعني. جيت طبعا انا دخلت كليه حقوق، وقررت ان انا يعني انا محتاج ان انا اتفوق في الكليه علشان اكمل بعد كده الماجستير والدكتوراه يعني. فمن هنا كان القرار بتاع الدكتوراه تحديدا يعني.
زين، التحول من حقوق لين اقتصاد، شو السر؟
يعني دي قصة لطيفة يعني. حقوق طبعا فيها قسم اقتصاد. يعني أنا بدأ يعني أقع في الغرام بتاع المساحة الاقتصادية دي من الكلية تحديدا. في قسم اقتصاد في حقوق، وكنا بندرس طبعا المواد اللي هي الاقتصادية يعني. فمبادئ الاقتصاد الجزئي، مبادئ الاقتصاد الكلي، النظرية الاقتصادية، السياسات النقدية، العلاقات الاقتصادية بين الدول، الحاجات اللي هي وتحديدا الحاجات المتعلقة بالاقتصاد الجزئي، العرض والطلب والمرونة بتاعت والعوامل اللي بتأثر في الأسعار. وكان في يعني رسومات بيانية وشغل. أنا طبعا يعني من الوقت ده بدأت أحب المجال جدا يعني، ولقيت نفسي فيه يعني أنا بفهم كويس في الحاجات دي وحاببها جدا. فمن هنا قررت إن أنا أكمل في الاقتصاد يعني. طبعا هو برضو ده ما حصلش بعدها مباشرة بعد ما أنا اتخرجت يعني. كان في محاولات كده. طبعا معظم الناس اللي هي بتخرج من حقوق المفروض ان هي بتشتغل في المحاماة. انا طبعا في الكلية يعني كنت من المتفوقين في الكلية يعني. مثلا وكان عندنا مادة اسمها القانون الجنائي، كنت انا يعني متفوق جدا فيها، بجيب امتياز تقريبا كل سنة. وكان رئيس القسم كان يعني وعدني ان هو انا اشتغل معاه في المكتب بتاعه، وده كان حلم كبير حتى للطلبة كلهم في الوقت ده، لأن هو كان حد أسطورة يعني. فبعد ما اتخرجت هو يعني رحت له المكتب بتاعه في القاهرة. طبعا الكلام ده كله الكلية كانت في الزقازيق. رحت له في القاهرة واتفقنا ان احنا يعني اشتغل معاه في المكتب. ولكن طبعا يعني في صديق من ايام الكلية نصحني، هو كان متدين شوية، قال لي يعني يا اشرف انا عارف ان انت شاطر جدا في المجال في الحته دي يعني، وانا بنصحك نصيحه، الفلوس بتاعه المحامين بالذات الجنايات فيها شبهه، فنصيحه لوجه الله يعني بلاش تشتغل، لان الطريق ده يعني انت مشيت فيه ما ينفعش ترجع تاني. وقد كان يعني بعد ما اتفقت مع الدكتور ان انا اشتغل معاه في المكتب تراجعت وما كملتش يعني. علشان بس يعني حته الشبهه، وانا خفت من نفسي برضو يعني. المحامين عندنا، المحامين بتوع الجنايات الكبار، المحامي هيكون شاطر لو هو يعني بيقدر يطلع، حتى لو هو شخص يعني شيخ منصر تمام، يعني هيبقى شاطر لو هو طلعه براءه يعني. فهو التركيز بيكون في الحته دي. مصدر الفلوس بقى لا، ده احنا يعني مش مهتمين مصدر الفلوس ده جاي منين بالظبط. فهو يعني فعلا الموضوع يعني فيه شويه يعني الى حد ما شبهه. فعلشان كده اخدت قرار ان انا يعني ما اكملش في السكه دي.
زي انا بعد نفس العصفوره الاولى قالت لي ان انت كنت تشتغل وانت صغير.
الايه؟
العصفورة قالت لي كنت تشتغل وانت صغير وفي قصة لها علاقة بالقصب، شو قصة القصب دكتور؟
لا ده انت جايب حاجات يعني يعني موضوع القصب باختصار هو يعني انا يعني على مدار حياتي كنت بشتغل من وانا صغير، يعني تقريبا ما فيش سنه من السنوات اثناء الدراسه يعني او في الاجازات، ما فيش سنه من السنوات يعني كنت من غير شغل. وده مش لحاجه مثلا متعلقه بان الاسره مثلا كانت في ضائقه ماليه او شيء من هذا القبيل، بالعكس احنا يعني كان والدي موظف في الحكومه وكنا اسره متوسطه يعني زي يعني ميسورة الحال يعني مش، بس أنا كنت بحب الشغل وبحب دايما إن أنا أتحرك في مساحات مختلفة. فعلشان كده يمكن برضو يعني أول حاجة بدأتها في موضوع التجارة ده وأنا صغير كان القصب اللي أنت بتتكلم عليه ده يعني كنت شفت طبعا أكتر من حد في القرية كده كان بيجيب القصب ويحطه كده والناس تيجي تشتري منه، فأنا قلت أنا هعمل ده. وقد كان يعني شفت مثلا قرية كده جنبنا فيها مزرعة، فأخدت واحد صاحبي احنا كل ده مثلا 9 سنين يعني، وأخدنا عربية كارو بحمار ورحنا رحنا المزرعة دي وجبنا القصب ومن هنا يعني كان يعني اتخلقت نوع من العلاقة كده مع البيزنس والتجارة وحب الحاجات دي يعني.
بما أن البزنس في الدي ان اي مالك وانت صغير، الحين بعيدا عن البرنامج المخبر الاقتصادي، شو المشاريع اللي تسويها؟ شو البزنسات اللي عندك؟
يعني الموضوع طبعا يعني حصل فيه نضج كبير جدا وتوسع وتنوع كبير جدا، لانه زي ما قلت لك كده يعني كان على مدار السنوات كلها شغل في حاجات مختلفة جدا يعني. الوقت الحالي طبعا يعني انا يا اما بزنس انا عملته وبديره، يا اما ضخيت فيه استثمارات يعني. فطبعا في تنوع كبير في المجالات بتاعه البيزنس دلوقتي. احنا بنتكلم يعني مثلا على سبيل المثال، وخلينا نختصر يعني علشان يعني مش حابب ان احنا ناخد وقت طويل في الحته
عشان العين شكله دكتور.
لا مش فكره عين يعني، عشان بس يعني مش فالمهم يعني اول حاجه مثلا احنا بنتكلم في مجال توريدات المطاعم. يعني احنا عندنا مصنع عيش او خبز بنورد للمطاعم بتاعه القاهره، واخدين ماركت شير من اكبر يعني اكبر نسبه من السوق في القاهره. شغالين برضو في العقارات في موديل معين كده خاص بالعقارات، يمكن الشركات الكبيره يعني ما بتتحركش فيه، بس احنا واخدين بالنا منه والحمد لله بنكسب منه، ودوره راس المال فيه صغيره جدا، ويعني هو متأيف على الحجم بتاعنا. في برضو حاجات متعلقه بالقطاع الزراعي واستصلاح الاراضي، برضو شغالين فيها، بنعمر الصحراء زي ما بيقولوا.
يعني تاخذون ارض وتخلون الارض قابله للزراعه.
بالظبط، يعني هي بتكون ارض لسه بكر زي ما بيقولوا، بناخدها وبنجهزها بالبنيه التحتيه بتاعتها، وبعد كده يا اما بنزرعها او بنبيعها، يعني بنجهزها للزراعه. في برضو مجال تاني متعلق بالسوفت وير. انا عندي شركه في 2021 استحوذت على شركه خاصه بالسوفت وير، والمفروض ان هي شغاله على اكتر من ابلكيشن في المساحه بتاعه الفinTech. في برضو يعني شركه او هو مصنع يعتبر اكبر شركه في الوطن العربي متخصصه في تصنيع مكن الCNC. دي برضو يعني ليا استثمارات فيها. في برضو ابلكيشن بتاع وده لسه احنا مطلعينه من اسبوعين في مصر، متعلق ببيع وشراء وتخزين السبائك الذهب. ان شاء الله يعني المصريين اللي في القاعه هنا يعني خلال الشهور الجايه فهي دي يعني طبعا في حاجات تانية يعني متعلقه بالاستشارات. في مجال مهم وخطير جدا هو اداره برضو المحافظ الاستثماريه للافراد. ده انا بداته بشكل شخصي، ان احنا كان عندنا محفظه وانا كنت بديرها، وبعد كده الموضوع يعني تحول ل احنا عندنا قطاع كبير من المهنيين اصحاب الدخول العاليه، زي مثلا الاطباء، زي لعيبه الكوره، زي الناس دي دخلها عالي جدا، ولكن عندها مشكله كبيره في اداره الثروه او الدخل اللي بيدخل لها ده. فاحنا كمان بنتحرك في المساحه بتاعه المحافظ الاستثماريه. طبعا الموضوع لسه يعني دلوقتي على مستوى الافراد، بس يعني ممكن قريب جدا احوله بشكل مؤسسي يعني.
زين ما شاء الله كل هالمشاريع دكتور، وبعدك تكتب المحتوى بنفسك؟
انا وصديق بس اللي بنكتب كل حلقات المخبر الاقتصادي يعني.
من A to Z؟ حتى البحث
طبعا ده اساسي.
زين
يعني انا بعتبر ان الحلقات في المخبر الاقتصادي هي زي البيبي كده، يعني انت بتاخد المراحل بتاعته لحد ما بيتعرض، فهو محتاج عنايه واهتمام. وهي المساحه دي مساحه معقده شويه ومتداخله، وبتحتاج قدر كبير من، يعني اولا لازم يكون عندك خلفيه اكاديميك قويه جدا، وعندك القدره انك تبسط المفاهيم المعقده، او يعني زي ما احنا كنا بنقول دايما تطلع الحاجات الموجوده في الكتب الاكاديميه دي وتربطها بالواقع وتبسطها للناس، بحيث ان الراجل اللي هو العادي في الشارع يقدر ان هو يفهم الكلام ده. فدي حاجه. الحاجه الثانيه طبعا متعلقه بالقدره الكبيره على البحث. فكل الكلام ده بيطلع في الاخر السكريبت. طبعا لازم المعالجه، لازم السرديه، المحاور تكون في محاور بتسلم بعضها، يعني هي بالظبط زي ستوري انت بتخلقها. فهي طبعا يعني بتحتاج قدر كبير من المهاره والفن يعني. فانا بالنسبه لي ما يعني، وده مش غرور، بس يعني انا ما بيعجبنيش المحتوى في الحته دي، لازم انا اللي اتعب فيه وانا اللي اعمل سيرش واطلعه، غير بس طبعا الصديق اللي انا بتكلم عليه ده اللي بيكتب معايا يعني.
عنده ثقل كبير شكله صديق.
طبعا يعني احنا خلاص يعني احنا بقالنا 10 سنين شغالين في المساحه دي، ويعني اساسا من 2010 لحد ما عملت القناه في نص 2018 يعني انا كنت شغال في مساحه الصحافه الاقتصاديه، ففي قدر كبير من الخبره والمهاره الحمد لله يعني، وبقينا فاهمين الصناعه دي كويس جدا يعني.
زين توصيل المعلومه انت تسويه بطريقتين، لطلابك بالطريقه الكلاسيكيه والتقليديه
بالضبط بالطريقه الاكاديميه يعني،
وفي بالفيديوهات. ايهما احسن؟ اقنع الناس انه خلاص بس مدارس
هو
في الفيديوهات.
هو مش احسن واوحش، هو بالنسبه للطلبه يعني هي لازم يتقدم لهم الماده العلميه بالشكل ده بالمواصفات الاكاديميه دي، وان كان طبعا في قدر كبير من التبسيط برضو يعني، هو ده لازم ومهم يعني، وبالذات في المساحه دي لانها مساحه يعني يمكن جافه شويه، فهي بتحتاج قدر كبير من التبسيط يعني. على الناحيه الثانيه الجمهور يعني، انت ممكن مثلا المحاضره مثلا انا بتكلم على حاجه معينه، اعمل حلقه نوع المحتوى يكون مختلف تماما رغم ان هو الموضوع واحد، بس هو المتلقي او الشخص على الناحيه الثانيه اللي هيتفرج مين بالظبط، هل هو طالب في الكليه ولا مشاهد عادي.
بس ما جربت تتحول يعني المحاضرات لفيديوهات تعليميه وما مشى الموضوع ابدا؟
يعني مؤخرا بدانا نفكر في القصه دي، بس يعني هو يعني المحاضرات في الجامعه بتحتاج قدر كبير من التفاعل، انك تتفاعل مع الطلبه، بتسالهم في اشياء معينه، بحس ان يعني ما ينفعش ان انا يعني القي المحاضرات لمره وتتسجل وبعد كده تديها للطلبه وهم يكتفوا بهذا القدر وخلاص يعني شايف ان دي بس ممكن في المستقبل نروح لها يعني.
زين ابغى اختم بسؤال، كيف تصبح صانع محتوى اقتصادي ممتاز؟
ده سؤال حلو. يعني اولا الخلفيه الاكاديميه يعني لازمه جدا، علشان كده يعني يمكن من نقاط الضعف اللي هي موجوده عند ناس كتير شغالين في المساحه دي دلوقتي ان هم ما عندهمش خلفيه اكاديميه قويه، ولازم تكون انت يعني اولا حابب المجال ده، لان انت ممكن دكتور جامعه يعني يجي يكتب سكريبت ما يعرفش رغم ان هو دكتور جامعه وعنده يعني قدر كبير من العلم يعني، ولكن هي صنعه وبتحتاج مهاره معينه. بس احنا لازم يكون في اساس، في قاعده انت بتنطلق منها. القاعده دي انا شايفها ان هي لازم يكون في خلفيه اكاديميه قويه، وانت شاطر فيها. تمام. بعد كده الاطلاع بشكل كبير جدا على اللي بيحصل في الاقتصاد العالمي. انا مثلا على سبيل المثال يعني كل شويه لازم ادخل على الايميل اشوف، وانا طبعا مشترك في كل الصحف والمجلات الاقتصاديه والماليه على مستوى العالم من الشرق للغرب، فانا طول الوقت معايا الابديتس اللي بيحصل في الاقتصاد العالمي. يعني انا وانا قاعد معاك دلوقتي يعني بعد ما نخلص بدخل الايميل بتاعي عارف ايه اللي بيحصل في فنزويلا، وايه القريه اللي في الهند اللي مش عارف عملت ايه علشان تعالج مشكله البطاله عندها، وعارف في الاخر الاخبار المتعلقه بالحرائق اللي بتحصل في الولايات المتحده وايه سببها، كل التفاصيل دي. فانا يعني ملم بكل التفاصيل اللي بتدور في الاقتصاد العالمي. فهو لازم الشخص عشان يكون صانع محتوى اقتصادي قوي في المساحه دي لازم يكون هو مطلع بشكل مستمر، وطبعا الخلفيه الاكاديميه، وطبعا عنده مهاره الكتابه نفسها. يعني انت ممكن تكتب موضوع بشكل اكاديمي جاف ما اظنش ان هو يعجب مثلا المتلقي، نفس الموضوع بنفس الافكار اللي فيه ممكن تعيد صياغتها بطريقه ثانيه، ولكن يعني بتكون جذابه بشكل اكبر للمشاهد يعني.
تمام، شكرا جزيلا دكتور، وشكرا لجميع الحضور، يعطيكم العافيه.
شكرا.
Thank you, Ashraf and Muhammad, for sharing those unique insights into economic reporting. Always valuable to understand such information. And now, you guys, we're going to be going into a 15-minute break, and we're going to be back with very exciting sessions and exciting news that you guys actually don't want to miss on the next session. So be back here in 15 minutes. See you all very soon.
designer at X, Antoine Caironi.
السلام عليكم everyone. أنا سعيد لوجودي هنا اليوم. I have to say I practice this one. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you today at 1 billion. In the UAE, a country at the forefront of innovation. Over the past few years, the investment that the UAE has done in its digital economy are truly remarkable, creating a thriving ecosystem where technology and creativity converge. Having lived in Dubai for the past 10 years, I've had the chance or the privilege to witness that transformation firsthand. For being involved in the digital landscape pretty deeply, and as the managing director for X for the Middle East, I can tell you with certainty that what we are seeing here is nothing else than extraordinary. The rise of the UAE as a global hub for innovation is particularly visible in the creation space. From influencers building massive base of followers to digital entrepreneurs completely reshaping business models, the energy here is palpable. At X, we share this passion for innovation. And in the past 2 years, we have been a little busy building a platform where all the most exciting moments are unfolding live in real time in front of us. But it's not just about breaking news or major events. No, it's actually much more than that. It's about the real connection that you, as creators, you can build with your audience on X. This authenticity is truly what sets X apart. People think that social media is all glamorous, but I think we all know in this room that it's really not. It's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of planning, it's a lot of late nights. It's a lot of challenges. And at X, we understand your challenges. And we want to help. X continues to evolve every single day. One of our superpowers is our audience. Think about it. Almost half of our users are actually clicking on sponsored links. What does it mean for you as creators? It means that those people are not passive scrollers. Those people are not spectators. They are actively engaged. They are looking for meaningful connections. Those people on X are the ones discovering products, sharing recommendations, and connecting directly with brands. What it means is X is the hub for you as creators to build lasting connections with the most engaged and the most influential community you can find online. And we want to help you do that. That's why in the past few years we have released new tools and new monetization program to help you win on X. But more on that shortly. When you look back at 2024, I think it's fair to say that creators have already leveraged all of these opportunities. Take, for example, the Paris Olympics or the Euros that, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, France didn't win. Take, for example, the moment when Biden stepped down. All those moments unfolded live on X, sparking immense volume of conversations. And the same happened in the UAE, with major moments like the appointment of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan to Deputy Prime Minister, or all the craziness around the Dubai viral chocolate. And I have to make a little confession here. It's one of our favorites in the Ex-MENA office. Immense volume of conversation as well around the fun run or the Dubai Marathon that was particularly useful to burn a few of the calories that we took eating the chocolate. We all know what it is, come on. All those moments sparked immense conversations and fueled by your engagement as creators, fueled by your reactions and what you shared with your audience. They became cultural milestones. Cultural milestones that in some cases resonate even beyond the moments themselves, showing the ability that you have as creators to shape the global narrative, to shape the global culture, and showing that X is the home of culture. X is a digital extension of what's happening in the now. 2025 will bring a lot of opportunities for you as creators to deepen your relationship with your audience and to grow your business. Today, I'd like to touch on 3 top categories that we see on X: sports, fashion, and gaming. Starting with sports. Sport is one of the most unifying cultural themes you can find on X. And all sports are thriving on this platform, from football to tennis, from rugby to paddle, particularly popular in Dubai. We are seeing immense volume of conversations related to sport on X. Think about this number: 2.6 trillion global impressions related to sport conversation just for last year. 2.6 trillion. For those of you who like a quick math, it means nothing less than 60,000 impressions every single second. 60,000, 60,000, 60,000. The conversation is massive, and it's growing. And each conversation is an opportunity for you as a creator to build something unique with your audience, to discuss an athlete, to discuss a result, to discuss a game, their favorite players. All those occasions can help you deepen your relationship with your audience, grow your reach, and ultimately grow your business. As X, we have agreements with the top leagues and with the top publishers, making this platform the go-to platform when it comes to sport content. 2025, when it comes to sport, will be spectacular and will bring so many opportunities for you as creators to engage with your community. Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, the Grand Slam, the Six Nations, the Super Bowl, the Champions League, and so many more events where you can build something authentic with your community around their passion point, sport. Moving on to fashion. On X, creators are not following trends. They set them. Influencers, designers are coming to X to discover, to amplify, and to create new styles. Fashion weeks are becoming global events, with some of them being actually live streamed directly on the platform. We are talking about almost 2 billion impressions related to fashion weeks last year, just for Paris and for Milan. As creators, each of your posts accelerate trends and pushes styles forward, connecting you at the same way with the global fashion industry. In 2025, we expect X to remain the digital extension of the runway, the place where all the fashion weeks are happening, the place where the viral fashion moments are taking center stage, the place where Yves Saint Laurent will release next season's capsule, or the place where Vogue will release its famous What's Hot. To make it simple, we expect in 2025 X to be the place where the audience, the industry, and creators are coming together to define what fashion is truly about. Moving on to gaming. Do we have gamers in the room? Yeah? What's your favorite game? Awesome game. Love it. I'm more a sports game guy, but awesome game. Gaming is one of the top topics we see on X. Actually, when we look at the numbers, we are talking about more than 2 trillion global impressions related to gaming just for last year. Again, for those who like a quick math, 2 trillion impressions per year means about 4 million impressions every single minute. It means that since I started this presentation, we have added 40 million new impressions related to gaming on X. That's pretty impressive. As creators, you have 2 main ways you can leverage X to engage with your community and to grow your business: new games release and live stream. Starting with new games release. The interesting bit about new game release is that it's a pretty long window of time. It's not just days or weeks, it's actually months in some cases, or years even. From the first teaser to the first proper trailer, from the first video about the gameplay to the actual release of the game. As creators, you have a collection of moments that you can tap into to deepen your relationship with players across the world. You can ask them for their opinion, you can share your reaction on the gameplay. When the game is launched, you can ask them, how do they feel? Do they find it easy, difficult? So many options to build something authentic. And you know what? 2025 will be awesome for gaming, with new releases that might become instant classic. Take, for example, GTA 6 or Assassin's Creed Shadows. And here I'm not even mentioning the different e-festivals that will happen, that will spark immense volume of conversations, again opening opportunities for you as creators to build something really unique with your community. X is quickly becoming the go-to platform when it comes to live streaming. Take, for example, the best player in the world for Diablo 4. Live streaming his night sessions directly on X. Some of you will recognize him because he's no one else than the owner of X, as well as the owner of a few other successful companies. What better way, if you think about it, if you want to build something unique with players, than to share a gaming moment with them live, than to actually play directly with them. All right, I touched on some of the big categories. I'd like to touch now on some big cultural moments. As I mentioned before, X is the home of culture, where all the big cultural moments are happening. And we have seen so many posts around the big moments in the past few months. National days, Ramadan, Eid, and so much more. Interesting bit is that the leadership of the UAE is also leveraging X to engage with the people related to those main cultural moments, to share the love around those moments. Another good thing about those cultural moments is that the audience is in a very, very positive mindset. So what better way for you as creators than to build a connection with your audience than when they are in a very positive mindset? Looking at 2025, you will have many opportunities to engage with your audience related to cultural moments. Chinese New Year, Ramadan, Eid, Diwali, the Festival of Light, Fitness Challenge, UAE National Day, and so much more. Of course, the idea is not for you to tap into all of them. But depending on your audience, depending on your style, pick some of them and go all in. We've now covered the mission for X. We've now covered some of the big moments in 2024, but also uncovered some of the big opportunities for you in 2025. Now I'd like to touch on how concretely you, as creators, you can leverage them. Starting with one of the most exciting innovations that we brought to the table in the past 12 months, Grok. Powered by XAI, Grok is the AI assistant available on X. It has more wit, it has more knowledge, and it has more sass than any other AI in the game. Okay, great, but what can Grok do for you as creators? Let me tell you something. Grok is about to become your best friend. It can give you ideas for content. It can analyze industry trends for you to tell you where the industry is going, which can inform content decision. It can analyze your audience. It can analyze the posts from your audience. It can also help you doing some fact-checking to make sure that everything you post is accurate. In fact, to be fair, the only thing today that Grok cannot do is a good cup of coffee. Good thing in Dubai, you have plenty of options for that. Creators are really at the heart of what we do at X, and trust me, we are committed to your success. We are committed to making you win on X. That's why we have released tools and programs to help you do that. Some examples. Radar. Radar is a great tool for you as creators to monitor keywords, to track conversations, and really stay on top of what's happening on X, to help define what kind of content you need to have and how you can react to it. Subscriptions, number 2. By offering your most engaged followers exclusive content, you can earn extra revenue. And at the same time, you can give them extra love. Creator revenue sharing program. On X, you can earn not just based on an impression, but also from premium users and from their engagements. What does it mean? It means that the more likes, the more reshares, the more reposts that you get, the more revenue you make. It means that the better your content, the more revenue you'll make. Added benefit to that, the more premium users we get as X, the more revenue potential you can unlock on this platform. Last but not least, amplify. By connecting you to some of the top brands on X through a sponsorship model, we are allowing you as creators to increase your reach and to increase your revenue at the same time. All right, I think it's time to wrap it up. I'd like to just sum it up in 3 key takeaways. Number 1, X is the home of culture, where all the big moments are happening live, sparking conversations. And those conversations, fueled by your reaction, your engagement, your content, are becoming cultural milestones. Come to X to share what those moments mean to you. Come to X to share your reactions and shape the global narrative. Number 2, the audience on X is unparalleled. It's massive, it's growing, it's influential, it's engaged. Come to X to build your reach and build your business with the people that are shaping the world of tomorrow. Number 3, X is the future of creator monetization. We have the tools, we have the program to help you turn your creativity into a sustainable business. Come to X to turn your talent into actual revenue. One last thought before I leave you. I'd like you all in this room, as creators, to please remember one thing. This one thing is the following. On X, with your words as creators, you're shaping the world. Shukran.
Thank you, Antoine, for that fascinating look and the future into X. Next, we have an interesting panel on how YouTube fuels the creator economy. Joining me, moderator Javed Aslanov, head of YouTube MENA, along with top gaming creator Rima Alustanara and the amazing Noor Stars. But before we start, we're gonna watch a video.
وخلونا نبلش. You are a natural comedian.
Let's go. تحدي ال5 ثواني. أيوة. شو هذا؟
وعجبتوني مرة كتير. باي.
Hi everyone, good afternoon and welcome. Great to have you all here. My name is Javed, I lead YouTube for MENA, and I'm thrilled to be on stage today with 2 of the most prominent female creators in the region, Noor Stars and Rima Alosta. Welcome, great to have you with us.
Thank you. Javed.
How are you doing?
It's a pleasure being here on this stage at the 1 Billion Summit today, sharing the stage with Rima. Very exciting. Thank you for having us.
Wonderful. To get us started, let's take a journey back to the first day when you first uploaded a video and opened a YouTube channel. Noor, can you share a little more?
Well, I started on YouTube out of passion for storytelling and content creation. But at the time, 10 years ago, I was in high school and I was very lonely. It was around the time we moved to the States. At the time I didn't speak English at all, so it was very hard for me to create friendship, connect with people in the US. It was a tough time in my personal life. So that's when I discovered the English YouTube side of the internet. And I got inspired to start my own. The day I uploaded my first YouTube video, it wasn't perfect at all. I wasn't focused on perfection. It was a simple idea. I was so passionate about sharing it with the world. And I didn't think it will lead to something so impactful. But I believe it's all about taking a step. And that was my first step on YouTube. So this is the story, like in a nutshell.
Thank you for sharing. It's very emotional. What about you, Rima? How did you get started?
I started my YouTube channel about 7 years ago. I see there is no female gamer in that time in Middle East. So it was a big challenge for me. And it's in the same time, it's a chance to be the first female gamer. So I started to do my content. I was very scary because I do my content alone. In that time, I don't have my own team. I do the editing alone. So when I upload the first video, I see this video, I think, 10 times. One day, already on YouTube, I see every second. If I look well, if I see the good word, if I need to change something in the next video, so I am nervous. I don't know what the kind of video I need to do. So it's nervous, it's scary, but you need to do that because if you see the passion there, so you need to try to do something. So.
Thank you for sharing. And both of you have been on platform for quite a long time, a decade, more than a decade actually, and over 6 years, which is impressive. I've been in creator economy over a decade, and it seems like we're the OGs. And
it's a lot of time, right?
It's quite a lot.
10 years on YouTube.
It is, and you know, I would love to ask you, Noor. So, in terms of your content and your audience, how has it evolved? How have you built and continued to build that relationship with your community?
See, growing an audience on YouTube specifically, we say content is king. And I believe content is king. But it's not all about content. Staying consistent, being authentic, and the most important thing I believe that helped me a lot in growing my audience and keeping them with me for a long time, now we're talking 10 years on YouTube, is engaging with them. I engage a lot with my audience. I answer their comments till this day. I answer their messages. I analyze a lot. I always focus on analyzing what resonated more with the audience. So I give them more of that. I experiment a lot with content, and I think this is also a key to grow and keep growing, is to adapt, right? Content is changing every day, and you need to adapt. See what's changing in the ecosystem and adapting this into your style. I see, or some of them are my friends, it will be hard for them to change or adapt to certain contents, because sometimes as a content creator, when you start seeing the big numbers, you grow an ego, right? And you're like, no, I'm known for this style and I will never change it. But it doesn't work like this on social media in general and on YouTube. You have to be more open to new ideas, and you have to be okay with change. And also, I believe in collaborating. Sometimes it's good to collaborate with other creators. This can be a door for you to grow bigger and bigger. it depends on your goal as a content creator, but if you want to grow to bigger numbers and have a bigger audience, it takes more than content, in my opinion. Like, content is king, but consistency is a queen.
Thank you for sharing that. And it sounds like the authenticity you've managed to build with your community and that meaningful relationship has been key in continuing to grow and be successful.
Yes, because when you're engaging with the audience, it shows appreciation. And by nature, when you appreciate someone, they will like trust you more. And with trust, you will naturally build and grow a community on YouTube. So this is the main key. And I think a lot of people don't focus on this. They run after the content, but if you're creating an amazing content and you're not appreciating your audience that's watching and supporting you, they will go and support someone else that appreciate them, right? The community that we're building are humans, you know? So you need to care for them, engage with them, and give them what they're asking for.
Absolutely. And Rima, I want to understand a little better. So you've built a multi-million audience of passionate gaming fans and subscribers. So when did you realize that being a YouTube creator can be a career? It can be a job?
When I start to upload video, one video and then 2, 3, I see the audience like the video. When they like the video, my channel is grow. So when it's grow, I started to earn the money. When I start to earn the money, I think here I can understand that I can do it as a full-time job because it's bring me money, so I can do another things. I start to do a lot of video. I do it's full-time, so it's begin a job.
So it sounds like once you started seeing the earnings and the potential it can provide, you started to be even more regular and uploading and expanding and
yes.
Across formats and your content, which is very, very interesting. And we'll dive a little bit deeper later on into that. Noor, I would like to hear from your point of view, what does it mean to be a full-time content creator and have that career?
I think a lot of people still they don't realize that it's a full-time job. It's a full ecosystem, and there's a lot behind the scene. It's not just content. It's marketing. It's time management. It's community management. It's building a full team and being responsible for these people that work with you and believe in your vision. There's so many details behind the scenes, and a lot of people don't see this. I wish they can see it. Sometimes I think of sharing some of the behind the scenes and my team's like, I don't think people are ready for this. So it's a lot, you know, of behind the scenes, especially if you want to keep growing, you have to seek help. And I believe in that. If you're not an expert in something, don't feel embarrassed or like shy to knock on doors and ask for help and ask the expert, and keep learning and keep working on your skills, because we don't know everything and you have to keep learning in order for you to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. So sometimes if I need help in anything, I would search and see who's the best at this topic and DM them or email them and ask them their opinion, and 99% of the time this will make anything I'm working on 10 times better. So it takes a lot, and every detail is important. I say this a lot to my team. Details are very important because they set you apart from the rest. So it's important to be fast in delivering. However, pay attention to details as well. It's a hard formula, I know, but this is my formula, and it's been working for years now.
Were there any misconceptions from your family or friends when you told them, look, this is actually a job?
I think they didn't believe it's a real job, right? When I first started, I didn't even believe it's a real job till I started earning income. And when you see the income and you can afford to pay your bills and take care of your family, then they're like, okay, so it's a job, but what kind of job? They don't understand it, and it's okay. I mean, it's a new industry, right? Social media is fairly new, but it is a real job, and you can make money from it. In fact, you can make a lot of money from social media. So content is king, and it can take you to places, and it can make you like express yourself in a way that will satisfy you and make you a lot of money at the same time, if you're passionate about it, obviously.
So it sounds like as a streaming platform, YouTube has really enabled you to build that career. And I'm interested to hear from you, Rima, what are the different revenue sources you have from your channel? How do you earn money?
Oh, okay. In the first time, I earn money from when I upload the video, they have ads on video. Then I start to collaborate with many of company, and I start to do paid content also. So YouTube have a lot of paid collaboration also. So you have a lot of things you can earn money from YouTube.
It sounds like ads, advertisement, and YouTube partner program has been part of it.
Yes, YouTube partner program.
Brand deals, working with brands.
Yes, merchandise. ممكن.
Anything you would add, Noor?
On YouTube specifically, there is many ways to monetize. Obviously, as Rima said, brand collaboration is one of them. YouTube revenue is another source, but it's beyond that. Now, if you really focus on YouTube specifically, it's the perfect platform to build your personal brand, which will end up making you a lot of money in the future, especially if you have an idea to create something, or if you're passionate about a product that you want to give back to your community, because it's a very authentic platform. People see you, they see your reality. You cannot hide from them, and this is a good thing for you. You're being authentic and raw on this platform. So later on, after you build your personal brand, it's the perfect opportunity to grow your empire on YouTube. It's not only YouTube partnership or brand sponsorship. It's beyond that. It's merchandise, it's subscription, it's giving exclusive content, it's starting your own company and giving services back to the audience. There's so much opportunities on social media and on YouTube specifically.
And Noor, there's a lot of, going back to misconceptions around a YouTube creator doing everything themselves, right? It's a one-man sort of, or one-woman job.
It's not.
Can you share more about your team and who works on it?
It's not a one-man job. Definitely not. You cannot do everything by yourself. And this is a very important, note. If you guys can take this from this session, it's not only you. Seek help, build a team to grow bigger and bigger. You need to have a full team supporting you. You cannot do everything by yourself. When you start, yes, when I started, I had to learn editing, I had to learn filming, and I had to Google equipment and what's the best setting to have on a camera. It's fine, it's okay. But later on, it's also okay to invest in your team. It's okay to pay people and invest in your team so they can help you grow bigger and bigger. And I think as a content creator, it takes time, but the faster you realize that and act on it, the faster you're gonna grow and the faster you're gonna build your empire.
Thank you for sharing that. And Rima, you mentioned backstage you have some plans to build beyond your YouTube business and earning on YouTube. What are there some ideas or plans to invest and to expand?
Actually, I have my own company. It's about candle. I do the candle because I love it. And the second one, it's a marketing company. I open it because in YouTube, I learned to how to know the analytic and to catch the grab the
Attention of the users.
yes. So when you know these tools, you can open your your own business, and you can do marketing because you know the tools. So I opened 2 companies. That's what.
So essentially, you're saying that knowing what your fans, what your subscribers know, and what they would like from you has been essential to understand also what other business opportunities or passions you can make into a business, right? Such as candle business or a marketing company, which is quite fascinating. And again, going back to what you mentioned, Noor, it's other people benefiting from you as a content creator and creator economy growing.
And it's okay, right? You succeed and people around you succeed and they achieve, you make money around you. Your team should also make money, and it's not just your success. I believe in partnership. And by partnership, I mean even the team around me, when I achieve something, they achieve it with me. And I make sure, even in my strategy with, maybe this is too personal, but in my strategy, I make sure there's a percentage for my team that they get to just keep them excited and keep them like passionate about what they're doing. It's okay to give. If you don't give, you will not receive. And this is a very strong point. In social media, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of money, but don't let it make you greedy in a way where I want to make all the money for myself. If you think like this, you're going to burn out faster, and you're not going to grow. Trust me. But if you think and you have the mindset of, I want to share this success and this revenue with people around me, I will eat and they will eat too, this will make you achieve more because everyone around you is benefiting as well. So
that's very inspiring.
That's
very inspiring. Thank you for sharing that. Last rapid fire. There are a lot of in the audience people who would like to become a YouTube creator. What's your one tip?
Hard. I think start now. You don't have to be perfect and have the perfect equipment to start YouTube. Just start with a simple mobile camera and stay consistent. This is the key to staying on the platform and growing on the platform.
Rima?
I think be different and try to attend a lot of workshops, because a lot of YouTubers have some old, they own workshop you can to attend and see what the other creators do on other platform, on YouTube, on all of our platform, to know how they work. That's it.
Start, be different, and learn as much as possible. Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noor and Rima.
Big thanks to our speakers for such an inspiring session. I hope you guys all took something from that, and for all content creators, just start. I think that's a really good tip to have. Now, in this next session, guys, we're going to be discussing how brands reach a global stage, celebrating 10 years of content creation. Please join me in welcoming moderators Dana Al-Ashkar, Senior ET Bilarbi Correspondent, and special guests Prajakta Kohli and Gurpreet Singh. Let's welcome them.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. We're really excited to see you all here. Are you excited? I'm so excited to see today Prajakta and, of course, Gurpreet. We're really happy for you guys to be here. Thank you so much for making it. First of all, I'd like to introduce you a bit because, you know, a lot of people here, we have a lot of fans who are very excited to see you today. You've been so inspiring in the past years. You've been in the business now for over 10 years. And you have so many things happening right now. You have a book that you're going to launch tomorrow very soon, and a lot happening. How do you cope? How do you keep it up? How do you keep going?
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very happy to be. Thank you. I'm very happy to be back at the Billion Follower Summit. It's always a very special time of the year. The year starts with this, and I believe that it always sets the tone for my year very, very well. So thank you so much for this, and thank you. This is very special because I'm here with Gurpreet, and then there's Zana, and this is again one of those moments that I'm very grateful for. How do I do it? What was the question?
How do you keep it up? How do you keep going? You know, last year was insane. It was crazy. You had so many things happening. Mismatch launched in December.
Yeah.
You have a book coming up very soon. You got engaged as well.
Yeah.
Girl, tell us.
I have no clue. I think there's a lot of coffee involved at multiple times of the day, and then I have a team that's very, very efficient who helps me get through everything. I couldn't do it without them. And I think at the end of the day, it's just the fact that I absolutely love what I do for a living. I love waking up every morning to go to work, and that has a huge role to play in it. And everything that has been happening with, say, Mismatched. Season 3 is out, by the way. If you haven't watched it, please watch it. Woo, thank you. On Netflix, just saying. The book, which comes out tomorrow. So please read it. Overall, everything I like that the job doesn't come with monotony, and that's what keeps it exciting for me.
And Gurpreet, you're the co-founder of One Digital Entertainment Media Company. You've been working with Projecta for the past 10 years, and that relationship has been strong. You were the first one to sign her up, actually, and tell her, let's do that. So how did that work at the very beginning?
We started way back. Hi, my name is Gurpreet. I'm the co-founder for One Digital Entertainment. We started.
Yes, give it.
Thank you. We started way back in 2012. I don't think the creator economy word was coined by that time, and there were not many YouTubers whom we could reach out to get them onboarded on the platform. And so we used to scout talent wherever we used to meet people online or otherwise in our day-to-day life. And I think at that time, one of our colleagues, Sudeep, he met Prajakta at the radio station where she was doing the internship. And he figured out that she has the spark for what we are looking for, to partner with somebody to build into content creator. And we reached out, we chased her for a couple of months. Then after a few months, she finally decided to give us time to meet. And that's how we started the journey, and we are here today.
Amazing. And I heard you started off as a trainee in a radio station.
Yeah.
And then you left all of that and went directly to YouTube, started posting. And then you blew up. I really want to know, what was the one video that made you famous? Like after that, that's it.
There was this video called Hilarious Words Delhiites Used. Do we have any people from Delhi here? Good. Yeah. A lot of people got very annoyed at that video. Shared it a lot. I mean, it worked. But I think that was the first time I kind of understood how viral content can go. And I think that was the first video. I started making content in the Feb of 2015, and I think this video went up in the July of the same year, and it kind of blew up. And that's when it really picked up for me. So I'll forever be very grateful to Delhiites.
Amazing. And after that, of course, you started acting.
Yeah.
You did it, and you did your Bollywood debut with Varun, with Anil Kapoor, and Jagdeo, and that was a big thing for you.
Yeah.
How was it like? Have you ever dreamt that you're going to be in Bollywood?
I mean, I always wanted to. Honestly, I grew up watching Bollywood. I'm a huge fan, especially of Dharma movies. I mean, I've grown up watching Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham at least 300 times, all of us. So it was always a dream. But honestly, when I started making content, I didn't even know that these were avenues that were going to open up for creators like me. You know what I mean? Like, I was having so much fun making content the way that I was. It was just picking up in India. Jio had come to India, so that whole digital boom had happened where suddenly internet was accessible and affordable in all the tinier, smaller towns in the country, and suddenly the reach had kind of expanded. So I was actually having a lot of fun doing that when these opportunities started coming through, and I was just very grateful that producers and casting directors and big banners like Dharma are even looking at creators like me to collaborate with on big movies. So I was very, very stumped. So when that opportunity came, I grabbed onto it with both hands. I remember sending my first audition, then my second audition, and then eventually when I had a meeting with our director, Raj, I still came out very unsure. I was like, when do I know if I have the film? And they're like, no, 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 you have it. Like, you're doing it. So again, Karan has been such a cheerleader, honestly, in my journey so far. I remember him watching this short film I did called Khayali Pulao, which went up on my YouTube channel. And I didn't expect that that would be the audience that my content would reach to.
Amazing.
So what digital platforms can do, honestly, at this point is magical.
Amazing. And Gurpreet, I know you work with a lot of content creators, but I'm sure you saw something in her and you've decided you want to go ahead. And I'm sure you handle a lot of other content creators. But how do you feel like, could content creators actually work it up like Projekta and become the next movie stars in the future? Or it's not for everyone?
Sorry, I didn't get the last bit.
Is it for like, do you feel like all content creators could actually make it to the big screen?
We wish so. That's why we sign them up. That's why we work with them. But I think it's a combination of multiple things. It's a combination of being very passionate about what you want to do, be very committed about what you feel like doing. Like Prajakta says, her mantra being showing up every day for what you want to do, irrespective of the results, having a lot of patience. I know we are celebrating the success of Prajakta completing 10 years, but for the first 2-3 years, it was a lot of hard work with not a lot of rewards coming in. Not I'm saying that there's not much hard work going in now, but there are still tangible rewards with whatever we are doing from a commercial perspective or from new opportunities. But for the first 2-3 years, there was a lot of work without possibly a lot of business commercial benefit coming back, right? And I don't think a lot of people have that patience. So like I said, it's a very fine combination of having your commitment, your passion, and your patience to keep doing it day after day, for years to do. She has created for the first 8 years 3 videos a week on her YouTube channel.
Wow,
without
that's
fail,
dedication.
irrespective of the results, if they are working or not. And with that experience, I think not everyone is ready for that commitment. Anybody who's at the top of the game, they have put years of that hard work and stayed patient throughout the journey.
And Projekta, I feel like some people who watch content creators, when they see them do a lot of things like, you know, creating like books, being authors, acting, some of them get some criticism, like why can't she do everything? Like we have a lot of people who are, you know, writers or just content creators. How do you handle all of this, like, you know, feedback or like, you know, backlash, let's say?
Honestly, I was a little stumped when I was first met with it, because as a creator, essentially, when you really get all the filters off and you bring it down to like the nucleus of it, you are an artist and you're a storyteller, and that is how I like to look at myself. When I started putting out sketches, that was my way of telling stories that I found amusing. When I started writing blogs, that was my way of telling stories that I encountered when I was traveling. When I ventured into acting with Juk Juk Jio, with Mismatched, both of which I really lucked out with, honestly. Those were, again, stories that I wanted to be a part of. So when it came to music or when it came to writing, it's another diversification of the same art form, right? It's storytelling. So I was baffled at how sometimes some people, and I say some because they are some, and I am blessed with the best audience ever who's been my loudest cheerleader all the time, no matter where I go. So I'm very grateful for that. But there will be some people who will gatekeep art in the way that like, no, stay in your lane. What is a lane when it comes to any kind of storytelling in art, right? So that did baffle me in the beginning, but then I got over it because, again, I have an audience that supports me. I have an audience that reacts to me and cheers me on and also criticizes me to help me grow better. So I lean a lot more on that, but I'll never really understand how any kind of evolution for an artist can meet with resistance, because there's never one way of portraying yourself as an artist. I think as you keep growing older, you keep evolving. There's always newer things you want to try, and that is what being a creator, especially in the digital economy, is. For years now, we've been speaking about how if you're a creator, there is absolutely no boundaries. You want to make music? Here's a platform, free of cost. You want to learn how to do something? Here's a platform, free of cost. You want to put your work out? Here's a platform, free of cost. There is absolutely no barriers. It's opened up everything that we fought with as hurdles for years as artists to now just being a whole pool of content which is judged and decided on by the audience. So I love being a creator at this time and age where any sort of gatekeeping of art just doesn't make sense.
And I feel like you are talented, because Mismatched Season 3, for example, got so many, it got renewed, Season 1, 2, 3. And not only that, it's actually one of the most watched shows across all OTT platforms. And of course, it's on Netflix. But how does that make you feel? And will we see Season 4?
Ooh. How does that make me feel? Honestly, it makes me feel extremely validated. Dimple is the character that I play on this Netflix show called Mismatch. If you haven't watched it, please watch it.
I watched like 2 episodes from the 4th season.
You did?
I'm like, yeah, I got hooked. I'm going to do it.
I'm glad.
You were amazing.
So for me, Dimple is very, very special. She's been with me for 5 years now. We started shooting Season 1 in 2019, and we're in 25, more than 5 years now. She's been very, very close to my heart. So the fact that every time you see her on screen, every time you see Dimple and Rishi on screen, the way that the love that is given to us, both Rohit and I, we are both very, very grateful. So thank you so much for that. Yeah. So we feel very, very validated because whatever we do end up putting out, I mean, we could put all the love and everything we know into it, but the validation doesn't come through till our audience tells us, okay, good job, P, or like, well done, okay, this was good, or this could have been better. So any kind of validation that comes through makes me feel very, very happy, so we're very happy about that. About Season 4, I would like to know as well. As a fan of Dimple and Rishi, I really hope that there is, especially the way that Season 3 ended. But yeah, hopefully.
We hope so.
Yeah, I mean, based on the data, we all hope so, because while it was the most watched show in India in the first 2 weeks, but also it was trending in over 19 countries, including number 4 in UAE on the Netflix platform for the first 2 weeks. So yeah, let's hope.
That's huge. And she has another show coming up very soon that you finished filming a year ago, right? Andhera?
Andhera, yes, that's a Prime Video show. I did finish filming it this time last year, actually, and we should see it sometime in the first half of this year.
Anything
so I'm
you
quite
could
excited.
tell us about it?
So it's very different from anything I've ever done before or watched before. It's a psychological thriller. Okay. No, it's not a psychological thriller. Scratch that. It's a supernatural thriller. It's very different, very new, quite creepy, if I might say so myself.
Okay, wow, we can't wait.
So yeah, so if you like thrillers, you might just enjoy it.
Also, tomorrow is a very interesting date to you, because you started writing for a while.
Yeah.
And you decided, I'm going to launch my book, Too Good to Be True.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about it, and that decision, where did it come from? I know you read a lot, and you write every thought.
Yeah.
So what is it? It's a romance novel?
It is a romance novel, yes. Do we have any romance readers in the house? Okay, a few woos is fine. Okay, good. All right. Yeah? Okay, good.
Come on.
Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I've been hooked to romance books. I've been a reader all my life, but I hit my book puberty very, very late. I was 28 when I read my first romance novel, and I haven't stopped since. I'm 31 now. So it's been a very colorful 3 years, and I'm very grateful to a lot of authors out there for that. It's called Too Good to Be True. It releases tomorrow. Thank you. It's
in 15
thanks,
cities.
friends.
You have a
Thank
tour,
you.
I believe, right? In India.
Sorry?
You have a tour in India, like you're going to sign your book with
I
a
have
lot
a
of
tour
fans.
in India,
yeah?
yes. I actually have, you know, I didn't think this was even possible, but I have a pre-launch book signing happening today.
Nice. I need a copy, please.
Yeah, so if you're around, you should come. There's a book giveaway. It launches tomorrow, but you could have it today. And yeah, that's happening. And the book, when is it? Today. Where? Here at 5:30. Not on this stage, but like
Plaza area.
at the, yeah. So it's happening today. I would love to hear what you think about it. I like to look at it as an extremely ordinary story of two very beautiful people called Aman and Avni. And it's about their love. And it's a very, very, very typical romance novel, which I love. And I'm really excited to hear what everybody thinks about it.
Amazing. And I feel like you're a romantic person.
Oh, yeah.
You got engaged recently, and we want to know, is there something big? The big day might happen anytime soon. Yeah, I can see the blink.
Yeah, I could say it's happening soon. But yeah,
she's figuring her calendar out.
honestly, at this point, I've been so nervous about the book coming out. But yeah, soon.
Very nice. And I want to like make some space for the fans. If any of you want to ask any question, please raise your hand.
I'm always nervous about this point. Yes, hi.
Yes? Can we get her a mic, please?
I don't know your name, I'm sorry. Anam? Nice to meet you. Hi, thank you. Uh-huh. Coding.
How close are you to Dimple in real life?
How similar is Dimple to me? With the tech personality, not at all. I have never coded. I never studied computer sciences. I have never played a single game of League of Legends. I have never gamed at all. So if you're a gamer and you watch the show, I apologize for the random keys I'm pressing in it. I tried as much as I could. We had a gamer on set who would help me to like do the right thing, but I apologize for that. Also with the coding. I mean, I'm honestly, if you look at those shots, there's no way a coder codes like that. But as the person, I look up to her focus in life. I like that she's selfish. I feel like that's something you don't very easily see in female main characters in the stories that we tell. You always expect a woman in a movie or a show you watch to be ideal. I like that she's not. I like that she doesn't care about what she looks like. I like that she doesn't care about what is expected of her because that's how it's supposed to be. I like that she's so driven that she will show up for herself every single day, and that's very inspiring to me. So I think that's one thing I really, I also like her way of loving Rishi. It's very different from an ideal way of being in love, but I like the way that she makes space for him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anam.
Who's next? Any questions over there? Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hi. Sorry. Romil.
The
hi.
microphone, please. Yeah.
I'm Romil. I'm a magic creator, and I'm from London, but I spend lots of time in Bombay.
Oh, lovely.
Who are like the next batch of Indian creators who you're really excited about at the moment?
Next batch. Wow, I suddenly feel so old. I've never had this question before. I really, really like this one creator. Her name is Dharna. If you don't follow her, please follow her. She's a comedy creator. I really love watching her. I think she's hilarious. She's a genius. Also, when it comes to paid partnerships and branded collaborations, I have not seen a creator write better integration scripts than her. Ever. I think that's the most beautiful. If you're a brand, if you're in the market to look for a creator to do seamless integrations, you should really get in touch with Dharna and me. But Dharna is
Mostly
a genius. Just saying. Dharna is a genius when she comes to that. So I'm really looking forward to how things pan out for her.
Over there at the back, we want to give a chance for everyone, please.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Danishta. This is my second time meeting you, actually.
Hi, Danishta.
Hi, so I had a question. As we all are content creators over here, we all know there's a difference between the personal life and the professional life that we have. How do we maintain both the sides of a coin?
I think it really, I mean, I know it can be very daunting because we shoot in our rooms and we vlog our day and we tell everybody what we ate for breakfast. And, you know, the more personal the connect is, the more engagement kind of grows. People see you beyond just a name and a brand, they see you as a person. I understand that. But when you do start off, I think having those boundaries very clear for yourself in your head can make things very easy. For example, when I started off, one of the rules that I made for myself was that I will share things as long as it affects my privacy and not anyone else's in my life. So that simplifies a lot of things where I do share about my parents, but there is a line that I will draw beyond which I will not share pictures or I will not share stories that include them. It's the same with my partner, it's the same with my friends, it's the same with my team. I think there is no one right or wrong way to go about this, but as a creator, because you become the one person everything comes down to, whatever works for you, whatever boundaries work for you, having them set in stone in the beginning can make things a lot easier going forward, because then it just becomes a nature. Then it's not like a conscious thought.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danishta.
The lady with the white top. Just a second. Yeah, the microphone here.
Hi, Projecta. It's
Hi.
Saloni here.
Sorry?
Saloni.
Saloni, nice to meet
Okay,
you.
it's nice to meet you. I have a quick question. So I just recently started content because I'm like working on my brand.
That's amazing.
So
Congratulations. What's your channel called?
It's called Saloni Haryani, and it's a custom.
Saloni?
It's a custom clothing brand. Saloni Haryani.
Haryani?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
got
a
it.
custom clothing brand. So I
Follow
made this
Saloni
top.
Haryani if you don't already for custom clothing.
You're so sweet. Thank you. Now, I've realized that when you post online, you tend to create this online persona for people, and it's sometimes a little bit different than who you are in like real life. Where do you find that balance on making sure that you're showing your authentic self, but also preserving your personal personality and not losing it in the way of trying to become someone online?
Yeah. That's a great question, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank you.
being real.
I think one thing that I do very, very often is keep my internal dialogue very clear, where it's very similar to what Dhanishta asked actually, where I know very clearly how much I am okay, or how much of me I'm okay with showing. And when that showing is happening, I know that I'm not doing it with any filters. Also, I think keeping in mind that this is your job. You just happen to also be doing something for a living that you're passionate about, which is why you and I were very lucky and fortunate. But I think at the end of the day, telling yourself that it is business, it is your job, also in your head helps you very clearly differentiate between putting yourself out there, but also dealing with a lot of negativity. I think you can also safeguard yourself with a lot of baseless hate that doesn't help you grow. When you have it very clear in your head that I get it, I get that this part of my life is not being accepted by a certain sect of people, but that's okay because you're never going to be in a position online where you're liked by everybody. So I think having that bifurcation made for yourself, because nobody else can do it for you, sorry? Yes, all the time, yeah. I think as long as your values and your ethics, when anything that leaves you as a creator are clear, I think you'll be fine. Also, you will find your community online, which is going to show you so much love and support that everything else is just going to become white noise.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Saloni.
One final question, Projecta, we're running out of time.
Okay.
The lady in red over here. I'm sorry.
Hi, Projecta.
Hi.
Gurpreet. I recently started.
I don't know your name, I'm sorry.
Niveda.
Niveda,
I'm
nice to meet
Nice to meet you guys.
a big fan, and I'm especially a bigger fan to Gurpreet here. I've been following
got
your
fans.
agency. I've been following your agency as well, and I've been a content creator and also, you know, a 3D graphic designer
Oh,
for
wow.
last 6 years. And just this week, I licensed my company called The Scroll in Dubai.
Congratulations.
And, yeah, so I would really like to know if there's any future opportunities with you guys.
Of course,
Yeah.
we should connect after this panel, and we'll have to see what we can do together.
Yeah, and could you give me like one advice that, as a startup, like, what do you think I should have in my mind now?
What do you look at when you're scouting new talents?
I think similar to what I think when we work with content creators, what we advise them, that it's not always an easy road. There will be days when you will feel terrible to take up the decision what you have done. There will be days when nobody around will agree or believe in what you're trying to build. But when you'll keep doing that, stay passionate about what you're doing, ensure you keep your mental sanity in check. Eventually there will be results will come out. The world will see the hard work you are putting in. It might take few weeks, few months, and at times it takes a couple of years. But yeah, congratulations again, and we'll have to connect and we'll see.
Yeah.
We have an office here now. We have set up OD Mina
Yes,
as well,
yes,
and
yes.
we'll love to connect with you and the team.
For sure. Thank you. Thank
Well,
you so
I wish
much.
we had more time, but that's all the time we have for today. Please give it up to Project Akoli and Gurpreet Singh. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for that amazing session. And now, guys, let me introduce to you a Kuwaiti media figure, writer and engineer. However, he is more famous for being a media figure than a writer and engineer. Due to his fame and wide resonance he has achieved through his talk show, The Black Box. It also sparked wide controversy among people and achieved great success. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Ammar Taqi.
يعطيكم العافية. أهلا، كيف الحال؟ مساء الخير. السلام ورحمة الله، كيف الحال؟ أهلا، كيف الحال؟ شلون الصحة؟ مساء الخير، أهلا أستاذ حسان. وين تحب تقعد؟ اختار الكرسي اللي تبي تقعد. الله يسلمك. كيفك أنت اختار.
أنت وين تبغى؟
أنا أحب أوقف ترى، ما أحب أقعد.
سامحونا ونعطيكم ظهرنا، سامحونا الله يسلمك. السلام عليكم.
يا الله. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. سعيد اني اكون ضمن فعاليات قمة المليار للسنة الثانية على التوالي، وسعيد بهذا الحضور الكبير اللي موجود اليوم، وسعيد اكثر اني تشرفت بإدارة هذه الجلسة اليوم مع رئيس المكتب الوطني للإعلام معالي الشيخ عبد الله آل حامد. مساك الله بالخير.
مساك الله بالخير اخوي عمار، مساكم الله بالخير اخواني الحضور.
ساعة واحنا قاعدين نمشي قبل ما نوصل الجلسة، اقول للشيخ، وما كان الكلام فيه فعلا مجاملة، بس اقول للشيخ ان انا كخليجي فعلا كان مدعاة للفخر لي وانا امشي في الاماكن اللي متواجدين فيها المؤثرين في العالم، وكيف استطاعت دولة الإمارات اليوم أن تستقطب أبرز صناع للمحتوى على مستوى العالم. فأنا في البداية بس أحب أهني من خلال الشيخ عبد الله آل حامد دولة الإمارات وجميع القائمين على قمة المليار، احتضانكم الكبير لأكبر قمة على مستوى العالم لصناع المحتوى.
أشكرك أخوي عمار.
حياك الله. الله يسلمك. واحدة من أكثر التحديات اللي واجهتني في هالجلسة اليوم مع معالي الشيخ، شنو العنوان اللي بنحطه؟ حطينا وايد اقتراحات وأكثر من عنوان، لا أبي عنوان يكون فيه شوية سبايسز، إلى أن وصلنا إلى العنوان الحالي للجلسة، صناع المحتوى سلاح ذو حدين. وفعلا هو موضوع صناع المحتوى اليوم هو بالفعل سلاح ذو حدين، وأعتقد أن أفضل من يسلط الضوء على هذه الجزئية وكيف أن فعلا صناع المحتوى اليوم سلاح ذو حدين، سواء في الجانب الإيجابي أو الجانب السلبي. ومع الشيخ عبد الله الحامد، ليش صناع المحتوى سلاح ذو حدين؟
أشكرك أخوي عمار على اختيار هذا الاسم. طبعا ما حد شاورني فيها الاسم إن ليش سميتوها الاسم، ولكن حقيقة الاسم في محله، لأن اليوم الإعلام هو ناقل للصور للعالم أجمع، وأتوقع الكثير من اللي موجودين هنا إعلاميين اليوم، فأتوقع هم عارفين بالضبط شو اللي أتكلم عنه. فإذا كانت الرسالة إيجابية بناءة بنيت خلفها، وإذا كانت الرسالة هدامة هدمت من خلفها. فهي أقوى من السلاح حقيقة، لأن السلاح الفكري أقوى من السلاح المادي اللي نحمله بين يدينا. سلاح ذو حدين، دولة الإمارات تؤمن بأن السلاح هذا هو سلاح جيد في يد الإنسان للبناء، وهي ما قامت عليه أساساً دولة الإمارات من يوم تأسيسها، من قائدنا الله يرحمه الشيخ زايد رحمة الله عليه. وكذلك اليوم نرى هذه الرسائل اللي هي تطلع من قياداتنا صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد وسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد وحكام دولة الإمارات، وكذلك من المسؤولين اللي هم موجودين في دولة الإمارات من وزراء وغيرهم من القائمين على هذه الدولة. نرى أن دائما كلماتهم وتوجيهاتهم ورسائلهم للشعب في دولة الإمارات من مواطن ومقيم وللعالم أجمع هو السلام والتسامح والبناء والعمل والابتكار. فهذه هي الأسلحة اللي نحن نستخدمها في دولة الإمارات لبناء الأوطان ومحاولة لم الشمل والتسامح، ونتمنى أنها تستمر على هذا المنوال، وكذلك أن تصل هذه الرسالة لجميع شعوب العالم من أجل الإنسانية والبناء.
صناع المحتوى اليوم تحديدا في عالم السوشيال ميديا عالم مفتوح كبير جدا، والكثير تكلموا على مسألة عملية وضع ضوابط وكيف أنت ممكن أنت تقنن أو تقيد هذا العالم الكبير الافتراضي اللي موجود. يمكن أنا اللي يهمني على الأقل على المستوى الشخصي يمكن أبرز وأهم عامل كيف نضبط العامل الضابط الأخلاقي في عملية صناعة المحتوى.
ضوابطنا في دولة الإمارات بنيت على أساس البناء، بنيت على أساس الإيجابية، بنيت على أساس الوصول إلى مراحل متقدمة من العلم والتطور والبناء، بناء الإنسان طبعا. فكل ما هو موجود في دولة الإمارات من أنظمة وضوابط هو لخدمة هذه المصلحة، وكل الضوابط اللي هي موجودة في دولة الإمارات اللي هي تعكس تشددنا بأن لا يكون هناك أي عامل موجود ما بين دولة الإمارات وأهلها بأن يكون عامل هدام. الحرية موجودة في دولة الإمارات، لكن في مجالك لا تدخل في خصوصيات الآخرين وتتحدث عنها وكأنها حرية، وهي ليست حرية لشخصك الذات، ولكن أنت دخلت في حريات الآخرين سواء في شخص أو في مؤسسة أو في حكومة أو في قيادة. مثل ما نحن دائما نتعامل في بيوتنا بين أهلنا وبين الأبو والأم وأبنائه، دائما هناك من هو آمر في البيت على أساس حفظ المودة والمحبة والبناء والعمل على أساس أن الوصول إلى مراحل أفضل متقدمة لخدمة البيت وأهله. ونحن في دولة الإمارات نرى أن قيادتنا هي هم مثل آبائنا في بيوتنا، ونحن نمتثل لهذه الدولة لأن نلمس هذا البناء في الدولة ونلمس هذا التسامح اللي نحن نشوفه في دولة الإمارات من أكثر من 200 جنسية متحابة متوددة متصالحة تعيش بأمن وسلام تخدم أوطانها أو وطنها اللي هي قائمة فيه، وعندها حرية الرأي والتعبير بالطرق المتعارف عليها اللي هي تحفظ لنا قيمنا وعاداتنا وتقاليدنا، وكذلك المضي في البناء.
على موضوع الحرية في الإمارات، أي شخص، أي بلد، أي جهة تعمل، خصوصا إذا كان ناجح، فيتعرض إلى انتقادات طبيعي تصير وعندنا حالات كثيرة يعني. والجميع يشهد بأن الإمارات، أتكلم كدولة، تعمل على عدة أصعدة وناجحة على عدة أصعدة، مش على المستوى العربي فقط لكن على المستوى العالمي. لكن في المقابل أيضا في انتقادات توجه. الآن الأهداف اللي خلف هذه الانتقادات تختلف من شخص أو من جهة إلى أخرى، يعني سواء على الصعيد الاقتصادي، الاجتماعي، الرياضي، السياسي، على كافة الأصعدة. السؤال اللي يتبادر عن ذهن البعض: ليش ما نشوف المسؤولين في الإمارات يظهرون على وسائل الإعلام أو وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي ويقومون بالرد وتفنيد هذه الحملة، خلينا نقول الهجوم اللي يتم توجيهها بشكل مستمر للإمارات؟
المسؤول الإماراتي هو مسؤول عن تأكيد عمل مؤسسات دولة الإمارات لبناء دولة، والحكم في عمل أي مسؤول في دولة الإمارات هم المستفيدين من هذه الخدمات. فكل مقيم في دولة الإمارات اليوم بدون ما يتكلم أي مسؤول إماراتي، هم المسؤولين، هم الحكومة اللي قائمين في الدولة، الشعب. شو يشوفون؟ تقدم ولا تراجع؟ ازدهار ولا هدم؟ بناء وعلم وابتكار ولا العكس؟ فلذلك لما يجي يقول ليش المسؤول ما يتكلم، المسؤول ما يحتاج انه يتكلم، المسؤول يحتاج انه يبني، وشغلته انه يبني، ما هو بشغلته انه يسمع لآراء من خارج دولة الإمارات ذات أجندات مختلفة، تلبس لبس الإصلاح وهو لبس الهدم. فنحن نرى دولة الإمارات مضيئة شعلتها خلاف دول كثيرة في العالم، ولله الحمد النتائج التي نراها اليوم من خلال الجميع، شعب دولة الإمارات من كل جنسياته، بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى وبفضل القيادة الحكيمة اللي عملت على أساس أنها تخدم بناء وليست الردود على قال وقيل، لأن نحن شعب لا نعمل على قال وقيل وإنما نعمل بالفعل.
كلام جميل. كلام جميل، ولكن في ولكن، حط خطين تحت ولكن. في أحيان لا يحتاج الموضوع أن يظهر المسؤول، نتكلم الحين بشكل عام سواء بالإمارات، يحتاج يظهر المسؤول الحكومي ويتصدى أو يرد أو يفند، لأن أنت في النهاية نعم عندك شريحة قد تكون هي موجهة، هي هدفها الأساسي انتقاد لأجل الانتقاد، لكن في شريحة أخرى مغيبة عنها المعلومة، مش عارفة بالضبط إيش اللي قاعد يجري، ومن خلال ما يجري في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي ممكن يعني تتولد عندها قناعات معينة. هني دور المسؤول اللي مفروض أنه يطلع ويفند ويوضح هذه النقاط. وأنا يمكن أستحضر، قد تكون أيضا شهادتي يمكن مجروحة فيك شيخ عبد الله، أنت يمكن كان لك دور، وأنا قلت هالكلام سابقا ورد أكرره مرة ثانية، يعني يمكن من القلائل في الحين ما نبي نعمم نقول بالوطن العربي، لكن نتكلم على مستوى دول مجلس التعاون، يعني من القلائل في دول مجلس التعاون مسؤول حكومي يظهر تحديدا على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي ويقود حملة، وفي ذاك الوقت كانت حملة تستهدف الإساءة لدول مجلس التعاون. يعني هذا ليش ما يتكرر مع شخصيات ثانية في الحكومة؟
لو لاحظت أنت طال عمرك، كان دخولي في السوشيال ميديا هي لإيضاح شأن معين فقط، وكانت فترة يعني بسيطة جدا لما دخلت فيها في السوشيال ميديا، وكانت لهدف واحد لإيضاح صورة.
سويت ترند أنت.
فالإيضاح صورة، فكانت الصورة هناك لإيضاح، لأن كان هناك تغلغل من خلنا نقول فاشلين في هذا العالم يريدون تفكيك المجتمعات سواء في دولة الإمارات أو في دول مجلس التعاون. فكان دخولي فقط لإيضاح هذه الرؤية، وإيضاح أن يجب علينا نحن جميعا كصناع محتوى أو مسؤولين في السوشيال ميديا أو حتى ناس فقط داخلة لتفقد أو تصفح الأخبار في السوشيال ميديا، أن نكون دائما منتبهين على ما هو دورنا نحن لإبعاد الضرر عن مجتمعاتنا وعالمنا العربي والعالم كله. وبعدها طلعت ما كملت مشواري أنا في السوشيال ميديا بأني أنا القيل والقال لا زال أروح وارجع. نعرفوا هذه الناس مين هم، عددهم معروف، وهم اليوم اللي موجودين هم نفسهم اللي موجودين سابقا، ولكن كانوا يجرون وراهم الكثير من الناس من دول الخليج، من دول عربية، وراء أفكارهم وتنظيرهم للأمور بطريقة خاطئة. ما أقول فقط أنا، هناك الكثير من الوزراء في دولة الإمارات اللي يردون على الأمور اللي هي تحتاج إيضاح للحفاظ على مجتمعنا في دولة الإمارات، للحفاظ على مجتمعاتنا في الدول العربية ودول مجلس التعاون. ولكن ما دون ذلك وأبعد عن ذلك لا يحتاج أتوقع أن مسؤولين أن يدخلون في هذه الدوامة، لأنها بتدخلنا في دوامات أخرى في التشكيك وغيرها من الأمور الأخرى. المسؤول في دولة الإمارات هو مسؤول لإيصال وإيضاح صورة فقط، ويطلع للبناء ويعمل على البناء، والدفاتر والأقلام تجاوب هذا بالأرقام عن دور دولة الإمارات ووصولها اليوم.
أنا بعطيك مثال ثاني الحين طمعان شوية في طولة بالك. كان الفترة الأخيرة الحين مرة ثانية إذا أنا بسوي جرد حق عملية الانتقادات والحملات اللي تشن، يعني ممكن ناخذ لنا بعد جلستين قدام، والجماعة القائمين على القمة ما راح يعطوني بلوك بعدين. بس إذا بستحضر يمكن آخر حدثين صاروا، وأيضا تعرضت الإمارات إلى هجمة من قبل البعض. ليش الإمارات البلد اللي يحتضن أكثر من أو ما يقارب 200 جنسية، ليش في بعض الأعياد والمناسبات المعينة في نوع من الاحتفاء، توجيه تبريكات والتهاني؟ وهذا إذا أبي أربط هذا الموضوع في مسألة الهوية الوطنية أو الهوية الإسلامية، بأن هذا ضد عاداتنا وضد تقاليدنا أن احنا نهنئ الطرف ألف أو الطرف باء أو الطرف جيم. فصارت في حملة أنت أكيد تابعتها. صحيح. يعني كانت حملة منظمة موجهة يعني، بس هم ما شفنا مسؤول إماراتي طلع فند تكلم رد علق. فالحين بما أنك موجود فجيد أن نستفيد ونقتنص الفرصة هذه معك.
نحن كمسلمين في دولة الإمارات الإسلام هو التسامح، الإسلام هو أن يتحاب مع الآخر، الإسلام هو تبادل الآراء، النظريات المختلفة. الإسلام دخلوه الكثير لمحبتهم بالإسلام وطريقة الإسلام والإسلام كسلم. فنحن هذا نحن في دولة الإمارات، هذه خلطتنا السرية، بأن نحن نحتفل بالجميع، وكل من هو على دولة الإمارات نحن نعتبره منا وفينا، وهذه بلاده اللي يعيش فيها، ونحن بنساعده على أساس أنه يكون يحس أن هذيلا وكأنهم أهله وأهل بيته. فأكيد بحتفل بأعياد المسيح، وأكيد بحتفل بأعياد الهندوس، وأكيد بحتفل بأعياد أخرى على مستوى العالم اللي هي موجودين عندي أنا ويمثلون جزء من مجتمعنا في دولة الإمارات. فهل يحتاج أني أنا أرد على 0.001 يتكلم ضد دولة الإمارات؟ ما أحتاجه، خله يتكلم. باقي 99.9999 يعرف دولة الإمارات.
بس هذا هم راح اعتبره تصريح الحين ورد. أمس خلال الجلسة الافتتاحية كان معالي محمد القرقاوي وسعيد، ولما نتكلم على موضوع قمة المليار وأن كيف النظرة المستقبلية للإمارات حاضرة من زمن بعيد يعني. فلما نتكلم أن قبل 25 سنة كانت في نظرة مستقبلية أن أول شيء نبني مدينة للإعلام مستقلة عن مدينة للتكنولوجيا، والحين بعد 25 سنة احنا للسنة الثالثة على التوالي عندنا قمة المليار بهذا العدد والكم الكبير على مستوى العالم. وين رايحين بعد 25 سنة؟
استشراف المستقبل، بس أرجع لهذه النقطة، ويمكن أنا تكون أنت ضيفي الحين 3 دقائق أو 4 دقائق وأسألك كم سؤال، أنت تصير ضيفي إذا بتسمح لي ويسمحوا لي الجمهور. شو اللي جابك للإمارات؟ شو اللي جابك للإمارات؟
شو اللي جاب للإمارات؟
أي.
بس ترى والله ترى جد هذا اللي ترى لا متفق عليه ولا شيء. حلفت بالله يا الحين حطيت الحين أحس حرارة شوية صارت فوق يعني. شو اللي جابني للإمارات؟ شوف حتى البادي لانجوج قام يتعدل الحين عندي. اوكي، وايد اسباب جابتني للإمارات.
عطني كم من سبب، اهم سببين.
انا قاعد اطالع هناك معالي ابو محمد سعاده ابو محمد سعيد العطر قاعد يطالعني ناطر الجواب والله الحين، بس واضح اني قاعد تهرب من الاجابه الحين صح؟ لا جد في وايد اسباب جابتني.
عطني سببين، اهم سببين.
اهم سببين؟ شلون؟ اي لا مشكلة لما تكون جاهز حق الجواب، هاي مشكلة الحين يعني. واذا جاوبت بعض الاجابات ممكن تعتبر دبلوماسية.
عطني سببين، مو بشرط انه يكون الرئيسية، مو بشرط سبب رئيسي، ولكن جزء من الاسباب اللي خلتك تجي دولة الامارات للفعالية هاي.
للفعالية هذه
خلينا نقول للفعالية هذه عشان
طلعت شوي، اعطيتني
اريحك شوي
طوق نجاة شوية للفعالية هذه. يعني اكيد احب اني اكون موجود ضمن فعالية مثل هذه على مستوى العالم كله. ما تتاح لي فرصة ممكن اني احضر منتدى او ندوة لصناع المحتوى في امريكا الجنوبية او الشمالية او استراليا، لكن لما تكون في الامارات تحديدا وفي دبي كل صناع المحتوى على مستوى العالم، فاكيد فرصة مهمة اني اكون ولو جزء بسيط من هالفعالية. يعني جواب دبلوماسي زين؟
بعد ما خلصت. بعدني ما خلصت.
قاعد احاول اطلع.
شو اللي تتمناه يكون يمكن عقب؟
شو اللي اتمناه يكون عقب؟
يكون بعد يعني السنه القادمه.
المشكله رفعتوا البنش فوق ما ادري شو، ما خليتوا شيء يعني عشان الواحد يفكر انه وين بتروحون بعد.
عطني شيء انت تتمناه، مش وين احنا بنروح، انت شو تتمناه السنه القادمه يكون موجود
بالقمه؟
في القمه.
انا العام الماضي وانا داش هني مع معالي محمد القرقاوي واحنا نازلين من الاسانسير عشان نصعد الستيج. المفروض احنا الحين انا داش العقل اللي افكر فيه شنو؟ جلستي اللي معاه هو شنو قاعد يكلم الشباب اللي كانوا موجودين معاه، كان يكلمهم عن هالقمه هذه اللي هي بعد سنه، اللي امس قاعد يقول انه يقول 60% زاد.
خليك من لا
تتهرب. فانا اذا 60% بتهرب دبلوماسي شويه.
لا تتهرب.
بس جد شلون يعني بفكر بشنو؟ يعني كل شيء موجود.
عطني شيء. ها؟ السنه الجايه شو تريد يكون موجود؟
بكون موجود السنه الجايه.
تبى تكون موجود.
طلعت نفسي الحين.
انا ليش سالتك كم من سؤال؟
قيادتنا الله يحفظهم،
قيادتنا الله يحفظهم الشيخ محمد بن زايد والشيخ محمد بن راشد عودونا ان القياده مش بانك تسوي شو اللي في راسك، بان القياده تسوي شو اللي المطلوب انك تسويه للي جاي لك. استشراف المستقبل كان بعقول الناس اللي يشوفون شو اللي يريدون يكونون في المستقبل وكيف يريدون يوصلون للمستقبل. فسؤالي لك اليوم شو اللي تريد يكون في المستقبل؟ هذا اللي يسأله قيادتنا، هاي اللي تسأله قيادتنا، هذا اللي تبى تعرفه قيادتنا، وهذا الاستشراف اللي هم شافوه قبل 25 سنة عشان نجلس أنا وأنت اليوم على الكرسي هذا ونتحاور بأن هم إيدهم تحت مع الشعب وصوتهم وإذنهم يسمعون من الشعب على أساس أنه يعرفون شو المطلوب منهم أنه يصير للوصول بهذه المسيرة اللي نحن وصلناها إلى هذا المستوى. فتطور الدولة بني بسواعد قيادة تقنية عالية عندهم في معرفة الأمور واستشراف مستقبل جدا قوي، بأن إشراك المجتمع في هذا الموضوع لمعرفة ما هو مطلوب للمستقبل الأفضل من خلال الناس اللي متواجدين في دولة الإمارات واللي بيجوا من الخارج.
احنا تجاوزنا الوقت المسموح، بس انا وعدتك ابي الكلمه الاخيره للشباب اللي الان موجودين، اللي حاضرين قمه المليار، صناع المحتوى تحديدا ب 45 ثانيه. شو تقول؟
عيد السؤال بس ما سمعتك.
الشباب اللي موجودين صناع المحتوى اللي حاضرين القمه الان ب 45 ثانيه، شو توجه لهم رساله؟
أوجه لهم رسالة. طبعا سنة إن شاء الله 25 و26 بيشوفون إعلام متغير.
تقرب المايك مع شيخ بس مفروض.
واضح؟
الحين أفضل. أيوة.
إعلام سنة 25 و26 بيشوفون يعني بإذن الله طفرة في الإعلام في دولة الإمارات. هذا طبعا للوصول لرؤية دولة الإمارات 2031. للوصول إلى رؤية دولة الإمارات 2031. اللي بيشتغل على نظرة 2031 فيما يخص الإعلام هو اللي تشوفوا مني حاضرين الإعلام كله، هم شركائي وهم السواعد الطيبة اللي بيعطونا استشراف المستقبل، وهم اللي بيكونون بإذن الله يبنون هذا الصرح اللي بيشوفونه بإذن الله كيف ما هم يبونه، وبالطريقة الصحيحة البناءة اللي بتخدم فيها دولة الإمارات ودول المنطقة والعالم بإذن الله لبناء مستقبل أجمل وأشرق للإعلام وباقي القطاعات في هذه الدولة.
فأنت تقول لي شنو تتوقع؟ فأنت إذا تقول لي 25 26 طفرة مع اللي صار شنو هذا كله؟ يعني
هذا مفتاح الباب.
مفتاح الباب للطفرة. موفقين دائما للخير إن شاء الله. موفقين دائما للخير إن شاء الله، ودائما نشوف الإمارات من أحسن إلى أحسن ومن أفضل إلى أفضل، وهاللي تعودنا دائما منكم إن شاء الله. مشكورين مرة ثانية للحضور الكريم على هالجلسة. معالي الشيخ عبد الله الحامد، كل شكر لك.
شكرا لكم.
حياك الله. طلعت نفسي من الموضوع اليوم.
Thank you, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al-Hamid, and thank you, Ammar Taqi, for that insightful session. And now, guys, it's time for a critical debate. Can we talk medicine on social media? Join us this session about the complexities of sharing medical content online. Let's hear it from Iman and speaker Dr. Karim Ali and Dr. Ali Khammas.
صباح الخير. I'm not Dr. Ali, I'm not Dr. Karim. My name is إيمان لحرش. حكون الهوست، فمعنا دكتور علي خماس جراحات عامة وجراحات سمنة، ومعنا دكتور كريم علي مؤسس فكر ثاني. Thank you for being here. أهلا وسهلا. من دون مقدمات لنربح وقتنا يمكن بالنقاشات. Can we talk medicine on social media؟ أو هل ينفع أنه نحكي بالطب ومجال الطب ومواضيع الطب على السوشيال ميديا؟ حبدأ معك دكتور كريم، لأنه في أكثر من مناسبة يعني بنلاقي نفسنا بنتصفح على السوشيال ميديا حوالين موضوع معين بالصحة أو بصحتنا نحن يعني شخصياً، تلاقي منشور بيعطيك هيدي النصيحة أو هذا العلاج، ومنشور تاني بحذرك من خطورة ومخاطر هذه النصيحة أو هذا العلاج. ما المفروض أن نقوم به وبمن يجب أن نثق بالنهاية؟
طبعا نتكلم ولا ما نتكلمش، ما حدش يقدر يقول لك ما تتكلميش، مش هتعرفي تحكمي في عصر سماوات مفتوحة، ولكن نستطيع كل الاستطاعة ان احنا نثقف الجمهور يعرف الصح من الغلط. نثقفه، انا بتكلم الصحة على المجال الطبي، هو يقدر يعرف او يفهم او يستشعر طبعا من اهل الثقة، ولكن ان احنا نقدر السؤال نتكلم او ما نتكلمش سؤال مش صح. نتكلم نرفع وعي الناس ازاي، وده باستطاعتنا لو في ناس ثقه، ناس بكرايتيريا معينه خدوا بسطوا المعلومه قوي قوي قوي، هتفرق فرق وعي غير طبيعي. انا في رايي اهم وعي من الاطفال الصغيرين لغايه يعني اخر العمر، الوعي الصحي لازم يكون في كل الاعمار. فده وقتنا لو احنا ما مليناش عصر السماوات المفتوحه بمحتوى محترم في الطب، في الفاينانس، في الحاجات دي، هنسيبه لمحتويات اخرى. فاحنا اولى ان احنا نطلع على السوشيال ميديا.
لكن المشكله هو انه مش مضمون انه اللي بيحكي بمجال الطب عنده فهم او خلفيه او تخصص في مجال الطب نفسه.
دو يور جوب، يعني انت بتاخدي دينك من مين؟ مش بتسالي وتعرفي. دو يور جوب، ده مين؟ ده دارس ايه؟ ايه السي في بتاعته؟ مش اي حد يطلع يومين يعمل ترند نصدقه. ده دارس طب ولا لا؟ ده عنده قصه او عنده فيجن او عنده حاجه حقيقيه، في ناس اتعالجت معاه قصه. انا فكر تاني، انا يعني من مدرسه فكر تاني، وانا منشئ فاوندر فكر تاني. الفكر التاني استخدم عقلك. انا ضد الطب اللي في حاجات معينه، انا ادخل عندك ايه تك تك طب خد الروشته دي، لا ده بارتنر لازم يفهم ده عنده ايه وبياخد ايه وانواع ايه. انا لما شفت في اوروبا مره على البيتش واحد بتدي لابنها عنده 3 سنين، يا حبيبي ده مضاد حيوي بالانجليزيه وعشان يعمل كذا، قلت سوري يعني ده هيفهم ابنك ايه ده 3 سنين؟ ده لما يوصل 7 و8 يبقى عنده الوعي ده ايه وده ايه. هو ده اللي احنا بنقوله، ده اللي انا بقوله دلوقتي.
دكتور علي، يعني في جاب او هو في هذا المجال غطتها وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، وبالتالي من اجل زياده التوعيه وتبسيط المفاهيم اللي احيانا تكون معقده، حتى عندما بنروح عند دكتور معين بغالب الاحيان يعني حتى ما بيشرحوا لنا نحن شنو المرض ومصطلحات علميه وصعبه ما بتوضح الحاله نفسها. فما موقفك على تناول الطب في السوشيال ميديا بدايه قبل ان نغوص ربما في بقيه الافكار؟
شوفي ايمان، احنا اول شيء لازم نفهم ان المعلومه شو ما كانت اقل شيء تكون ما بين ملقي ومتلقي. انا بعطيك شيء احنا نسميه التجربه الذهنيه. نفترض الافتراض التالي، انه في جامعه في السويد، في اقصى شمال السويد، في مدينه اسمها كيرونا، جايبه نفرين شخصين واثنينهم لابسين نفس اللبس، قطره وعقال وكندوره اماراتيه، والحضور طلبه ماجستير في العلوم السياسيه، اختصاص في اوروبا في السياسه الاوروبيه. واحد اسمه علي خماس اليماحي وواحد اسمه عبد الله بن زايد آل نهيان. بس هذول الطلبه ما يعرفون منو. لما نبدا نتكلم قد يعتقد بعضهم انه هذا اللي ابوه مزارع وامام مسجد ودارس طب يفهم في السياسه، ما يعرفون ان الشخص الاخر ابن القائد المؤسس ووزير خارجيه الامارات وواحد من صناع السياسه الخارجيه. لو شلنا هذول طلبة الماجستير في العلوم السياسية، هم بعد فترة راح يفهموا أنه هذا سياسي محنك وهذا شكله ما يفهم شيء. نشيل ذولا نحط طلبة طب سنة أولى، بتلاقي احتمال كبير أنه ذولا يسمعون لي أنا أكثر، لأنه I speak their language. الموضوع متعلق بالقدرة على الكونكتيفيتي، القدرة على الاتصال، وهذا موضوع خطير جدا. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم عنده حديث حلو يقول إنكم تختصمون إلي. شو هذا الرسول الأعظم يقول إنكم تختصمون إلي وإن بعضكم ألحن من بعض في حجته، فربما قضيت له بمال أخيه، فمن قضيت له بمال أخيه فإنما أقتطع له قطعة من النار فليأخذها أو ليدعها. إذا كنا إحنا بالكلام نقدر نضحك على استغفر الله العظيم على الرسول ويشبه نفسه يقول ممكن تضحكون عليه. الإشكالية في السوشيال ميديا وفي الأطباء، سواء كانوا أطباء الطب الآخر البديل المكمل التكميلي، الإبر الصينية، الشعبي، whatever. هو أنا كيف أعرف الصدق؟ كيف أعرف أنه هاي المعلومة صادرة من شخص هو أصلاً هذا تخصصه؟ أنا مثلاً ما أتكلم في أي شيء رغم أني أنا جراح يخص المعي، جراحة المعي العلوي، لأن دكتور عمر المرزوقي مكتبه جنبي، هو هذا اختصاصه. كل واحد لازم يحترم اختصاصه، وهي إشكالية كبيرة في الفضاء هذا. أنا ما أعتقد أنه في حل. الحل، تفضل.
طيب بس للتعليق من دكتور علي في كريم علي في هذه النقطة، كريم علي وعلي خمس في كثير عليات في هذه النقطة، إنه بمن يجب أن نثق في هذا المجال، لأنه حتى من هب ودب بات يتحدث في موضوع الطب، واكتشفنا كذا حالات إنه ناس كانت تدعي إنه متخصصة أخصائية أغذية متخصصة في الطب، بعدين بيتبين إنه ما عندهمش أصلاً لا دبلوم ولا شهادات، بينما غرروا بالناس. وهذا موضوع حقيقة، لأنه عندما نتحدث عن طب وصحة الفرد مش إنه كان عم نتحدث على الميك اب أو على الطبخة أو لا، هيدي إنه شيء على المحك.
معاكي 100% صحيح. طبعا زي ما قلت لك هو لازم يشوف بيسمع لمين، يعمل الواجب بتاعه، يدور على الشخص ده. ولكن جميل قوي إن إحنا عشان اللي أنت بتقوليه ده، الأطباء اللي عندهم حجة، فعنده بيزك نوليدج وعنده حجة وإقناع للناس. فده يعني مش اعتقد ان انا زي ما الدكتور قال لو انا عندي حجه ممكن اقول كلام غلط. طب ما نطلع الناس اللي عندها حجه وبتتكلم صح، هتاخد الناس في السوشيال ميديا وتديهم الطب الحقيقي.
بس في ناس على السوشيال ميديا they are so talkative.
اكيد
يعني
بس
شاطرين بالحكي.
ما عشان كده انا بعمل اللي عليا، مش كل الدكاتره تعمل زي انا. تركت العياده وفرغت نفسي ان انا ادي النولج للناس في كل العالم. فانا عايز ناس كتير كده، ناس كواليفايد. انا معايا ماجستير، دكتوراه و2 ماجستير. كان ممكن اقعد في عياده او افتح مستشفى. بالعكس انا دوري ودور كل الاطباء اللي في السوشيال ميديا، اللي بيعرف يتكلم، اللي عنده فيجن، اللي مش واخد الطب كوظيفه، واخد الطب كميشن حياه، انك تاخدي للناس للهيلينج، مش انك تعيشي مع اعراض او مع ادويه معينه. فالناس اللي عندها فيجن حقيقي لازم تطلع، لازم تظهر، لازم تتشهر. احنا بنشوف دلوقتي مين اللي بيتشهر. دول اولى الناس اللي تاخد الناس للصحه، للفاينانشال فريدم، للتفكير، للنجاح. دول اللي لازم يتصدروا، دول اللي لازم ياخدوا المشهد، دول اللي هيعملوا طفره حقيقيه. يعني لغايه امتى هقعد في عيادتي استنى الناس تجيلي؟ احنا مش المفروض نستنى الناس تيجي. يعني انت لو رحت للدكتور قلب، عندك ايه؟ ما عنديش حاجه، انا بس عايزه اطمن. لا، لما تعي تعالي لي. مش لا، احنا نروح لقبل المرض. لازم نطلع للناس الاصحاء قبل ما يجوا لنا كمرض، او لو يروحوا للزملاء كمرض.
مساله التثقيف والمصداقيه، لكن في نقطه ثانيه دكتور علي. لا أدري كان لديك أي تعقيب في هذه المسألة، لكن إنه مسألة الطب البديل، الطب الوظيفي، يعني هذه كمان في خناقة على السوشيال ميديا، وفي ضرب حتى بمصداقية الطب المعاصر، الطب الحديث، إنه مرتبط إنه منظومة فاسدة، إنه مرتبطة بإنه تجارة الأدوية وضغط تجارة الأدوية وما إلى ذلك. إلى أي مدى هذا يؤثر أيضا بثقة الناس بنظام الطبي بحد ذاته؟
احنا لما نترك الناس تتكلم في السوشيال ميديا وتقول أي شيء تبغيه ويكون عندهم عدد هائل من المتابعين، بسهولة راح نفقد المصداقية. أنا لو كنت مكان الدكتور كريم كنت بترك العيادة. أنا أمس كنت أتصفح جوجل دكتور كريم، ففي صفحة اسمها فكر ثاني. الموعد مع الدكتور كريم ب$2500. أنا الموعد عندي ب$150. أنا لو كنت مكانه كنت تركت العيادة من زمان. 10 مرضى يكفوني سنة كاملة. فيعني هني ما أعرف شو أقول لك. لما تكون أنت توصل لهذه الدرجة من الشهرة بسهولة تصدق، بسهولة. أنا ما أقصد الدكتور كريم، أنا قصدي الشهرة.
بس لا،
الشهرة في حد ذاتها مشكلة. سمعيني بقول لك شيء. أنا بقول لك هاي المسألة ترى مش جديدة، مسألة قديمة من قدم الطب. دائما في طب عادي وطب بديل من ايام ابو قراط. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم عنده حديث يقول: من تطبب وليس بطبيب فهو غارم. اللي يدعي انه يعرف شيء وما يعرفه هو يغرم اذا صار في المريض شيء. اللي ابي نسيتيني النقطه اللي كنت بقولها. الاشكاليه مثل ما قلت انا هي في المتلقي عليه واجب. علماء الإسلام يقولون ان الانسان العامي، مو بالعالم، العامي ما يعرف شيء، مطلوب منه الاجتهاد، الاجتهاد اعلى درجات العلم. طيب كيف الانسان العامي مطلوب منه؟ قال مطلوب منه ان يجتهد ليجد عالمه. انا اخذ المعلومه من منه. هاي وظيفه الانسان العامي الغير مطلع في الطب. انا ما اسمع لاي واحد.
بس يمكن هذا اللي قال دكتور كريم، انه لازم الاطباء يكون عندهم مجهود اكثر انه يروحوا يتواصلوا مع الناس على السوشيال ميديا.
قدرة الأطباء على التواصل أمام الكاميرا غير عن قدرتهم على التواصل مع البشر. ترى الكاميرا تحتاج مجهود آخر، الستيج هذا يحتاج مجهود آخر. يعني أنا وكريم ممكن متعودين على الستيج، غيرنا ما متعود على الستيج، وهو يمكن يكون أفضل مني مليون مرة، وأفضل يمكن يكون من كريم مليون مرة، لكن هو ما يعرف يواجه الكاميرا. أنا أمس كنت أشوف واحد من الزملاء زميل جراح معاي زين قاعد يعمل فيديو مسكين يعني، حتى زوجتي تقول ليش سوى كذا فلان؟ ليش يعني طالع بهالفيديو؟ ما يعني مواجهته للكاميرا سيئة. فما نقدر احنا وي كانت بروموت ذم، ما نقدر نعمل لكل الناس. هو الواجب يقع كثير، جزء كبير من المسؤولية تقع على الشخص المتلقي نفسه، اني انا لازم اخذ معلومة الامراض الاورام من شخص متخصص في الاورام. انا باخذ معلومه في الجراحه، في مثلا في جراحه المراره، اخذها من جراح.
صحيح.
ما في حد يعرف كل شيء. هذا اهم نقطه، ما في حد يعرف كل شيء، ما في حد المفروض يفتي في كل شيء.
صحيح.
وبالنسبه انت سالت السؤال الاولاني كان عن الطب البديل وانواعه. انا اقول الطب البديل المفروض يعملوا دوري بينهم بين بعضهم، والفايز يلعب مع الطب العادي سوبر وبعدين نشوف.
شو موضوعك او رايك بموضوع الجري وراء الشهره؟ ومرات بيكون في عناوين اتراكتيف انه بس لتلم الناس، انه كيف تعيش اكثر، كيف تبدو اذكى، مش عارف شو، خذ هذه الماده، خذ هذه الماده. فدس اشياء مغرره، ويمكن الناس لما تكون انه بدها تجيب فولورز اكثر بتصير بتعمل هدول المصيدات خلينا نسميهم بشكل اكثر. بس في ناس مش بنفس الوعي، مش بنفس، لانه نرمي المسؤوليه على المتلقي شوي صعبه، لانه الناس مش نفس البيئه، نفس الكالتشر، نفس القيم، نفس كل شيء. فكيف ممكن نتعامل مع هذا الشيء، الركض وراء الشهره، وفيما يتعلق بخناقه الطب البديل، الطب الوظيفي، التشكيك بالطب، لانه في ناس حتى بتصدق الناس اللي بتشكك بالطب المعاصر الحديث اللي هو زاد امد حياه الناس، وصارت تروح وراء انه في هذه الوصفه المعينه اللي انا شفتها على السوشيال ميديا وقالها مثلا فلان لانه هو معروف وعنده فولورز، بس ممكن تاثر على حياته.
صحيح. الاول دكتور، احنا في سن واحد لو ما وصلتش نص ساعه $2500 راجع نفسك، يعني خبره حضرتك عظيمه. الطب البديل ده اللي اتقال بالظبط، هو ده الكونفليكت. ان الطب الحديث اللي انا درسته، واخد PhD، واخد 2 ماجستير من جامعات معترفه عالميه، درسوا لنا ان احنا الابر هاند، كل من ياتي ويتحدث غيري هو تعالى لعبني بعدين لما تكسب. نو. دلوقتي انا حاليا امباسادور لليونايتد نيشن فيدريشن، كنت قلب جنيف. WHO عملت اجتماع وجامعه اطباء الهوليستيك في العالم، قالت على الشاشه الكبيره كده 65% من البشر حول العالم فقدوا الثقه في الطب الحديث ويذهبوا الى الطب اللي في الصين وفي تايلاند والمعالجين الهوليستيك. فرساله WHO بيقولوا ان لم ينتبه الطب الحديث انه مش ابر هاند، انت اوريدي، وانا حزين لان درست طب وانا طبيب بشري مهما كان، بس بنفقد الثقه لما ادي علاج، يعني اكتب علاج وادي على طول. واحد يقعد معايا انا عشان الدكتور بيقول $2500، انا بعمل ايه؟ انا بساله عن اخر سنه قبل المرض، اكله وشربه ونومه ومعادنه وفيتاميناته والاسترس والتروما بتاعته وروحانياته مع ربنا. This is the holistic. اي حد دلوقتي هيتكلم خارج الهوليستيك، الناس يعني عندك حاجه خد حبايه، خد مضاد حيوي، عندك سكر خد دواء سكر، عندك ضغط خد دواء ضغط، مبقاش ينفع مع الناس عشان السوشيال ميديا اللي انت قلت عليها اتفتحت الدنيا خلاص.
بس السوشيال ميديا انه لما ينشر دواء او علاج معين ما بياخدش هيدي الحالات الفرديه كلها انه مثلا تاريخه الطبي، تاريخه اللايف ستايل تبع هذا الشخص، لانه بيعطي هذه النصائح فالناس بتاخذها.
طبعا في
مش مثل
نصايح
انه
عامة.
سيشن بشكل
ما حدش
مباشر.
بيطلع على الروشته يقول لي خدوا كده واعملوا كذا في لا الهوليستيك في اي مش انا او اي حد بيتكلم. يمكن انا من اوائل الاطباء اللي اتكلمت في الهوليستيك في الوطن العربي، ولكن انا لما بتكلم في اي حتى احد برضو الديبيتس يقولوا هو انتوا بتتكلموا في كل حاجه ازاي؟ انا ما بتكلمش في ولا حاجه، لان ما فيش طبيب على وجه الارض يستطيع شفاء مرض واحد، مش هيوجد. احنا كل اللي نقدر نعمله نشغل الاوتو هيلينج بتاع الجسم، الشفاء الذاتي. انت لما تتجرحي انا باجي اقفل لك واحط اورده جديده وسيلز جديده، لا انت بتغطيه وتنظفيه وبيخف لوحده. نفس النظام في الطب الوظيفي كده، حتى السرطانات في اوتو هيلينج، في تشافي. حط الجسم في طريق التشافي من برد لغايه سرطان مرحله رابعه. وشوفي كتاب آلاف الحالات اسمه راديكال ريميشن، خفوا لوحدهم، مش عاملين سحر هم.
بس هو القصص الفرديه
مش فرديه،
مش بالضروره
ما
نعممها.
ينفعش
قصه
فردي.
نجاح نجحت مع الحاله مش بالضروره تنجح مع كل الناس، او تخلي الناس مثلا تدروب العلاج
طب انا هقول
السرطان
لك، حد طلع عنده مرض قدامي دلوقتي وات ايفر، قول لي مرض اكس، انا لما اقعد معاه هقول له ايه؟ اكلك يتنظم والسكر يتمنع ونومك يبقى بدري وتلعب رياضه وتتنفس كويس وتبعد عن الاسترس وتزود كتلتك العضليه. ده ضره في حاجه؟ اي مرض في اي ستيج في اي بلد في اي عمر هيتحسن حتى لو عمل الحاجات اللي احنا الهوليستيك بيقول عليها. الهوليستيك ما بيكتبش ده بسايد افكت، ما بيديش حاجه تضر. الهوليستيك ارجع للروت وصلح الروت، كله هيخف. انا مؤمن بذلك.
احنا نسميها في الطب لايف ستايل تشينجز، ما في شيء جديد.
صحيح.
This is life
ما
style.
بيتعملش يا دكتور.
اسمعني
احنا في كتب الطب change لايف ستايل.
يو توك يور، خليني اتكلم انا. هذه يسمونها لايف ستايل تشينجز. It is there in medicine. احنا جربناها، وانا لما اقول احنا قصدي اطباء السمنه، انا تخصصي الفرعي جراحه السمنه. عملوا مقارنات مع لايف ستايل تشينجز ومع الجراحه. انا ما بقول ان اللايف ستايل تشينجز خسرت، اتهزأت. ليش؟ مو لسببين. السبب الاولاني ان الناس ما تسمع الكلام. يعني انت تقول لواحد اعمل رياضه على بالك انه هو بيعمل، انت تقول لواحد كل كذا ولا تاكل كذا وتجنب الماء، الناس ما ولو التزمت ما تلتزم بفترات طويله. احنا نعرف انه الانسان لو نزل من وزنه 10% راح يقل عنده، راح يتنظم عنده السكر، وراح يقل خطوره امراض القلب، وتقل عنده نسبه الجلطات. هذا رقم واحد. رقم اثنين، فهم المرض. بمعنى خلونا انا بجيب السمنه كحاله مرضيه. مثال تعرفين برنامج اسمه The Biggest Loser؟
يس.
اوكي، كلنا نعرف The Biggest Loser. اوكي، في مقاله نزلت، اخاف اكذب اقول نيويورك تايمز، يا اما نيويورك تايمز يا اما الواشنطن بوست. واحد تابع كل الفائزين 14 سيزونز او 15 سيزونز، كل اللي فازوا في هذا واستمروا على the same lifestyle changes كلهم. but they gained weight، ارتفع وزنهم، لأنه المرض أبعد من التصور البسيط إنه أعمل ولا تعمل وتجنب واعمل.
بس
في مشكلة داخلية. يعني المشكلة أعمق من السطحية إن أنا آكل عدد كالوريز. It's not، هو مش هل كثر كالوري أنت تحط، هل كثر كالوري راح تزيد، هل كثر كالوري قللت، لا. It's a very complex disease، وقيس عليه كل الأمراض المزمنة الأخرى. هو مرض معقد، والاعتقاد إنه الناس راح تسمع كلام الأطباء إذا نصحناهم نام عدل، قوم الصبح من وقت، كل وجبة الإفطار، هذا اعتقاد مع كل احترام والتقدير للقائمين خلفه، اعتقاد إنه جزء كبير من البشر راح يسمع هالكلام، اعتقاد خاطئ. في الدراسات هذا اللي مع السمنة 5% من المرضى التزموا بعد 6 شهور. 95% من المرضى ما قدروا يلتزموا.
أكثر في وعي بسبب السوشيال ميديا، إنه الناس صارت تهتم على نظامها الصحي وعلى اللايف ستايل بشكل أكثر. صار في قناعات عند الناس اليوم إنه بيعمل رياضة،
نعمل الناس كبيبي، مش المفروض. كل واحد مسؤول عن، هو مش بيبي، مش هتعرف تنام، مش هتعرف تنزل 50-60 كيلو. لا، أنا آلاف الحالات غيروا حياتهم تماما. مش ينفع، مش هنفضل طول عمرنا اعمل الناس كبيبي وانا الابر هاند، خد ده وامشي. الكلام ده سمعتش كلامي، سمعت كلام حد غيري، مش هينفع. الناس كل واحد ياخد مسؤوليه صحته. صحتك مسؤوليتك انت، لازم تنام بدري. بس ندي امثله. ما ينفعش انا ابقى طبيب قلب ومعايا سجاره، ما ينفعش انا طبيب وشكلي مش صحي. انا عايش عمري كله بنفذ اللي مؤمن بيه. اكلي وشربي يتريقوا عليا ان انا بنام الساعه 10، يتريقوا ان انا باخد فيتامينز ومينرال يقولوا ملهاش لازمه، يتريقوا ان انا بروح الجيم مرتين في اليوم، يتريقوا ان انا بعمل تنفس، يتريقوا ان انا بعمل حمام بارد. بس هو ده اللي خلاني وانا عندي 48 سنه دلوقتي البيولوجيكال ايج بتاعي 34 سنه و6 شهور. اذا we must give mission للبيبل. اعمل اللي عليك، مش انا بابا انت مش هتنفع تستمر، انت من غيري مش هينفع تكمل حياتك. مش هتمشي كده، لازم الناس تشيل مسؤوليه.
اسمعك. يمكن المشكله لانه نقطه كمان اشار لها الدكتور كريم قبل، وهي انه هذا التعالي في الطب المعاصر او الدكتور انه بستيتس مقدس، وانه يعني فوق كل انتقادات. وبالتالي هل سمحت السوشيال ميديا والتناول وفتح حتى في انواع الطب واي نهج من الطب وانه نسائل هذا انه ده مقرطه الطب نفسه؟
هو الإشكالية هي اللي حصلت الحين. هو تكلمهم صفقوا، أنا تكلمت ما حد صفق إلا ناظم، لأن ناظم طبيب. هاي إشكالية المتابعين. اللي يتابع يحبك. اللي يتابعك ليش يتابعك؟ لأنه يحبك، يحب كلامك، هو مقتنع إنك أنت صح. واللي ما يتابعني ما يحبني ومعتقد إن كلامي غلط. هذا واحد. اثنين، نظرية الفوقية غير صحيحة. بمعنى لما الطب اكتشف انه في شيء اسمه ابر صينيه، جربوا. ما كان في طبعا شيء، ما كان في طاقه جباره، بس كان في تخفيف الم، فاعتمدوا. لما الطب شاف بعض الاعشاب مفيده في شيء معين، راح استخلص من هاي الاعشاب شو الشيء اللي خلى الضغط ينزل، شو الشيء اللي خلى كذا، واستخلصوا. لما الطب يكتشف انه في شيء صحيح وسهل تطبيقه، لأنه أنا ما ممكن أقول أنت عشان تخسر أو ما يكون عندك ضغط لازم تصعد الجبل 6 مرات في اليوم، ما ممكن تطبيق. فأنا الطب اللي إحنا نمارسه هو الطب اللي الناس تتحمل، واللي الناس تقتنع، نقدر نطبقه على مئات آلاف ملايين البشر. أنا أعالج سمنة من 2010، عندي 2 بالكلام نزلوا، رغم اني انا اول زياره لي اشرح شو اعدائك من انواع الاكل.
ابعتهم لي.
شو اعدائك؟ اقسم بالله العظيم لو اعرف انك تقدر تعالجهم والله لن اتردد.
نعم.
لو اعرف انك تقدر تشفي 1% من مرضاي او ينزلون وزنهم معاك لن اتردد في ارسالهم جميعا لك، بس ما راح تقدر لان الناس جربت قبلك.
انت حكمت؟
ايوه طبعا حكمت. انا الناس جربت قبلك. انت مش ساحر ولا اله. انت مش ساحر ولا اله، احنا مجربين وعارفين.
طيب دكتور كريم، في ناس يعني او الطب لانه في تشكيك مثلا بالمنظومه كما قلت، واللوبيات الادويه والانتقادات اللي هي يعني على الطب، واللي المفروض انه على السوشيال ميديا والتوجه انه عم يناقشها بشكل جدي. لكن بالمقابل الطب البديل والعلاج بالابر والطب الوظيفي وهذا انه غير معترف بهم، انه حتى بيقولوا انه مثلا الطب الوظيفي يرتكز كثير على الفيتامينز ووصفات الفيتامينز اللي هي نفسها يعني خاضعه لشركات الادويه. وضيعتني هلا.
انا كثير اسفه.
وانه علم زائف.
كل ما يخالف الطب اللي احنا درسناها يقال عليه زائف. انا خديها مني وهو ده بيتسجل. كمان 20 سنه الاختيار الاول والنولج، وخصوصا بعد ترامب ما جه امريكا، هو يشجع الطب الطبيعي. الطب الطبيعي هيبقى الاول ثم الطب اللي احنا درسناه. لو احنا زي ما قلت لو ما ابتديناش ده مش هنفقد جزء كبير من ثقة الناس. ما فيش حاجة اسمها فيتامينات ومعادن. احنا كيف تحكمي بالزيف على شيء لم تدرسيه؟ انتوا حضرتك بتتكلموا دلوقتي طب صيني وطب طبيعي انتوا مش عارفين اصلا الهوليستيك عباره عن ايه. يعني ايه هو الطب الطبيعي؟ انا ما اعرفش طب لا حجامه ولا اعرف ابر صينيه. انا عندي حاجه تانية خالص، التغذيه هي الاساس. فخلاصه الموضوع كل ما هيخالفك هتقولي عليه زائف مش هنوصل لحل. وعلى فكره انا ما كنتش طبيب بشري، خريج من طب بشري كان زماني اعدمت. انا بتكلم من قلب المطبخ، انا دارس طب فعارف ده ودارس ده. فاللي انا شايفه من ده الاثنين يكملوا بعض. احنا مش متخالفين خالص، ولكن الطبيب هيقول لي انا ابر هاند مش مقبول. ما تدوش مساحه للناس ترجع للطبيعه، اكل وشرب ونوم، وتتاكد من ده قبل ما ندي الدواء الا في حالات الامرجنسي طبعا مش مقبول. لازم نصغى. الناس عاوزه كم واحد في عيلتك لا قدر جاله مرض تقول طب هم بيقولوا ايه في اليوتيوب؟ هم بيقولوا ايه في الطب الطبيعي؟ انا ما بحبش اخد دواء يا دكتور. كم واحد قال كده؟ الناس دي مين اللي هيسمعها؟ مين اللي هيسمعها لو مش طبيب درس الاثنين او عارف منين؟ فكونك انك تقولي ده طب زائف سهل، انا اي حاجه قلت طب زائف.
انه صار وقت
so
خلص
sorry for your
الاجازه.
time.
دكتور كريم علي، دكتور علي قماش، شكرا ثانك يو لكم، ميرسي، شكرا.
Thank you so much. This was a heated discussion, we can say, but super interesting, right? Yes. And now I need to tell you, Kairoki is practicing so hard for their big performance tomorrow on stage. Who of you will be attending for the closing ceremony? This is the reason, like they're really giving their best why they cannot be today in their panel, and it will not happen tomorrow except for their performance. Just that you know, I'm going to give you now a short water break for 10 minutes, and I see you back in here, okay? Thank you so much.
cash on TikTok, then maybe you could explore the subscriptions feature that we've rolled out. So why subscriptions? First of all, if you want to build a better relationship with your community, or you want to give them special things that isn't available for everybody, you could do that through subscriptions. First, you could offer them exclusive content. Let's say Ramadan is coming, you want to do something special, so you can open it up for subscriptions from your audience. You could also do badges, you could do very cool stickers. It's very only available for your fans, for your super fans, or your community. And you could do customized perks as well. This rolled out, and it is now available for you in-app right now. I'm sure you've heard about CapCut, so if you've visited our area, you've probably heard a lot of our team talk to you about CapCut. Because CapCut, really, it's a superpower for you as a creator. First, you have your AI writer, so you could do some prompts within the AI writer, and it could give you some scripts for you to kind of inspire you. Filler words, you know how sometimes when you're talking, you say the ums and the ums and the whatever, especially if you're a podcaster or whatever, this could help you really edit that easily. Remove the ums and the ums, and you become this professional speaker. Everybody's gonna be like, how do you do it? And then it's color correct. We all want our videos to look super good. Our videos want to look, we all want to look good ourselves, so color correct would really help us in that. Effects, there's a lot of really cool effects and templates that are available in CapCut that you could utilize yourself to make your videos look super professional. Speed ramping, so if you feel that you want to speed something up or you want to slow something down, you could do it through speed ramping. And of course, there's a voice clone that would convert text to an AI voice. Now, these features are making it so much easier for you to create on the platform and to create these amazing videos. And whatever idea that you have, whatever spark that you have, you can really make it look amazing as the rest of the community is. And these tools really help you make that work. I find this feature super cool. It's called Overdub. Overdub is a feature that allows you to edit your script by just prompting text, and it would change the way your lips look if you said something wrong, but you don't want to reshoot or any of these things. So this is a very helpful tool also for our creators. So we ask you also, why don't you go live? Live is an amazing feature that we have, or an amazing platform that we have on TikTok. It helps you build a bigger community. It helps you have unfiltered access to your community, and it helps you monetize. There's a great monetization feature on Live that would help you in building your community. We also have TikTok One. TikTok One as well, when I was talking to our creators over the past couple of days, I was really talking about TikTok One and talking to them about the amazing opportunities that exist on TikTok One. Basically, it's where brands, creators, production partners all exist in one place to explore creativity and work with each other to start building monetization abilities with each other. So I want to, I told you some of those tools. I also want to tell you a couple of more stories. First, I want to talk about me, Mubashir. I'm a guy who loves to eat, and so when we talk about food, that's my passion in life. So when I was looking at examples that are amazing, or examples that really took a spark to become something big on the platform, we looked at somebody like Mubashir. And he's a guy who loves to cook. He loves to do recipes on TikTok. And he started garnering a very, very big audience, or a very big community on the platform. Before you know it, he became so big that now he has found success also out of the platform by also creating his own physical space. We even held some events at his physical space in Riyadh. And that's how we not only look at the success of the community, but we also are very much engaged with them in and out of app as well. We have Anas Talks. I like this example a lot because it's very specific. We look at, this guy basically teaches people how to be amazing at Excel. We just launched, we rolled out STEM, the STEM feed in Saudi Arabia last month. And he's one of our STEM creators. Basically, he just teaches people how to be amazing at Excel. And slowly but surely, he started growing. He started garnering an audience, starting growing his community. His community got bigger and bigger. And now he actually teaches courses. He actually sells courses for people how to, Excel courses, or he even started a studio where he actually gets people also to teach them how to film and that sort of thing. That is Anas Talks, and that is Misha Bashan, who really are amazing examples of how sparks become cultural phenomena on the platform. We also want to involve our community in everything that we do. First, some of the examples of our inclusion include the Creator Hub, something that we've done last year, which we're very proud of engaging women creators, entrepreneurs, leaders, to kind of help them in realizing their entrepreneurial vision and dreams. And so we work with these creators, and we even ran a competition to help them or to kind of invest in them as well. We have our CEO show, who came a couple of months ago. Every time he comes or travels anywhere around the world, he wants to sit with content creators. And remember when I talked to you about fixed chocolate? So he loves fixed chocolate, and they gave him a bar, and he ate it, and they did a video together. So that's a part of including our community in these type of things. We also work with students as well, and university students through our InJazz program that we've done last year in a master's pitch as well. So these are type of just inclusion examples that we do on the platform. So I just want to give you, I don't have much time, but I want to give you a cheat sheet of the topics that are trending all year round on TikTok. I got asked this a lot during the couple of days. So you look at all these hashtags, they are all year round. They're doing super well. People are always engaging in these platforms. There's a lot of publish happening on these platforms. So on these hashtags. So for example, what to watch. What to watch is, if you want to search for your favorite show, or you don't know what to watch, you just can start searching on TikTok what to watch, and you will get a lot of recommendations. So as a content creator, for you to create content about the shows that you love, or commentary, or reviews, or stuff like that, make sure that you use something like what to watch. Or if you're a food creator, make sure that you go on TikTok Cookbook, or any of these things, even if you're a comedy or a STEM creator. This is just some of the published numbers that we have under these hashtags. I think one that's interesting that we saw a lot of increase in is sports on TikTok. So if you're an athlete, if you love sports, if you like to comment on sports, make sure you go on something like sports on TikTok. And finally, I want to leave you with just a couple more slides. I know I'm out of time, but if you think about your videos and you think about what type of content, how it's going to be viewed, what makes it successful, think about the watchability and the watch time of your videos. Think about how it's going to be engaged with, whether it's likes, shares, and comments, and the devices and region that you are creating for. Also, think about your vertical. If you love film or you love sports, make sure that you create something consistent around under sports, movies, and that sort of thing. But make sure that you have your niche and you become the CEO of your own content. But also, TikTok thrives on authenticity. So make sure you also show a little bit of yourself in TikTok. Make sure that people know who you are as well, and dedicate at least 20% of your content towards that. And finally, I would say, when you pick your lane, when you pick your vertical, think about the different formats that you have, that you can explore with, whether it's a snippet, whether it's 1 minute plus, a tutorial, a green screen. These are all things that would help you on the platform. And also think about festivities, think about seasonalities, and think about these big moments that you could write where everybody in the community is talking about. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, everybody. I want to say, please go, and if you haven't visited us already, visit us on the TikTok area. We have an amazing team there answering all your questions. We saw all types of people come in yesterday and today, and we want to welcome everybody else. So thank you so much, and I'll see you at the TikTok booth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, that was insightful.
That was really interesting.
And I can really say and like sign literally everything that he said. TikTok is my personal favorite app as well, so that was a lot to learn today.
Exactly. And if you want to learn more, don't forget the booth is right here. It's your opportunity. Next, we have a panel featuring digital leaders from NASA and the IMF, discussing how these institutions are engaging younger audiences on social media. Let's welcome Brittany Brown, Pierre Meilach, and Marina Fuchs.
Ahlan wa sahlan, assalamu alaikum, masal khair. Very happy to be back in Dubai for the 1 billion followers summit. I hope that we all together have 1 billion followers, but with the IMD and NASA together, we might already have hit that target. Brittany and Pierre, very happy to be here with you. Now, from NASA to IMF, from space to economics, how do you create exciting, attractive content, right? You come from two very different fields, so I want to ask you an opening question on a scale from 0 to 10, 10 being, you know, the best, of course. How would you rate your very own social media content, Brittany?
So, rating NASA social media content on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate us right now about an 8.5. We definitely have some room to grow. I would say that for NASA, one of our unique vantage points is that we have beautiful imagery, we have beautiful content and visuals. So that includes things like our rovers on Mars, they're taking selfies. We have sounds of what the sun sounds like. We have beautiful imagery from spacewalks. But I think that there's opportunity for us in the future to up the ante in terms of providing a different perspective. One of the ideas I recently floated to my team is how amazing would it be if we had drone footage leading up to a rocket launch, right? And so that's something that I'm hopeful that I can pull off in 2025. There's a 50-50 chance that I'll get approvals. But as it relates to imagery, again, we're doing a pretty good job, but we can make a few changes here and there.
Sky is definitely not the limit for NASA anymore when it comes to creativity as well. Pierre, IMF?
I think I'd give ourselves an encouraging 7.
Okay.
Because there's always so much more you can do, right? So right now, a big priority for us is to be able to come across consistently when it comes to the tone of voice, the look and feel of our accounts, to be recognized for who we are as fast as a good brand can, right? So that's a big priority. Another priority is, of course, to remain on top of trends in a very fast-moving digital landscape. And third, and perhaps that's the reason why we are here, is also because we need to establish, build, nurture bridges with influencers to help us strike those conversations around the economic issues that matter. For them to happen wherever. They don't need to happen on our social accounts, but they need to happen. And we need influencers on board to help us reach audiences that just by ourselves probably we won't be able to reach.
If you have to describe your own content, I mean, from a follower of both NASA and IMF, I follow you because I love, of course, the rocket launches and the pictures from the moon and everything stars. And for you, for the data as a business journalist and the analytics and the economist's insights and outlook for the 2025 macroeconomic year and so on. Is this, how you basically look at your audiences as well?
So for us, we look at our audience both on a macro level and a micro level. In one aspect, we have content that can fit any and all platforms, but we try to tailor our content to different audiences. And those audiences run the gamut from folks who are diehard space fans to STEM enthusiasts to folks who have no affinity for space and they don't know anything about what we do. And so it is a challenge that we tackle every day and day out, but I'm really excited. I'm very grateful for the work that we're able to do. One of the platforms in particular, our most followed platform, is our Instagram account.
Yeah.
And we have organically grown that to be the number 40 most followed account on Instagram. And for that account in particular, we are targeting younger audiences. As a government agency, NASA, we can't be on TikTok. And so we have platforms like Instagram that allow us to reach younger audiences, including Gen Z. And we'll tap into some of the trends and things that we know that really pique their interest by using Instagram.
Yeah. It looks like from the numbers and statistics that NASA is just a tiny step ahead of IMF. I think I have the numbers here actually. So IMF has 2.2 million followers on Twitter or X, 868,000 followers on LinkedIn, and 293,000 followers on Instagram. In comparison, NASA has 84 million followers on X, 26 million on Facebook, and 7 million followers on LinkedIn. So X is your strongest platform. Why not higher numbers, Pierre?
Well,
How are you working on your strategy?
When you guys told me I'll be sitting next to NASA's head of digital, I knew I would have my work cut out for me, right? Because it's hard to compete with the astronomical content in all senses, right, of NASA. No, joke aside. I mean, for us, our primary audience, it remains an audience of policy makers, yes, right? Yeah. For the benefit of those who don't know much about the IMF, our objective is to help our members, 191 countries, to enact the kind of economic policy to help prosperity, usher in a time of prosperity, right? But again, economics, the beauty of economics is that it impacts everyone, whether it's a young person trying to buy his or her first apartment, to people going to the grocery shop comparing prices. So for us, we have a dual challenge. Yeah. One is to communicate our data and analytics to policymakers because they need it, but at the same time to explain to a wider audience how economics works, right? Yeah. And to help, as I said earlier, to nurture those conversations that we need to have.
So do you have a dual strategy? Like one is focused on the hard data, you know, for the economists and the banks and the VCs and investors and so on, and the other hand side would be serving, for example, to tell the human story and how the economy impacts everyone on the planet.
In a way, they run very much in parallel, right? Mm-hmm. So in a way, the crown jewels of the institution is the analytical report that it produces very regularly. For example, next week, we launch our first 2025 update of the World Economic Outlook.
Already,
right?
That sounds a little bit dry.
So it does. But then if you boil it down to, if you bring it down to earth, and what does it mean to people in different regions of the world? How does the next year look like? What it would mean for, I don't know, housing prices at the grocery shop, whatever, jobs especially, then people can relate to the content. So that's the challenge, in a way, to make the content as clear as it can be, as relevant to normal people leading normal lives, and as relatable, so that people can feel that there is something in it for them.
Super great answer and very interesting job as well. So, Brittany, tell us a little bit if you work with content creators as well, because we have so many of them here in the audience as well, who might be aspiring content creators for NASA.
Yes, absolutely. So I can't take credit for this, but I'll say that NASA as an organization, really we were innovators in this space and working with creators. So dating back to, I think it was 2008 or 2009, NASA stood up a program called NASA Socials. The first event was solely on Twitter, then known as Twitter, called a Tweet Up, where essentially we opened the doors to our facilities and we invited in content creators. Content creators wasn't a label then, but we invited members of the public to apply for access, to be able to go behind the scenes of rocket launches, to meet our subject matter experts, to be front and center, to see launches, and to talk to all of our folks ahead of some of our biggest missions, because we saw the value in us not only telling our story, but granting them the access so that they can cover in their own unique way. Because we know that while we reach the millions that you mentioned, some of the numbers that you shared earlier, we can reach even more by leveraging the talents, the skill set, the brain power of creators. And so while that program has changed and had many iterations since 2009, I'm greatly appreciative of working with creators. For me, I will, from the NASA account, whether it's on X or Instagram, I am not afraid to jump in the DMs of a creator to be like, hi, I'm Brittany Brown, I lead NASA Digital. I love to work with you. I've had some beautiful relationships that established that way. And so because from those just initial DMs, I've invited content creators to be in our launch broadcast, to create videos for our platforms, to interview with our astronauts, because there really is so much power in creative storytelling. And I'm so amazed by what content creators are able to produce and who they can reach.
So to all the content creators here, just watch your inboxes. You might get a message from Brittany. Hopefully it doesn't land in the spam or general messages there. What about you, Pierre? Do you work with content creators or maybe more LinkedIn top voices?
Yes and no. So in a way, we have our in-house agency that provides all the assets that go on the social accounts. And we have it under the same roof because they work very much hand in hand with the economic teams that while they are putting the data together. So there is a lot of back and forth that is easier to manage if it's under one roof, right? But then once we are out there, then we need influencers, especially to help us to have that content discussed in a proper way, right? As I said earlier. So for example, in February, we'll be back again in Dubai for the World Government Summit, for example. And we need to engage with Dubai-based influencers to help us to discuss the big themes of the event, right? And to boil them down to issues that impact normal people in everyday life.
You'll be back soon, so great to welcome you again. Brittany, how do you create exciting content? I mean, you have a wealth of satellite images and drone footage and everything, but how do you discuss it, like maybe with the team on a practical level, or what kind of benchmark is there, or where do you get ideas and creativity from?
Yeah, so what I encourage my amazing team to do, we manage all of NASA's public-facing platforms. So that's our website, our social media, our podcast, photography, just so many different platforms.
And how big is your team?
I'm sorry?
How big is your team?
So my core team based in Washington, D.C., it's a couple dozen folks. But across all of NASA, there are literally hundreds of people who manage all of our public presences on digital platforms. But for my core team, we manage the flagship at NASA digital channels, our largest platforms. I think what sets us up for success is that I encourage them to bring their full selves to work. When it comes to that content creation, we all have different worldviews, different perspectives, different interests. And so I may have someone on my team who is Gen Z and they love anime or they love K-pop, and they are best to infuse those natural passions and natural interests into their copy, as an example. I encourage them to be creative, to, again, bring their full selves, and so that shines through in our content. And it's common that, you look at our Instagram, you look at some of our content, you'll see a Meg Thee Stallion reference. One of the projects that I'm really proud of is that last year I sent a hip-hop song to space for the first time because I love hip-hop music, right? And so when it comes to content creation, day in and day out, what I encourage my team to do is to think big and put any idea out there, and I will support them and we'll try to make it happen. So the drone example that I mentioned, I know that I'm gonna have an uphill battle trying to get so many approvals to make that happen and get that access for security and other reasons, but I'm gonna try my hardest. And if it doesn't work, maybe there's a happy medium of maybe I can't get so close, but I can get, maybe instead of 30 minutes of footage, maybe they'll let me get 10 or get 5. And so we always approach things with a blank slate whenever there's a new mission or a new program, a new science discovery, to think about how we can share it in a way that makes sense for our audience. So tact and timing is really important for that content creation.
Amazing. And in case you take outside ideas as well, I'm working on the first song involving 195 countries. One woman per country, each of them sing equality in her native tongue with sound healing frequencies. We're launching it next week at the World Economic Forum in Davos. So if we can bring it somehow to space, I would be very grateful. We'll talk about it afterwards. What about you? How do you humanize your content? And which platforms are you focusing on, Pierre?
So in a way, we always try to put ourselves in the position of our audience, right? And let's face it, some people might not have the capability, nor the opportunity, or the motivation to come to us for what they need. So we try to, first of all, speak in a clear voice, right? If we don't get it, no one else will, right? Make it a point that there is something in it that audiences can get rather quickly. So content that is consumable in a matter of seconds and hopefully exciting enough to be shared. So if we could somehow hit that sequence, that would be successful, right? For us, video content is working beautifully the past few years. So we're using a lot of, whether it's videos on LinkedIn, where educational content tends to work very well, or Insta Reels, even carousels, they're having a sort of a renaissance of sorts, right? Those things work well. When you're explaining something that could come across as complicated, but if you break it down into nuggets that mean something, there we see an uptick in engagement and interest. So that's what we try to achieve. We do use some focus groups as well to test some ideas. AI is also helping in that regard. So these are all things that we try to keep in mind before pushing out something.
And that brings me to the next question of AI that we have to include, of course, in the conversation as well. To which extent do both of your organizations use AI? And what kind of checks and balances do you have to make sure that it's kind of real and not fake?
Yeah, so NASA has embraced AI as a scientific organization for quite some time. So, you know, our rovers on Mars and how they're transiting, or maybe even looking at some of our satellite data. But from a communications perspective, it's something that we're monitoring really closely. For NASA, our reputation is really important to us and our brand, and so we are entering the foray of AI very carefully as it relates to generative content. In a world where people see deep fakes online, when people are saying maybe NASA's content isn't real, we have to tread really, really carefully. And so within the walls of NASA, we've been having a lot of conversations, we've been learning. As an example, earlier last year, we had a Summer of AI series. We brought in folks from industry to tell us and teach us about some of the strengths and some of the benefits, as well as the risks related to using AI in comms. We're currently working with our IT department to pilot some tools. And so again, generative AI for content creation is one that, you know, we're going to be slow to onboard or embrace around, because we're thinking about those risks. But overall, we definitely see a lot of value in it, and maybe fine-tuning some of our workflows. So as an example, some of our creative brainstorming.
What about Pierre and IMF?
Yeah. Well, in a way, AI is improving every day, right? So at every step of any process, you can leverage AI to win time, to be even more creative, right? Whether you're optimizing processes or automating processes or streamlining operations, that frees you up to think creatively. For us, in the ideation phase of a process, that's where AI is also very helpful, where you're going to, you know, to test new ideas, to check what's already out there, what's being said, what's being done, to stretch a little bit the limits, right? How could things potentially look? And the speed of AI makes it a wonderful technology to use, right? Of course, we have to be very cautious and careful as well. I think we are in that window right now where AI-generated content is still, one can easily see that it's generated through AI. I think that window is slowly coming to a close because of the sophistication of the process. But for us, having a human element is at the heart of any piece of content we push out, because ultimately it has to be, you know, it has to be embraced by a human being. So, and there are many instances where we do try to engage minds while, whenever possible, touch hearts as well when it comes to the storytelling approach.
That should still be human after all, right, to relate to. We have time for one final question, so I want to hear what you have in the pipeline for 2025 in terms of social media campaigns and exciting initiatives such as, you know, launching drones on top of a rocket launcher, something like that.
So for me in 2025, what I am aiming to do for NASA social platforms is essentially to overhaul some of our strategies. We have, again, I won't repeat the numbers, but we are very fortunate to have a large base of followers, but I think that we could reach many more people by being intentional. Intentional is my word of 2025, and so I want to create content that is intentional. I want to create content that's tailored to specific platforms. So currently, some of the conversations that are underway, things that we're planning, you know, our first ever Twitch broadcast from space. One of the astronauts who will be launching to space in a couple of months, I've had a conversation with her about doing some Instagram lives. We have not done a lot of Instagram lives from space, and so creating content that is tailored to specific platforms and not broadcast across different platforms is something that I'll be working on to make sure that across those communities that we've built, whether it's on Reddit or Twitch or YouTube or Instagram, that they feel that NASA is creating content that really speaks to them in a way that they want to be spoken to.
For the Gen Z and for the elderly as well.
Absolutely.
Across the board.
All generations.
Yeah, what can we look forward to from the IMF?
So from our end, we have two big events every year, the spring meetings and the annual meetings that gather all finance ministers, central bank governors in Washington, D.C. to discuss, you know, the big economic agenda, right? So we're trying to use those opportunities to further humanize the brand, especially through executive communications, to putting our leaders out to transmit certain values that the institution embraces as well. And this is where we want more influencers on board. I think this is the year, or this is the time, where influencers are no longer regarded as if they are gate crashing somebody else's space, whether they are reporting to an outlet or working alone. I think this is the time for influencers to shine, and we want to have influencers in the room to help us reach audiences that otherwise we would find it very, very hard to tap into.
You are at the right time, in the right place here in Dubai at the 1 Billion Follower Summit. Give it up, everybody, for Pierre Millac from the IMF and Brittany Brown from NASA. Thank you very much.
Fascinating to see how organizations are actually adapting to the digital landscape. And now we have a renowned global speaker and general partner at Blitzscaling Venture that will reveal the Insider's AI roadmap for creators. Let's welcome everybody, Jeremiah Aoyeng.
Hello, Dubai. Yalla, let's go. Hey, have you ever wondered about this question? How can creators use AI to actually grow their business and their strategy, not just content marketing? I'm going to ask that question and answer it today. I'm Jeremiah. I've been in Silicon Valley for 28 years. I've seen the birth of Twitter and YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Like, I've seen these platforms come up. And wow, I gotta tell you, the AI revolution is the biggest one that we've ever seen. I've been a content creator for over 20 years, adopting the tools as soon as they come out. In fact, I've even partnered with STEP, the conference from Dubai, and I was the MC for the San Francisco version. So we're trying to bridge the Arabic tech community as well as here to Silicon Valley, where I live. Now, in addition to being a speaker and a VC, which is my day job, investing in AI startups, I host one of the largest AI events in San Francisco called Llama Lounge. There's no real llamas or alpacas there, but we have usually 300 to 400 AI founders that come on out with VCs. And of course, the whole world is coming out to see the latest AI technologies. And I really get a lot of joy around seeing the latest technologies. I have a front row seat on these top startups, and of course, I want to fund the very best ones. Now, here's the problem. Now, if you're a content creator, you're probably following this path. It's a linear path. Well, in this case, it's kind of zigzag, but it kind of looks like this. You plan, you create something, you alter it, you edit it, you review it, then you publish it, and then you track the metrics. That's the typical creator path. And what I'm here to tell you is that's probably not going to be good enough in the age of AI. AI can produce tons of content and move even faster than you. So every creator needs to use a different strategy. The strategy, drum roll please, is the AI flywheel. The AI flywheel for content creators enables continuous growth through your whole business. I'm not just talking about content production here, but everything. And I'm going to cover these 5 different points and give you real-world examples of what startups are doing to help content creators. The first one is content planning. Many people, in fact, there's a creator who was on stage earlier today multiple times. He reduced his team from 7 people to 1 person using AI. Oh, he's right over there. He's amazing. And he's using these technologies in all aspects of his business. So content planning is the first one to go. So Spotter Studio, who's here at this conference, you can now have your own editor, your own researcher that's trying to figure out the best content. It'll suggest the content that you should be publishing. Then you can have an interactive 2-way discussion with it, like you're talking to your editor or content analyst. And then it'll build out the workflow for you, right? So that really enables all of those tools for you, the content planning side. Number 2, content production. I'm going to be pretty light on this because that's been most of the speakers at this conference talking about that. This is just a small sample, and I see so many others coming across my desk. There's hundreds of AI apps that can help creators create content. But that's not the thrust of the speech today. It's how is it going to enable the rest of your business. Let's talk about community. Community is your fans, right? These are the people that are with you. And I love this diagram that Delphi provided. So in the old ways to connect with people, you and I, we could have a conversation over coffee or Arabic coffee, right? And that's a one-on-one, but that doesn't scale, right? That doesn't work. And that's why all of us that are content creators, we're using the second one. We're publishing one-to-many. We're all doing that right now. But in the near future, each creator is going to provide personalized content that's engaging, 2-way, in an interactive way for each fan. Now, there's no way you're going to be able to create 1 million unique videos every day for every single fan for the rest of your life. There's no way you can do that. And so this is why you have to use AI. So the thought of just publishing is the old way for creators. The future is going to be creating these uncapped experiences that are infinite experiences with your fans. By the way, the social networks aren't even up to the speed. I'm talking about what I see that's going to be happening in the future. So I'm part of Blitzscaling Ventures. It's based off the book by Mr. Reid Hoffman and Chris Ye, and he's our advisor and LP. So when I saw this video that Reid created of Reid AI, I actually, for the first few seconds, I couldn't tell which one is the real one. Reid AI is a great synthetic version, an AI-generated version of Reid, and the mannerisms there, the tone, the pace of speech is really clear. I've seen Reid enough. I know which background, where he actually sits. So I know, actually, that was one of the clues. So this is an example of what's happening in the future. Now, most of these are pre-recorded or interactive, but you can imagine in the future how it'll be interactive, where everybody who wants to have a personal one-on-one conversation with one of the most famous investors and entrepreneurs in the world can have that with Reid. And I think that's a special thing. So Delphi, I just showed you their framework. They also will train off your data and create a unique avatar that you can have a chat with. So this particular creator, I've never met her. Maybe I might meet her in the real life, but right now I could talk to her avatar, Heather Monahan. She's a confidence coach. And I said, okay, let me just try this out. You're a confidence coach. What should I do at a conference to immediately show confidence? And so she said, walk in like you own the place, use your body language, stand tall, and of course try to greet people in their normal language. So that's what I did. I followed her advice to try to be confident. So every creator can have this 2-way dialogue, a one-on-one discussion that's personalized with them. Of course, HeyGen, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about them, can replicate your face, and it's starting to look authentic. This is version 1, right? So generative AI is just over 2 years old. And it's already at this level where we're at the uncanny valley where we can't always really even tell with video. So just imagine in 2 more years at the 4-year mark how realistic this is going to look. This is just an incredible thing. And I think this is a great thing for creators. Creators, do you realize the opportunity here? You're never going to age. You're always going to look whatever age you want. You can choose that now. That's a wonderful thing. Okay, so now let's talk about your back office tools. Operations, marketing. Let's talk about marketing. Astral, and I know the founder, Stephanie, we work together on some projects. What they'll do is they'll train off one of your pieces of long-form content, in this case, a podcast, and then they'll turn it into endless forms of marketing content for you. They also have an AI agent that will log into your social media accounts or Reddit and leave comments and start to engage with your community as well. So this will be a marketing tool that you can do that at scale. You don't have to hire that social media manager. You don't have to hire that marketer. You can use these tools to actually go further. So Astral is helping you with that. So this example, there's a podcaster named Gretchen Rubin and Elizabeth Kraft, and it created all these other forms of content, and then it can go out there and publish it on your behalf. So that's an interesting play. So the advanced creators have a CRM where they're tracking their fan relations. So HubSpot is one example. And they have rolling out agents in fall last year. And this one is called Agent.ai, and it's funded by their founder, Dharmesh. And when you take a look at it, let me define an AI agent. An AI agent is autonomous software that can complete tasks like a human would. It can complete complex tasks, it can do things, and it can follow a click path, and it can think on its own. So it gets its tasks from a large language model. So AI agents are the next phase. I'll talk about more about that in just a second. So in this case, you can use these AI agents for your back office. These AI agents can conduct research for you, or they can fill out forms, they can do your payroll eventually. They will do all of the things that you would hire somebody to do operations for, something that creators, let's be honest, really suck at. Creators don't want to do operations. They want to create content. So this is an opportunity to use agents for that. All right. So finally, number 5. This is where things get advanced, to expand your offerings. All of these things I've been talking about here relate to the content production process, but I want you to think about how to create new offerings. Now, I have some bad news. Many of the social networks that were on stage here are trying to woo you to become onto their platform. If you become popular, someday they're going to downlist you. They're going to blacklist you. It's going to happen. I've seen it happen to so many creators. The algorithm can change, and how much control do you have over that algorithm? 0. That's right. You have no control over all the social networks that have been on stage that are promising you great riches and reach. You have no control. It is important for every creator in the room here today is to have a one-on-one direct relationship with your fans. You must do that immediately. You must build your list. You must build your email list. You must launch your community, and you must launch new product lines. You cannot rely on advertising alone. You cannot. You cannot rely on the platforms. I'm from Silicon Valley. I'm telling you what Silicon Valley does. I'm from Silicon Valley. I'm telling you what's going to happen. So figure out the new business models. In this case, there's a website called Vexels where you can use AI to actually create new forms of merch. So I know one creator, they're making 6 figures a year just selling t-shirts. And it's all automated. Like it just runs on its own, like its own profit and loss center. So this AI will help you. You upload its logo, that'll create it, and all different types of merch, from t-shirts to mock-ups to phone cases, pillows, whatever it is. And you start to generate new forms of revenue. Also, LearnTube, one of our investments, and Gargi's here in the room, this is a way to turn your long-form content into courses and quizzes. So for anybody who's using Instagram with videos or YouTube, you're uploading videos, but you don't know how to make a course, LearnTube will actually use AI, will train off all of your data, create quizzes and courses for educational content. You can see it, programming, digital marketing, data science, and then the fans will take quizzes off the content that you have created, and you're still getting views, you're still getting ad dollars, so it all works together. They're a partner with Google, so it's all working together. And then they get certified. And in this case, and they're partnered with employers in India, those certified fans can go get jobs. So this actually is helping the economy in your local area. So any of the Arabic content creators, you're doing content on business content, help your fans go get jobs and certified. Wow, that could be the biggest thing you could give back to your community. So go check out LearnTube. So here it is. This is the AI flywheel. I want you to think beyond content production about your whole business. Whoa, I see all these cameras coming up. That means it's resonating. But I want to tell you about one thing that's coming in the future: AI agents. I told you that AI agents will conduct tasks for you. And in the future, AI agents will go to so for fans, they will go to the internet, collect the information for them, and bring it back to you. Guys, this is a big disruption. It means, though, that your fans will not go to YouTube or to iTunes or to Instagram or any app or website. They will ask the AI agent to bring that information back to them and reassemble it in the way that they want. Do you like text? Do you like media? Do you like video? The fan gets to choose how they see that. Do you want it in the morning? They want it in the afternoon? You want it at night? The fan gets to choose that. Do you want long-form content, short content, or something in between? The fan gets to choose that. What this means is that the fans are going to remix your content, and you don't have control over this. That's coming in the near future, AI agents. And I'm investing in multiple AI agent companies that will do this. So now, what can you do as a creator? There's really nothing you can do, but make sure that it's easy for your content to be accessed by these AI agents in the future. Maybe you have your own repository in the future. That might be a strategy. That is a new area to uncover that I'm not quite sure on. All right, I gave you a lot of information. Now, to summarize everything in 5 final points. Use AI to scale your creator business. Solopreneurs, solo creators are now like small businesses. Small businesses are like big businesses. Everybody can scale up with AI. This is an opportunity for you. Yes, obviously the first step is to use AI with your content production. There's been hundreds of speeches at this amazing conference talking about just that. But it's also about using AI for your planning, your community, your marketing, and your back office operations. But don't forget to expand new offerings, find new business models. Don't be reliant on the social networks only. Guys, I'm telling you, that is a recipe for that is a disaster. You have no control. What do you have control of? Making a direct relationship with your fans and finding new ways to offer them value and monetize. That is a big message. But also be ready for the next phase, which is AI agents, where the fans get to choose how they're going to see your content. You don't have control over that, and they're going to remix it using an AI, and you don't have control over that. If you like the message that I brought to you, you can find me on social media. I'm Jay Aoyang. Thank you so much, everybody.
Jeremiah, for this amazing session on AI. It's so true. The possibilities with AI are just endless. Now, you guys, we have an inspiring fireside chat that will be discussing the importance of giving your audience what they want and making meaningful connections. Let's welcome Abu. Let's welcome Abu. Let's welcome Abu Fella on stage.
غريب صراحة حماس الجمهور واليوم الكل بانتظار جلسة أبو فلة.
وإن شاء الله نقول يا رب، وإن شاء الله الناس تستفيد ولو في هال20 دقيقة أي شيء بإذن الله، إن شاء الله يا رب. اللهم احلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. شعور جميل. جماعة خلونا نكسر الحاجز، أنا شوية أتوتر، فخلونا نكسر الحاجز بأن نصفق تصفيق بسيط.
يلا زقفة.
الله يعطيك العافية.
حماسك دائما هيك اخذتها مني، انا كنت بدي اقول من زقفه لابو فله على
عشان نكسر الحاجز.
عشان يكسر الحاجز، بس انت دائما بتكسر هذا الحاجز مع الناس. يعني هلا احنا قاعدين هيك بالنص المسرح والناس كلهم حوالينا اذانهم صاغيه،
والله
بس انت لما تشوف
زاويه خوف الموضوع،
خاصه انه حواليك هيك عارفك انت متوتر لانك انت مش عم تقدر تتواصل معهم بشكل مباشر.
صحيح. نوعا ما.
دائما انت بتحرص انك انا يعني مش اول مره بقابلك ابو فله، دائما بالايفنتات. على فكره هو دائما الايفنتات بياخرني اخر واحد، ضل يقمصني شوي بس شوي، حرام والله كفو والله حرام شوي. تعطي مجهود وطاقه انا بتعب عنك.
صحيح.
من وين كيف بتوفق هاي الطاقه؟ يعني من وين بتجيبها لتعطي وقت طويل للناس؟
هذا اللي يصير احمد لما الواحد ينجح بشيء هو يحبه. انا احب كل ثانيه، كل اجزاء من الثانيه اللي اعيشها وربي اعطاني اياها، وانه وفقني في شيء انا جدا احبه، فاستمتع في كل لحظه، استمتع بكل التفاصيل، حتى لو التفاصيل هذه كانت على حسابي. انا صراحه شوي اكستريم بالجانب هذا، فلو كان على حساب راحتي، يعني مثلا امس لما جيت 1 بليون اول شيء الحدث الجميل هذا اللي ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن ثالث سنه له على التوالي، كل سنه كنت موجود، استمتع فيه اني الاقي ناس اشارك وياهم المحتوى والصناع المحتوى اللي قاعد يجون من شتى بقاع العالم في ارض خصبه مثل ارض دبي اللي تدعم الموضوع هذا. فامس انا كنت موجود والله فعليا، حتى الفريق انا اعتذر للفريق جالسين هم هنا حاليا، كانوا 6 ساعات معاي، أنا مستمتع في كل دقيقة في كل لحظة مع أي شخص قاعد يكلمني أو أي إنسان قاعد يرفع الكاميرا ويقول اسمع بصور لمحتواي، أنا بصور الفكرة هذه، أدخل وبقوله بقوة وأعطيه
والفكرة إنه أنت مش بس بتجامل، يعني إنه خلاص صورت فيديو أوكي شكرا،
لا لا لا
أنت
لا
بتعطي وبتجاوب وبتاخذ.
حتى لو كنت بجامل والطاقة مو عجبتني اقول له اياه قدام الكاميرا، اقول له اسمع عدل طاقتك، لا مو عاجبني، لا اسمع هي ارتجالي يعني
والله تسهل زعفي عليها.
الله يسعدكم حبيبي، انت بديت شكرا.
بس ابو فلا انا كمان بشوف تفاعل الناس معك، في كثير مراهقين واطفال بيكونوا متاثرين فيك، هذا الشيء ما بيعطيك خوف انه مسؤوليه هذا الشخص
مسؤوليه
متاثر فيني لدرجه انه ممكن يبكوا، ممكن يكون عندهم يعني بصير عندهم رشفه من بس يشوفوك، هذا كيف تتحمل انت مسؤوليته؟
طيب اول شيء بتحمل، كل انسان صانع محتوى لازم يتحمل المسؤوليه اللي عنده على المحتوى اللي قاعد يقدمه. المحتوى اللي قاعد اقدمه من ايجابياته انه تضرب فئه كبيره، عدد كبير يعني الصغار والكبار، فايضا راح يكون عندك مسؤوليه كبيره جدا، عندك صغار كثير قاعد يتابعونك، فلازم تنتبه شنو الشيء اللي قاعد تقدمه. بعض المرات انا كصانع محتوى والله شوف ما ابي اتكلم بشكل رسمي، انا انسان بالاخير، انشهرت لاني قاعد اقدم محتوى بشكل عفوي ومع الجو مع اللي قاعد يصير، بعض المرات لاني انسان بخطي، فلازم انتبه وقاعد اتعلم من الاخطاء اللي قاعد اسويها، بان حسن ترى انت عندك ارقام، عندك مسؤوليه، انتبه وحاول تكون. سبحان الله قربني لديني اكثر، قربني المسؤوليه هذه قربتني لربي اكثر، عرفت فيها ان يعني الظروف هذه والامور اللي ربي حدني فيها وحطني فيها قوتني في الدين، خلتني اكون مسؤول اكثر، بدال قبل ارفع التلفون بسم الله شباب كيف حالكم طيبين ان شاء الله، هلا والله اليوم بوريكم اضحك على واحد في او استهبل او اسوي جو، لا الحين دقيقه في مليون واحد راح يتابعك، في مليون دقيقه
تنتبه.
السلام عليكم يا جماعه، صلوا على النبي اول شيء، صلوا على النبي يا جماعه زين، وادخل بشكل اسلوب جميل يعني، فهذه اشياء تطور الواحد.
في مره نزلت، بما انك كنت عم تحكي على السوشيال ميديا، في شيء مره نزلت شيء على السوشيال ميديا واجاك من دون ما تنتبه، انت معروف بعفويتك، نزلت شيء عفوي واجاك انتقاد انه انت شو اللي عم تحكيه، في اطفال في كذا بتابعوك، صارت معك؟
اكيد واتعلم انا انسان بالاخير.
اعطينا واحده من هاي الحوادث.
اوكي والله في كثير، في مثلا محتوى مقطع وصل تقريبا فوق 10 مليون مشاهده، دخل علي انسان، انا هو شوف كل صانع محتوى لازم يكون عنده بيئه ما تطبطب له، اي مو صانع محتوى، اي مجال في العالم لازم يكون عندك بيئه تتناقش وياها ومصلحتهم من تطورك ما تطبطب لك. فالحمد لله انا عندي هالبيئه هذه، اتشارك وياها بالافكار، يقولوا لي لا اسمع هذا لازم تعدله، هذا ما ادري شنو، اوكي هذا راح يجيب لك مشاهدات بس ترى سيء، في تاثير سلبي فيه، انت ذو مسؤوليه، فحلو يكون عندك البيئه هذه. فواحده من الاشياء اللي قالوا لي اياها كان في مقطع تقريبا لعبه كنت قاعد العبها، استهبلت وحطيت، يعني انا محتواي جيمنج يا جماعه الخير، اعشق الجيمنج ومع الرحله فتحت لي ابواب اني سويت اشياء جميله جدا مثل اعمال خيريه واشياء كثيره ترفيهيه. المهم الجيم كنت قاعد العب لعبه، حطيت شغله في راسي، فتواصل معي اب صديق عزيز قال لي انا شفت ابني قاعد يتابعك وسوى الشيء اللي انت حطيته في راسك.
شو هو كان الشيء؟
كان كيس. فكان العقاب شنو؟ عقاب شويه غبي، ما ادري من اعطاني الفكره. كان العقاب كل ما اموت اجيب كيس في وجهي، استغفر الله تسويني. زين عقاب غبي، وهذا الشيء اللي تعلمته مع الوقت. قال لي شنو الحادثه كيف كانت؟ خلني الحادثه كانت هو الاب صديق لي قاعد يشوف ابنه قاعد يتابع المقطع وقاعد يضحك وقاعد يجرب الشيء اللي انا قاعد اسويه، والشيء اللي كنت قاعد اسويه اني قاعد نوعا ما اخنق نفسي، انا زين قاعد اخنق نفسي في الكيس، فكان شيء غبي زين، والانسان يتعلم يعني. فهنا هذه واحده من القصص، بالعكس انا جدا منفتح اني اسمع تعليق. انا دائما اقولها للمتابعين وكل الناس، انا انسان بالاخير، انا مثلكم. انا بالعكس نعمه من الله انعمني انكم حبيتوني ووصلتوني للمكان اللي انا واصله بعد الله. انتم السبب، منكم واليكم كل شيء قاعد اسويه. فاحب دائما اقول لهم علموني، انا اتعلم، انا انسان. علموني الاشياء اللي قاعد اسويها والاخطاء، وقاعد اتعلم واتطور. والسبب الكبير وصولي للارقام هذه 44 مليون مشترك، باذن الله 50 مليون قريبا السنه القادمه في وول بليون الحدث الرابع باذن الله، فوق ال 150 مليون. ما في تصفيق للشيء هذا. ايوه
يعني اذا انت ما وصلت لهالرقم.
شكرا حبيبي. فهو من تعلمي من الناس والتطور، فلازم دائما تفتح اذانك للناس.
حلو انه انت منتبه وبتعترف انه انت بتغلط وبتشوف هاي كيف تتعامل مع المتابعين.
دائما ابدا.
في حد من المتابعين اعطاك فكره محتوى ونفذتها؟
كثير
وبتسمع
الفريق، نص الفريق اللي عندي تقريبا الى يمكن اقل من النص شوي، هم عباره عن متابعين ربي الحمد لله انعمني باني تعرفت عليهم الحمد لله. متابعين للمحتوى بشكل قوي، وعملنا اشتغلنا مع بعض، والان هم اضافه قويه للمحتوى اللي قاعد اسويه والاشياء اللي قاعد اسويها من افكار من منظومه العمل. فاي نعم بالعكس، يعني هذا مو بس افكار قاعد اتكلم، هم دخلوا في منظومه عملي الان وقاعد يساعدوني، فما بالك افكار. اذا افكار كثيره جدا بيعطوني افكار كثيره.
يعني بس محبه الناس ممكن توصل للهوس. صارت معي.
لازم الواحد ينتبه. من عاش على مدح الناس مات بذمهم. لازم ينتبه الواحد. اذا كل مره كنت مستمتع ويومك يكون جميل.
الله
انا كنت ناطرها، عرفت؟ من عاش على متفائل. الحمد لله. شكرا يا جماعه. يا حبيبي
بس صارت
حقيقه.
وفي حد وعملت محتوى عن هذا الموضوع؟
عملت محتوى؟ أنا لا، ما عملت محتوى على الموضوع، بل شفته على نفسي. في فترة في حياتي تقريبا شهرين 3 4 يمكن مرت سنة، كنت فعليا عايش على مدح الناس. كل ما أسمع مدح الناس يومي يتحسن. لو أسمع شنو، والله وصلت إني أسمع من الناس القريبة حولي اللي ما تطبطب، اللي تقول الحقيقة، ما أسمع من عندهم، أستمتع بكلام الجمهور. وشكرا لهم على الكلام الجميل. ولكن الحقيقة هو أنت لازم يكون عندك بالانس، وتعرف إن إذا أنت يومك كله راح يكون، أنا قاعد أتكلم بشكل إكستريم، يومك كله عبارة عن مدح الناس وتستمتع، ويومك يتحسن لما تشوف تعليق جميل، ولما تشوف تعليق سلبي راح يكون يومك سيء، فهذه مصيبة. لازم أنت يكون عندك كيانك وعارف الصح عن الغلط، تشتغل على الموضوع هذا.
حلو. أنا بما إنه متابعينك هون موجودين، أنا متأكد إنه الكل عنده أسئلة لك. بدي أفتح المجال
كل شرف.
كل الأسئلة اللي هم حابين. مين حاب يسأل أبو فلة سؤال؟
بسم الله، نتجهز لأول سؤال.
في عندنا سؤال.
نتجهز لأول سؤال.
أوه،
معصر متابع حبيبي. اسمه الكريم أول شيء محمد.
بس نعطيه المايك.
عبد الرحمن. يا مرحبا عبد الرحمن، اسألني أي سؤال يدور في بالك.
في أصغر متابع. أول شيء
أتوقع في أصغر بعد. دقيقة.
شو اسمك؟
عبد الرحمن.
عبد الرحمن.
فله.
قل لي.
وش شعورك وانت مشهور لهالدرجة كل الناس تعرفك؟
شو شعورك؟
وهذه نعمة يا عبد الرحمن، شعور جدا جميل ان انسان مثلك جميل وابتسامته الجميلة ولطافة الجميلة اللي عندك، انه قاعد يقول لي انه قاعد يتابعني ويعرفني عدل. والله اني مرة مبسوط. بعيدا عن الناس، انا اتكلم عنك شخصيا انت. انا كثير مبسوط انك تعرفني، واتمنى لك كل خير. اي شيء اي نصيحة، اي شيء في اي مجال، انا موجود اخوك. جد ما يحتاج اقول الكلام هذا في الطاقة بدري، كاني قاعد اتكلم معاك صح حقيقة. يعني احبك كثير يا بعد قلبي، وهذا لحاله شعور جدا كبير. لا بس عبد الرحمن، ما عندك سؤال ثاني؟ ليش خذيته من المايك؟ لا رجع له لو سمحت، الا انت.
ما عندي سؤال ثاني.
ما عندك سؤال ثاني؟
هو بس بدي يعبر عن محبته لك.
حبيبي.
شكرا.
يا حبيبي عفوا. يا بعد وترني يا اخي، وترني والله ما عرفت اقول. وترني. الله يحفظه يا رب.
ابو فله، انا عندي سؤال وايد مهم.
يا حبيبي قول.
وايد من المشاهير يوم ينشهرون يشوفون نفسهم، شو تنصحهم انت ابو فله؟ انا اعرف انك انت متواضع، يعني سيمان في وجوههم.
يا حبيبي والله شكرا. اتوقع هو ضعف دين والله. اذا الواحد التكبر صفة لله سبحانه وتعالى، والتواضع هي صفة الجميع. لازم حتى ما يكون ما يمدح الإنسان بتواضعه. يعني المفروض ما يمدح، هذا مو مدح، هذا لازم الكل يكون متواضع. فأتوقع هو نقص ضعف في الدين، لازم يراجع نفسه هذا الشخص الإنسان. ونعم أتفهم، لأن أتفهم أن محبة الناس الكبيرة يخليه كذا يحس بجنون عظمه كذا، فانا قوي انا كل الناس
بس هاي بتكون قله ثقه بالشخص نفسه.
نعم.
هو اللي
نعم.
عنده هذا،
واحدة
يصير
من
عنده
الأسباب.
هذا الغرور. هو بيكون
صحيح
صار عنده قله ثقه بنفسه اصلا من الاساس، يعني
نعم.
هو اساسا ما عنده اشباع،
عنده
فلما
النقص
يجي
هذا
يشوف هذا
صحيح
الشيء من برا بشبع
نعم.
الغرور.
هذه واحده من الاسباب، ايضا ضعف الدين واشياء كثيره.
انا تعقيبا على هذا السؤال، غير الغرور، حركات السوشيال ميديا، مشاهير السوشيال ميديا مثلا بيكون في تواصل. انا بعرف انت بترد على كل الناس على الانستغرام.
لا ما ارد.
ما بترد؟
حقيقه شو راح ارد على 10 مليون انسان يا رجل؟ صعبه.
بس ما بتفوت على الدايركت بترد على؟
افوت على الدايركت، احاول اخذ الفائده، استفيد، بس ما اقدر ارد على الجميع.
طب بس هذا انه ما هو اللي بيبعث لك بيكون متامل منك مسج، ما بتخصص وقت انه تفوت وترد عليهم بالدايركت. كيف ترد عليهم؟
بتكون بشكل عشوائي. كاني بفتح التلفون، بدخل الانستغرام، بدخل اشوف الرسائل وافتحها واتراسل مع الناس. بس ما بتكون في وقت مثلا احدد وقت معين اتواصل وياهم. بس هو جميل، تكلمنا عن النقطه هذه، جميل جدا الواحد يكون قريب من متابعينه، قريب من الناس، لأنه هو راح يكون مستفيد. هو راح يستفيد من الأفكار، من المشاركات، هذه كثير راح يستفيد منها.
طب امتى بتتواصل معهم عبر السوشيال ميديا؟ إذا مسجات دايركت ما بترد، امتى بتخصص وقت مثلا، أو كيف بترد عليهم؟
كيف برد عليهم؟ بكون اتواصل وياهم بالمحتوى. يعني مثلا انا صانع محتوى في اليوتيوب، في منصات عديده، تويتر، انستغرام، بشارك وياهم في الستوريات، بشارك وياهم بالاشياء اللي قاعد انزلها، وبعدين اشوف الردود. واذا كان في وقت بدخل اشوف الرسائل بالدي ام بالخاص. بس اني اقرا الرسائل كلها صعبه، هذه حقيقه. اي واحد قاعد يقول اقرا الرسائل كلها انا طالع كذا.
شو الصعب فيها؟ انه هي رسائل كثيره بدها وقت، ولا صعب انه انت تجاوب واحد؟
الصعب فيها اول شيء المنصه، على حسب، هي تعتمد على المنصه. غالبا ترى تويتر وانستغرام سيئين. مرحبا شباب. مشكلتي عفوي، مشكلتي.
اذا في حدا من تويتر وانستغرام الله يعينك.
لا هم في تعليق بيكون، فعلى حسب. في شخص انا عارفه جميل جدا اللي قاعد يسويه، انه بيسوي جروب كامل في الواتساب، ومدخل الناس وياخذ ويعطيهم. هاي فكره بسويها ان شاء الله. بس هي تعتمد على المنصه، ثانيا تعتمد على المنصه وطريقه التواصل وياهم، وانك تخصص وقت. نعم، بس انا قاعد اتكلم بشكل عام. انا ما اخصص وقت. بكون شوف 90% شغلي صناعه محتوى، فانا اصلا وقتي كله لصناعه المحتوى، استمتع فيها. ما راح اقول وقتي كله لهم، بقول انا قاعد اسوي شيء، انا بنعمه فعليا، انا قاعد اسوي شيء هم احبه واستمتع فيه، وقاعد اشوف مردود والناس قاعد تستمتع. فانا ما فانا وقتي كله اصلا اخذ وعطاء.
يمكن بتفضل التواصل المباشر، يعني لما تكون انت بايفنت او شيء يجوا يتواصلوا معك.
هذه جربت، هذه جميله جدا. هذه جميله، خاصه لما تكون هاي. ما كنت انا لي تقريبا اول مره طلعت للجمهور او للناس كان لما وصلت تقريبا 30 مليون الى قبل 22 مليون. فانصدمت فعليا من قوه ما اللي انا قاعد، قوه الاشياء ودعم الناس. فعليا قدام عيني شفت، انصدمت. ابي يجيني يقول لي اسمع انا ولدي ابي في الدراسه ابي يشد حيله، جايب نسبه 60 مدري 75، ابيك تقول له انه صور له فيديو وقول له اذا جبت 95 او 99 او 98 نسبه عاليه بتشوفه. محفز. بس كإنسان بين 4 جدران ما شاف القوة والتأثير. أنا قاعد أعيد وأكرر، أنا قاعد أصنع محتوى ولا قاعد أستمتع، فمو عارف قوة التأثير. لما قال لي هذا الكلام أبو راشد الله يذكره بالخير، قال لي صور الفيديو، طلعت وكذا، قلت له صدق علاقتي طيبة معك. قلت شو راح أثر أنا؟ أنت أبوه قاعد تقول ما قاعد تسوي، أنا شو راح أثر؟ اسمع وسوي. هو أوعى مني وأفهم مني، أنا مو فاهم للحين قوة التأثير اللي عندي. صورت الفيديو والولد ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن في سنة واحدة جاب 98%، من بعد ما كان جايب 60 ما شاء الله عليه، جاب 98 ورحت شفته. هذه القوة اللي أنا ما كنت فاهمها. فنعم، على السؤال اللي طرحته يا رجل ترى في كثير ما عندهم الوعي والإدراك بالمسؤولية اللي عنده والقوة اللي عنده. يكبر بالعمر يعرف هاي دقيقة أنا سويت كذا كذا. ففي كثير يعني هو تعتمد على الوعي. أنا قبل سنتين ما كنت عارف، أو سنة ونص ما كنت عارف القوة اللي عندي.
عرفت القوة. هاي اللي كان بدي أسألك إنه نصيحة مهمة لكل الشباب اللي حابين يكونوا صناع محتوى. كيف شو أهم شيء لازم يعملوه ليصيروا صناع محتوى؟
أوكي. نصيحة لصناع المحتوى. والله في عدة نصائح، بس إذا بتقول لي نصيحة واحدة بقول بصراحة معنا في كثير راح يبون أشياء دنيوية أكثر تفصيلية مايكرو كذا، بس بقول التوكل على الله سبحانه وتعالى. لماذا؟ لأن احنا عارفين التوكل على الله فائدته الفائدة جدا على كل العلاقات فيها حاجة. العلاقة الوحيدة اللي ما فيها حاجة هي علاقة الله فيك. علاقتك أنت مع الله فائدة، أنت المستفيد بطاعتك لله. فاستفدت بشكل كبير في رحلتي اللي كنت فيها في نجاحي، أو في قبل النجاح في أسوأ لحظاتي الصعبة. كنت قاعد كذا أفكر في ربي وتناقش كذا، أفكر في ربي وآخذ وأعطي وياه، أتناقش وياه يسهل لي الرحلة. ما كان في أحد يفهمني، وهذه الصعوبة اللي راح يمر فيها كل إنسان في رحلته للوصول لهدفه. الصعوبة هذه ربك هو اللي معاك، فاجعل ربك دائما قريب، توكل عليه دائما. وفي أحلى لحظات سعادتك وفرحتك وإنجازاتك افرح مع الله، خذ لك سجدة افرح مع الله. فيا هذه النصيحة.
قبل ما يخلص الوقت في عنا أسئلة في المدام وراء، حد يعطيها المايك. تفضلي.
السلام عليكم.
مرحبا.
أنا هنا.
إلى أين؟
وقفي خلينا نشوف.
هلا والله، يا هلا، الله يعطيك العافية.
أنا بس حد محملني أمانة إن أنا لو صادفتك
أمانة.
هو ابني عنده 13 سنة،
الله
قال لي
يحفظك.
لو صادفتيه تصوري معاه.
إيش اسمه؟
براء.
حالة تحية لبراء.
فأنا بصراحة يعني ما قدرتش امشي غير لما ادخل، يعني ان انا اقول لك الكلمه ديت، ان هو فعلا بيحبك. هو يوتيوبر صغير، فلو هتنصحه بحاجه انه هل يدي وقته كله فعلا لصناعه المحتوى الجيمز وكده.
جيمز
هو عايز يعني ايه يبقى
صانع محتوى.
يبقى صانع محتوى في هذا الاتجاه. فانا عايزه المذاكره بقى معاه كمان يعني.
نصيحتي لبراء، اول شيء ودي اطالع كاميرا فيه قاعد تصورين شيء.
انا ما صورتش حاجه.
براء حبيب
حيصوروا
قلبي،
لك حيصوروا لك.
براء حبيب قلبي، انت تستطيع فعلها. اتبع حلمك اينما كنت في شتى بقاع العالم. اتبع حلمك يا براء، انت تستطيع الوصول للهدف. انت تستطيع الوصول للهدف هذا، لا يكون على حساب دراستك، طاعتك، تسمع كلام والديك. هذا اهم شيء. واستمتع في الرحله، استمتع وطور من حالك خطوه خطوه. باذن الله الواحد الاحد ستصل باذن الله.
يعطيك الف عافيه. تفضلي.
السلام عليكم.
مرحبا.
ثانك يو احمد.
عليكم
عسلامة ابو فلا، ايناس من تونس. عندي لك سؤال، نحب نسالك حسب رايك ابو فلا، وين كانت يعني اين كانت النقله النوعيه في مسيرتك اللي مكنتك من التوسع بالشكل الفايرل والقوي هذا؟ شكرا.
عفوا. النقلة النوعية كانت في صراحة، وهذا هو السبب عشان شيء دائما أقول توكل على الله، هي الأعمال الخيرية. كانت نقلة جدا نوعية، وأتت نصيحة من متابع في ال5 مليون تحديدا. قال لي حسن ليش ما تبني مسجد؟ سوي الشيء هذا.
حلو.
قلت له مسجد؟ أنا أبني مسجد؟ إيه ليه؟ منو راح يدعمني ببناء المسجد؟ متابعينك انت 5 مليون. نرجع نفس النقطة، غير مقدر للقوة والمسؤولية اللي عندي. مع الوقت عرفت 5 مليون انت تستطيع فعلها. اوكي يلا. واجهت صعوبة، نزلت المقطع، شفت النجاح في غضون ساعة ونص الحمد لله. قفلوا المشروع، بعدها حطيت بئر ماء وقلت يلا نستفيد اكثر واكثر ونفيد الناس، والحمد لله قفلوا المشروع اللي بعده واللي بعده. هنا كانت النقلة النوعية الجميلة اللي وضحت لي ان حسن انت بتنزل محتوى ترفيهي، انت بتنزل شيء انت تحبه، وتقدر انك تسوي اشياء عديده، منها اشياء خيريه انا جدا استمتع اني اسويها، وتكبر اكثر واكثر. وايضا في سبب ثاني بعد، النقله النوعيه الاكبر هي الماده. بصراحه حقيقه انا احب اتكلم عن الماده. حقيقه انا
بتطلع منيح من وراء السوشيال ميديا
على بقوه الحمد لله رب العالمين.
نفس قوه النجاح تبعت 95%.
اي 95%؟
اللي نجح الولد بالمدرسه جاب نسبه 95%، كان عنده ستينات صار 95،
كان بالستينات جاب 95.
فانت القوه الماده عندك كانت 60 صارت 95.
لا، كان قوه الماده كانت 15% يمكن، وصارت الحمد لله رب العالمين فوق 100%. الحمد لله. صار الحمد لله. الماده كانت سبب رئيسي. انا الشيء الوحيد، شوف الماده بتساعد كثير، بس الشيء الجميل في الماده انها بتخليني ارتاح اكثر للشيء اللي انا احبه. يقولون دائما سوي الشيء اللي انت تحبه راح تنجح. نعم سوي الشيء اللي انت تحبه وتنجح، بس لازم يكون في ماده بالموضوع. اغلب الناس دام انهم مو مرتاحين ماديا ما راح يقدرون مخهم يفضى للاشياء اللي هم يحبونها، يكون ضغط شديد. فالماده ريحتني اني اقدر اصنع محتوى اكثر واكثر. فالنقله النوعيه اكثر كانت الحمد لله المجال اللي انا حبيته كان فيه ماده طيبه، فالماده هذه ريحتني وخلتني استثمر فيها اكثر في المحتوى وخلتني ارتقي فيها اكثر.
قبل ما نختم بس اخر سؤال عند الاخ هو
هلا والله. ايش عرفك بال 200,000 دقيقة؟ ابو فله قبل ال 200,000 كان جاهل في موضوع، وبعد ال 200,000 الحمد لله صار اخذ درس جدا قوي وتعلم في الموضوع هذا وما راح يترك الموضوع. الفشل حقيقي انك توقف. انا شايف المجال اللي انا تعرفت عليه مجال جميل، دخلته بطريقه خاطئه بدون اي خبره، تعثرت فيه، تعثر كان جدا قوي صراحه. 200,000 يا زيني تعثرت صراحه، بس قراري اني اما اوقف واتعثر واترك المجال او اكمل. وانا شايف ان في هدف، يعني عندي هدف كبير اني انا عارف اني اقدر اوصل له، واثق بنفسي ومتوكل على ربي الاهم من كل هذا، فراح اقوم. وال200 هذه راح اضاعفها 20% 50% 100% باذن الله الواحد الاحد، توكلي على الله. فابدا بالعكس، ما حسن بعد ال 200,000 تعلم الدرس سيدخل بشكل افضل.
حبيبي اخر سؤال لو يلا اخر سؤال قبل ما نختم لانه من الاول.
بالعكس يا رجل انا مستمتع بس عشان وقت الناس.
يلا
المحتوى الهابط. اوكي يعني شوف، هي شكرا على السؤال، سؤال جميل. هذا هو البعد عن الدين اختصارا، هي بعد عن الدين، ضعف في الدين، فالواحد بياخذ الخطوات هذه. بس احنا بالاخير بشر وعباد ونخطي ونتعلم، لا احنا بملائكه ولا شياطين، فاحنا عباد ونخطي ونتعلم. فيصعب الموضوع لما هو يكون في دعم كبير، محبين له ويدعمونه على الخطوه اللي قاعد ياخذها، فراح يكون صعب جدا عليه انه يقدر يرجع لورا ويعدل اموره. بس فليثق بربه سبحانه وتعالى، وان شاء الله يهدي الجميع. ومحتوى للاسف انا ودي اقول ان احنا اللي قاعد ندعمه، احنا اللي قاعد نتابعه، لان بالاخير احنا المشاهدات، احنا اللي قاعدين نتابع. فواحده من الاشياء انا شخصيا اتكلم كحسن، واحده من الاشياء اللي قاعد اجاهد واسويها اني ابتعد، اني فقط اتابع الشيء المفيد اللي بيفيدني، اما ترفيهيا بما يرضي الله ورسوله او اني استفيد من ناحيه علم. فالموضوع يبتدي فيني انا، ما اقدر احط الظلم واشر على ناس ثانيين.
الناس تقدر تميز بين المحتوى الهادف والهاي، وهذا دليل محبه الناس لك. شكرا كثير لك ابو فلا، شكرا للحضور اللي حضروا اليوم معنا. يعطيك الف عافيه.
حبيبي الله يعطيك العافيه. شكرا.
Our next session focuses on the Gen Z creator mindset. The next panel will reveal tech stacks and share insights on adapting new tools, especially AI. Moderated by James Dell, let's welcome Alistair Mann and Saad Safa.
Well, thank you for being here, gentlemen. I am sad to report for those of you who were hoping to see Gohar, he was not feeling well today, so he was not able to make it. But the three of us are going to have a great conversation about what's in the Gen Z toolbox, which makes me, an elder millennial, feel incredibly old. But hopefully you'll be able to share some insights with me and I'll be able to take it back home and start making better content. If you don't know who I am, my name is James Dell. I'm the publisher of Passion Fruit. It is a creator economy newsletter meant for creators, not the people who want to call it an economy. I'm based in the United States, and I am very excited to introduce you to these two panelists. Who wants to go first? Introduce yourself.
Okay, I can go first. Hey guys, I'm Alistair. A couple years ago, I went full-time on my channel, Elementary. We cover emerging tech, so anything AI, startups, the future, try to make people feel a little bit less scared about the future, a bit more motivated, a bit more ready to embrace tech. And yeah, we're one of the most viewed emerging tech channels, over 1 billion views since a couple years ago. Yeah, excited to talk about my tool stack.
Very cool. And Saad?
My name is Saad. I'm from Morocco. I'm 23, and I'm a travel content creator. I started 4 years ago, and now I'm traveling and making content, especially in Southeast Asia. So yeah, excited to talk about AI tools.
All right. Well, again, this is humbling for me because when I make content, I'm really just using kind of old school, Final Cut or something like that. But the reality is there are a lot of tools that creators could start using throughout the whole stack, right? From the idea inception all the way to distribution and, syndication of that content. So I would love to just, from each of you, dive in. What are the tools you're using right now to make your content from beginning to end? And, we could talk a little bit more about how you use them and what you use them for, but just to get it out of the way, what are the actual tools that you're using to make your content right now?
So since I started traveling 1 year ago, I decided to speak English in my content. Before I was speaking Arabic and French. So when I started speaking English, I had many comments telling me they don't understand the conversation between me and the people I'm interviewing or I'm talking to. So I decided to make on the videos subtitles in Arabic. And in the editing part, for example, I want to post a video of 10 minutes. I had to edit 5 hours manually the subtitles to post the video. And it took me a really long time of editing. So I had an idea to upload AI captions. It's an app that generates automatically the captions. But I found out that it's not really useful because my English is not really fluent, and sometimes I'm mixing it with French and Arabic, so the result was not really satisfying. But it was kind of helpful because it gives me the cuts in the editing, so I had just to correct the subtitles.
So it goes from 5 hours,
to 3 hours.
All right, improvements. What about you, Alistair?
I mean, we use AI and tools throughout the whole stack. We're not just on Final Cut anymore. When we come up with ideas, we run them through ChatGPT or Claude. When we actually make the video and edit it, if we want to reshoot something, instead of reshooting it, we'll generate an avatar. When we edit it, we use something like Descript to cut the video really quickly. Use it, AI apps throughout the whole stack.
So let's talk about the start of the stack, right? If you're using a ChatGPT to help generate ideas, what's that prompting process like? How do you actually physically go in? Do you have an idea of an idea before you go in, or are you actually using the AI to find new ideas that maybe you wouldn't have come up with otherwise?
I think the easiest way, so I'm not a master prompter, but I think the easiest way anybody can use ChatGPT or Claude to come up with ideas or help with ideas is you just train your own GPT. Custom GPTs exist. Upload all of the data on your previous videos, or if you've written blog posts, upload that so it understands who you are. And from there, you can write more simple prompts. Whenever you have a good one, you save it and just keep on reusing it. I would say, though, for anything written, like literature or text, Claude is usually, right now, better than ChatGPT.
You think Claude is better than ChatGPT?
I think most creatives I know, specifically for writing, Claude. They prefer Claude.
And what are you mentioned that you're using an AI kind of tool to mess with these captions. Which tool are you using? And I'm not sure which which AI it's based on, but if you know, that'd be interesting.
It's called auto captions.
Like a classic of the forum.
Yeah, it's a classic app for captions, and I started like the basic membership. It didn't work. Also, I bought like the premium one. It didn't work also, but yeah.
Is there an auto caption rep in the room, because we have some complaints to file?
I have to think to create an app to generate automatically the caption. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you mentioned kind of custom GPTs, and I think you're getting at a point where I wouldn't even fathom to go, which is how do I build my own tools, or how do I use a tool that exists in a way that maybe it's not being used currently. When you're uploading that stuff, I mean, we've talked a little bit about, I mean, it gets buggy. Software development is hard. As far as I know, AI is not at the place where you just tell it what to do and it does it right the first way. So as you're kind of tweaking your own custom GPT, for example, have you had any kind of funny outcomes or like things that like shoot out of it that you're not expecting, or maybe a good way or a bad way?
Yeah, I guess if you do not train your custom GPT enough, it will start doing generic things. If you think about how like large language models are usually trained, it's based on what are people expecting to see as the answer. So it can go super, super generic. You can give it all of this prompting, and we'll go through like a second prompt, a third prompt, a fourth prompt, ask GPT, do you have everything? It's like, okay, now tell me the answer, and it'll forget everything you just said.
See, I feel like, does it take more time to use these tools sometimes? Like, what you're describing to me actually sounds more frustrating than just coming up with something.
Yeah, I think testing all of these tools takes a lot of time, but usually it's great if you can hear from another creator if some things work for them, and ask creators what hasn't worked for them. But for different creators, different tools will be useful. Like if you do travel content, you would never generate an avatar like I would and put that in the video. And if I speak English, I guess I don't have the reason to like translate it into another language. Yeah.
When you're actually making your content and it's coming out and you're excited to kind of share it with the world, does your audience know if you are using these tools? Like, are you open and public about the fact that you're leveraging this technology, or is it something that honestly audiences just don't care about anymore?
Yeah, I think people notice if you're using some AI tools. So, like, because sometimes it gives a little bugs, you know. They saying like use some AI. But for me, like, I never uploaded a video that I used an AI before. I just tried. It didn't work. So I just keep doing this manually. And I really need to
build your own.
Yeah. And like I hired someone to do this for me now. I'm not doing it manually now. But it's really important for me to find the tool so it can help me to generate these captions automatically.
And Alistair, you mentioned like you talk to other people, other creators. It sounds like are maybe the best source of finding new tools. Is that accurate? Where are you hearing about new technologies you want to try out?
I think people would be surprised. A lot of maybe the more tech-savvy creators, they're some of the earliest adopter of these like Gen AI tools because it saves them a lot of time. Usually they're bad at hiring, so they don't know how to hire a scriptwriter or hire someone to help with videos. But to answer your other question just now, actually, most people, or actually, even I don't know when an avatar is used in my videos sometimes. If I scroll back now, and like anybody in the room, like if you scroll back in my videos and you can find a specific second where I use an AI avatar, I'll give you $100 after this, if you can notice. Because a lot of these tools, if you use them extensively, people will notice. But if you are a little bit cheeky about it, a little bit smart about it, you can hide it. Avatars are a great one that no one really notices. If it's quick cuts, same thing with music. Captions, only if it gets wrong, people will notice.
Yeah. And do they even care though? I mean, I feel like my generation gets really kind of panicky when you start saying like, oh, the AI will make all the content. What do we even need people for? Well, everything will just be an avatar, and you don't even have to travel. You can just make the content on the computer, and it's done. But I mean, I don't know. You tell me, does the technology take away from the art of what you're using? And in that case, are there ways to use the technology to make the art better and not just detract from it?
Yeah, I think some people, it depends, it doesn't depend on the person, but depends on the kind of content you're making for whether people care about it. If you're delivering news, the value of your content is getting information quickly. If you're delivering a travel vlog, people want to see a human, and other humans will always have a premium value on seeing other humans. But, you know, take my mom, for example, at least half of her watch time on YouTube is AI-generated content. AI-generated dramas, AI-generated coverage of her favorite K-pop stars. Some people will be okay, or a lot of people will be okay with watching AI-generated content.
Yeah, what do you think, Saad? Is AI content, I mean, you travel a lot to make your content. Is there a world where you just don't have to go somewhere because you could send an avatar and have the captions hopefully auto-generate at some point, and then you just get to sit back and make the content? Or is part of the making still part of what it is that draws you into content creation?
Yeah, I think like this human connection, it's part of my content. And I think this is what people love about my content, is like I'm speaking to people and there is a emotion and an interaction, human interaction. So this is also what I'm looking at on my content. People feel like this can happen to you and can happen to me. Meet someone randomly on the street, talking with them, exchange with them, having fun with them. And I'm not really looking to generate AI for my content. I really like this human interaction.
Yeah, I hear that a lot from creators, but I also know, I mean, we're at a conference where, I mean, there's AI startups all over the place, there's camera startups, there's platforms here. There are a lot of tech companies that enable the content to exist, and we wouldn't be here talking if they didn't, right? If there was no social media, there'd be nothing for us to be talking about. But I am curious where that line is, and where both your audiences personally, but generally speaking as well, if you're using AI regularly, can you, quote unquote, get away with it? Like, you know, hiding it in. And in that case, what are some of the best practices for using AI in ways that maintain the human connection, but at the same time, allow you to get things done a little more quickly? Like, what are the tricks that you're using?
Okay, so since I mentioned avatars, some of you in the room probably hate me and think that I generate the whole video of avatars, but I always record the whole video as a human. The point of the avatar is just to save me time having to reshoot content, reset up like the setup if somebody wants to change a sentence. I think the line, like, there's only really one line that you can cross that's not okay, and that's when you lie about whether it's human or AI generated. Because if I watch Saad's content, I'm not watching it to like get news, I'm watching it to get that human connection. And once I know like it's an AI generated avatar, I think I won't trust them anymore. I feel like he's broken that trust.
Yeah. Well, we have about 5 minutes left, and I kind of wanted to see if there's some questions in the audience. Otherwise, I have plenty more. I'll just keep running my mouth. I think there's a microphone floating around. Does anyone want to ask? While we have Gen Z in the room, don't make me be the only humble elder millennial asking these guys questions. Oh, right behind me. Yeah, we got a microphone coming up for you right now. Yeah. Okay. Is the mic on?
Yes, now it's
worked. There we go. Thank you.
Great. So you said you're using cloud AI, and basically you also talked about making agent, right? So to what extent are you using agent? Are you just talking one-to-one with them, or have you tried to develop something further, which means more awareness, more conscience to the AI?
Do you mean an agent as in someone that like
ML basically?
like a human equivalent that helps me work on the content?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I am not the most sophisticated person when it comes to agents. I think there's a huge opportunity for like young entrepreneurs to just develop agents for creators. People that are like creators, they're very good at just making content. No one trained us to be good with AI or how to make agents. So I'm not as advanced as I'd like to be, but if someone were to help me out, I'd take it.
Nice talk.
Sorry, all the questions are happening
I won't
behind
film.
my back.
I won't film my question. So, yeah, I have a question about just really two things. First of all, when you saw ChatGPT's demos, I don't know if you saw them. I'm assuming you did, in their 12 days of OpenAI. When you saw them basically filming things and talking and asking about them, I tried it the other day. I bought an Aerochino from Nespresso, which like froths your milk because I'm too lazy to whisk milk in a saucepan. So I have an Aerochino, I put it on ChatGPT, video chat, and then I asked it, what do I do? What buttons? And the buttons didn't light up. They were dark, and it was like, well, usually that, and when they lit up, it's like, oh, the blue button's definitely for cold milk. Like, the others are hot, right? So do you see that as ChatGPT? Are you using that or thinking about that as being like a unified way in which you're going to be able to use it for everything you do, like ideation, creation, editing, etc. And if yes or no, and is there a unified platform that you know of today where it's like, oh great, I've got a one-stop shop. It understands my content, I can search it, I can arrange things, I can edit, I can insert artificial, synthetic, authentic, whatever you want to call it, content in there. Is there anything that's unified that really makes sense for you from a workflow perspective? Or like a lot of creators that I've spoken to at this conference, they feel like it's all fragmented and they have to use a HeyGen over here and a Synthesia over there and an 11 Labs over here. I know it's a long question, 2 parts.
Yeah,
love to hear your answers.
When I say I use ChatGPT, I do try to use as much of it as possible. It's not just text. The advanced voice feature is amazing. Like, for example, I am not very good at business, so I don't do like a lot of sales calls, negotiations. To role play through that with a realistic sounding voice, amazing use of ChatGPT. Now it's got an extra data point about who I am, what I care about. The closest thing to a unified product I've heard of is probably ChatGPT and the custom GPTs. You can connect it to a lot of tools, but I don't know anybody that actually uses it this way. Everybody uses one tool at a time. You mentioned like Synthesia or maybe HeyGen, better. Everybody uses different tools. I don't think I've heard of one that people actually use that unifies everything.
I know you weren't asking me that question, but my feeling is I'm so excited to have an actual GPT that works. I feel like I spend most of my time putting things in there, and maybe I'm just not prompting it right, which is, it's a learning curve like anything else. And so, do we have any other questions? Otherwise, my last question to you guys is, how do you keep learning, and how do you keep finding new tools to actually experiment with? And can you tell us some of the latest ones you've maybe heard about that we should know about?
How I learn is whenever I have a problem, I have to go and find a solution. And the solution is either AI solution or human solution. So I have to be in the problem. I have to face the problem so I can find a solution. This is how I found about the AI captions. I never knew about it, but now I'm looking to know more AI tools to improve my content. So yeah, it's a really interesting thing for me.
For me personally, I always keep an eye out for a new category of AI tools because it might not be very good right now, like what you said about GPT, but a few years ago, you couldn't have expected a GPT to make anything close to the output that you're getting now. So my philosophy is I should just familiarize myself as much as possible with the landscape, what tools are being made available, and check on it every now and then. There are so many things that were so bad in the last year that's now possible. If maybe I interviewed some of you guys today, I made music for strangers today with AI. like 1.5 years ago, the music, AI-generated music was garbage. Now, I could listen to it as a playlist in the gym. I put it in videos. I can make the most custom, correct emotion for my videos of music. Same thing with avatars. Actually, like with Synthesia, went into the studio, shot everything, like the green screen, multiple cameras, like the 360, and it was not so good like a year ago. But now HeyGen, just 5 minutes on your webcam at home, it's really good. But if I wasn't there from the beginning, I would have gotten to it late, or maybe not picked it up at all because it seems too daunting now. It's a bit more complicated. Yeah, just familiarize yourself early. Even if it's not worth it now, it improves so fast that the effort now will be worth it in a year's time. Invest your time.
I think that's a great place to end it. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, thank you guys for that amazing panel. I hope you guys are all excited. We're about to have our last fireside chat that will discuss the role of political satire in the Arab world and how dark humor can drive change. Please welcome Ahmed al-Bashir and moderator Maha Abdallah. Let's hear it for them, everyone.
اخترت من اول قبلك. حجزنا احنا الكراسي، لعبنا لعبه الكراسي برا وانا فزت. مرحبا.
قررت مو فازت.
مساء الخير جميعا. سوري على الصوت، انا اليوم في الوست يعني، بس قلت لازم اكون معاكم، ويمكن اجي اعدي احمد كمان بالمره ياخذ له تذكار مني مره واحده.
وانا كلش سعيد بهالمناسبه.
اهلا وسهلا، معرفه خير ان شاء الله. احمد يعني اسم الله عليك، يمكن كنا نتكلم برا. شهرتك تعدت المحلية، يعني أنت تتكلم في شأن عراقي، بس شهرتك تعدت الشأن العراقي ويمكن في دول الخليج كلها. يمكن كنت أتكلم معاك أول إنه أنا تفاجأت لما قلت إنه أنا عندي اليوم سيشن معاك إنه كان في تين ايجرز قالوا لي نعرفك من السعودية، تين ايجرز، فأنت وصلت لي فئة كبيرة من الناس. وأنت الآن اسم الله يعني تطورت وطلعت من مرحلة إنه أنت بس تقدم برنامج أو تعده أو تنتج تنتج برنامج، الآن تبي تسوي منصة معنية بالشأن العراقي، تستخدم فيه أسلوبك اللي هي الكوميديا الساخرة. It's worth it. تتوقع إنه يعني الموضوع أثر؟ كيف أثر؟ إيش اللي خلاك تفكر إنه خلينا نطلع ليفل أعلى، نطلع كمان شوية؟ ليش؟
والله it's worth it. طبعا رؤية أو سماع أحد قادة الميليشيات وهو يتلوع ليلا بسبب نكتة حكيتها عليه it's worth it. لهذا أنا سعيد جدا وفخور بهذا الإنتاج.
أيوه.
بغض النظر عن النتائج هل هي ممكن تصير على أرض الواقع ولا لا، لأنه هاي رحلة طويلة. بس فكرة أنه مثلا حسن أحد النواب بالبرلمان يطلق عليه هذا الاسم اللي أنا أطلقته، والعالم تعرفه بالشارع بالاسم اللي أنا أطلقته it's good. اي worth it. اما على التغيير على ارض الواقع، المنصه اللي بدنا نشتغل عليها هي تقريبا تتبنى فكر البرنامج بس بشكل اوسع، لانه البرنامج وحده لم يعد يغطي كل الاحداث اللي موجوده بالعراق. والبرنامج شويه متعب من ناحيه الانتاج ومن ناحيه الاستمراريه. بدنا نشتغل 6 اشهر بالسنه، يعني كلش باحسن الاحوال 6 اشهر بالسنه، وباقي ال6 اشهر نحضر لهذه ال6 اشهر، فالموضوع متعب.
ايوه.
لهذا قررنا انه نسوي منصه ساخره. هذه المنصه تستمر على مدار السنه وتغطي اغلب الاخبار والاحداث على مود يتلوعون يوميا بالليل.
ايوه. وراك طول السنه.
على الاقل ما يستمتعون يعني بالاداء مالتهم.
طيب احمد، يعني يمكن احنا نعرف البلاك كوميدي او الكوميديا الساخره كنا نعرفها في الفن مثلا حكايه انه احنا نعرفها في منصات التواصل الاجتماعي هذا جديد من بعد ما طلعت المنصات التواصل، بس يمكن احنا كخليجيين نعرفها من طاش ما طاش، كانت تتكلم عن الاحداث او اجتماعيا اكثر طبعا من سياسيا. يمكن في سوريا ومنطقه الشام كان في مرايا، كان في يعني دائما في مسلسلات دائما تتكلم عن القوالب المجتمعية بشكل ساخر، بس الآن مع السوشيال ميديا الليفل عالي شوية، صارت نتكلم عن السياسة كمان شوية، ندخل أول الناس لا السياسة ما نتكلم بس اجتماعيا. اليوم فعلا هذه البرامج اللي تتناول القضايا السياسية خلينا نقول بشكل أخص بشكل ساخر ممكن تغير الرأي العام، ممكن تسوي بصمة، ممكن يعني تسوي تغيير في مواضيع الظلم، في مواضيع الفساد، في مواضيع رؤساء وزراء ناس مهمة في البلد.
شوف، هو البرنامج أول ما بلش أو فكرة وجود السخرية السياسية من بلشت هي كانت عبارة عن حاجة شخصية. سيطرة الأحزاب والميليشيات اللي ما يعرف بالعراق، اللي ما يعرف على العراق، فالأحزاب والميليشيات تسيطر على أغلب وسائل الإعلام بالعراق. نادرا ما نلقى وسائل إعلام مستقلة غير تابعة لأحد الأحزاب أو الميليشيات أو جماعات أو دول أو أي شيء يعني. ففكرة وجود إعلام مستقل كان شبه مستحيل. فكرة وجود أيضا إعلام صار ساعة من شفتها وغلست صوروها بالكاميرا
بدور عليهم لقيتهم طاحوا هنا في فتحة ما كنت أعرف.
صدق مريضة يعني مو شقة.
أوكي طيب.
كان البرنامج عبارة عن حاجة أنا ملول جدا يعني من أشوف الأخبار مثلا. كنت سابقا هسه صرت 40 فعادي
ايوه
قمت اشوف الاخبار ما عندي مشكله.
لا تتكلم على 40 لو سمحت.
لا عمري 40 سنه اخوان.
اوكي.
ايوه هذا انجاز ما حد حققه غيري. ف لما كنت بالعشرينات
ايوه
لما اشوف الاخبار امل. مو على مود شيء يعني، بس طريقه الالقاء والبطء بالالقاء. بس انا احتاج اعرف ايش يصير بالعراق، اعرف انه هذا من هو هذا هذا الشخص زين
ايش قصته.
فحولت البرنامج من يعني سويت اخبار بس بلهجه عاميه بلهجتنا اللي نحكي بها يوميا، وياها بعض النكات التافهه جدا في ذاك الوقت.
اوكي
كانت حلوه.
اوكي
كانت حلوه. كنا عشرينات. فهذه الأخبار صارت أخبار بلهجة عامية مع بعض النكات. الشباب اللي بجيلي كلش حبوا الموضوع وقرروا أنه قاموا يعرفون القضايا الأساسية الرئيسية السياسية من خلال هذا البرنامج. وصلنا مرحلة بالبشير شو هواي أنا أشوف ناس يقولون أنه إحنا ما نعرف عن أخبار العراق إلا من خلال برنامج.
واو.
يعني هم لأنه أولا مشغولين، عندهم التزامات، عندهم عوائل، ما يقدر مثلنا يتابع دائما ولا هو شغله بالسياسه ولا بالصحافه.
ويمكن يبغى الزبده، يبغى المختصر، يبغى المفيد، وانت تديله المفيد بالطريقه اللي يبغاها هو.
ايوه
بلهجته بطريقته ببساطته
وياها ابتسامه بسيطه
ومعاه شويه ضحكه كمان. مش غلط.
مش الموضوع. ساهم البرنامج بكشف كثير من صفقات الفساد. ساهمنا مره بايقاف صفقه فساد ب 400 مليون دولار.
واو.
لو نعطيني المليون من هنا والله ما جيت. ساهم البرنامج ايضا بالكشف عن هوايه صفقات فساد اقل من هذا الرقم، بس هي هاي اعلى شيء، فلهذا انا فخور
أيوة.
جدا.
يعني بس كويس انه سوى شيء، يعني برنامج سوى اثر.
احيانا كان يطلع البرنامج يوم الجمعه بالليل تبث الحلقه، يوم السبت تصدر اجراءات حكوميه بناء على اللي بث بهاي الحلقه.
واو.
ده كذب العداني شنو؟ والله يهديك حبيبي. اي فكثير من الامور والقضايا تم تغييرها بالعراق بسبب البرنامج، فهي طبعا له تاثير والى اثر والى وقع جدا كبير.
تغيرت الامور عن زمان، هذا الاثر يمكن لو كان سابقا قبل وجود المنصات لو كان في مثل هذا النوع من البرامج ما يكون له نفس الاثر هذا اللي تلاقيه اليوم؟
بدون السوشيال ميديا؟ بدون السوشيال ميديا الإعلام اللي كان موجود سابقا هو أغلبه حكومي مسيطر عليه، صعب جدا أنه تطلع هذه الزبقات خلينا نسميها. وهاي الزبقات تستمر وحدها، زبقات عادي ترى ما
ايوه
يزبق فما صارت تجارب، يعني كانت اكو دائما تجارب مسيطر عليها من قبل الانظمه السياسيه، من قبل الحكومه. يعني كتاب يكتبون مقالات، اكو برامج خفيفه يعني يشبه مال مرايا، يحكي على مثلا صعد سعر اللحم.
ايوه
الباميه هل
امور
هي
اجتماعيه اكثر،
اي تصلح مع البوتيتا لو ما يصير نحط لها فلفل، يعني هاي القضايا البسيطه اللي هي غير مؤثره بصراحه، غير بالمطبخ. فجت السوشيال ميديا، صار اكو مساحه حريه واسعه، ما حد يقدر يسيطر. وصار اللي برا العراق واللي جوا العراق واللي بالمريخ هم نفس الشيء، كلهم تربطهم شبكه انترنت ومواقع تواصل اجتماعي ويحجون بشكل مباشر ويا الناس، والمتلقي ايضا وكانه موجود وياهم. فاكيد لو ما السوشيال ميديا موجوده ولو ما هذا الفضاء الواسع بالانترنت كان صعب جدا انه طلعنا، بل وكان انعدمنا من زمان يعني.
بنجي لذا الموضوع بعدين اخر شيء نوصل ورا الشمس. احمد، كيف تصيغ النكته تكون مكتمله الاركان بحيث انها تكون الفكره موجوده، النقد موجود، خفة الدم موجودة، الزاوية اللي انت حابب بطريقة حلوة وخفيفة وكوميدية، انت متأكد انه الشخص اللي بيشوفها بيضحك، وانت متأكد في نفس الوقت انه الشخص اللي بيشوفها بتوصله الرسالة. طريقة كتابة الكوميديا الساخرة هذه او الكوميديا السوداء كيف تكون؟
يعني هي اهم شيء بها هي البناء للشخصيات الاساسية، والكوميديا السوداء او الدارك هيومر بصورة عامة تعتمد على التابوات، المحظورات اللي ما حد يحكي بيها. دائما المحظورات لما ينحكي بيها بطريقه اقل تكون، لانه صعب مو الكل يحكون بيها، فلما احد يحكي بيها بالتلفزيون او يعني مثلا عند جورج كارلين، هو احد اهم الكوميديانز بالعالم، اللي انا اعتبره واحد من مؤسسي الدارك هيومر بالقرن الحديث هذا، بالفتره الماضيه. هو أول من شرع ذكر ال7 كلمات السيئة بالتلفزيون بأمريكا. كان قبلها يقولوها بس يعني على استحياء. فصارت لما هو سواها صارت نوع من أنواع الكوميديا، فبعدين استخدمت وأصبحت جزء أساسي من الأفلام والمسلسلات، لأنه يعني حتى أنقل المعاناة، أنقل القصة الحقيقية لازم أنقل اللهجة الحقيقية. فاللهجة الحقيقية بدون استخدام ال7 كلمات السيئة ما راح أقدر أنقلها بصورة كاملة. كتابة النكتة هي تعتمد بالدرجة الأساس السياسية أو النكتة السوداء تعتمد على المحظور. شنو الشيء اللي الناس بتحكي بيه؟ لازم هو هذا الشخص يحكي، أو الكوميديان اللي يحكي بالدارك كوميدي لازم يحكي بيه، أو على الأقل يحاول شوية شوية يبدي يحكي بيه إلى أن يوصل مرحلة يوصل إلى سقف معين، بعد وراها ما عنده شيء يحكي بيه فيروح يلقى غير موضوع، لأنه يعني تصير القصة مكررة إذا يظل بنفس القصة. فهي على المحظور. النكتة دائما تختبر، تست النكتة، لهذا اكو دائما البرامج او المؤسسات اللي بيها فرق للكتابة تكون اقوى من الشخص وحده.
ايوه
فتختبر النكتة على اكثر من واحد ويسمعوها، هل هي هذه ساهمت بزرع ابتسامة على وجوههم لو لا؟ اذا ضحكوا تمام، ما ضحكوا خلاص. فهي الموضوع سهل، والموضوع اعتقد يعني هو ملكة. يعني اكو واحد نكات هو هيك
يعني لازم يكون هو اصلا دمه خفيف.
هو دمه خفيف يعني، هو نكات يعني، هو اهم شيء بس يتخلص من القيود اللي عنده.
يعني انت بتلمح لنفسك انه انت دمك خفيف اصلا؟
انا جدا دمي خفيف. اسالي هذا قال صح هسه. صح لو مو صح؟
دمه خفيف ولا لا؟
كل شيء اقول تقول صح.
طيب احمد، انت تتكلم يمكن قلت على 7 كلمات المحظورات، بس احنا العالم العربي يختلف عن برا.
عندنا 200 يعني كلمه محظوره. 200 كلمه محظوره.
اوكي زدت انت القاموس ها؟ عندنا 5000، مو انت اللي زدته، احنا عندنا 5000 مو يا ريت 200. فيمكن في برا يعني حتى الستاند اب كوميدي يعني يكون كثير اسهل من العالم العربي، لانه احنا عندنا حدود معينه ومعايير وخطوط حمراء، لا تمس الدين، لا تمس السياسه، لا تمس المندل، لا تمس. فانت تبدا تشتغل في مناطق مره ضيقه. صحيح. واذا تعديت الخط شويه فانت تصير متمرد.
صحيح.
ولست صانع محتوى او كوميديان، تبدا تتفتح العين عليك. اليوم الكوميديا السوداء هي جرأة ولا تمرد؟
لا جرأة، لا مو تمرد، ابدا مو تمرد. الكوميديان بالنهايه كل الكوميديانز يشتركون بشغله واحده، انه انا اريد الناس تضحك، يعني هو يبيع ضحكه. قلت صح؟
انت جالس هناك عشان تعزز له بس تقول له يس انت صح.
لا ما هو متعود يشوفني بالتلفزيون فدائما يقول صح.
جايب لك جمهور معك يا احمد ها. اوكي.
فالكوميديان يبيع النكته، يبيع الضحكه. يعني انا من اروح على عرض مال ستاند اب كوميديان احضره، اذا انا ضحكت خلال ساعه ونص خلاص هو انتصر. يعني هو مهمته الاساسيه يحققها انه هو يضحك. باقي الاشياء تجي مكملات اكسسوارات اللي هي مثلا تغيير وجهه نظري بخصوص هاي القضيه المعينه، يخليني اشوف زاويه جديده للامور انا ما دا اشوفها. ممكن اغير من تصرف معين انا دا اسويه ما منتبه عليه. هذا الكوميديان لانه اغلبنا يشترك بكل التصرفات يعني كبشر، فهذا التصرف ممكن اني اتغير من وراء النكته اللي حكاها هذا الكوميديان. فالكوميديان بالنسبه لي انا اشوف مرات هواي ناس ياخذون الكوميديا بشكل جدي زياده عن اللزوم. وتصير اكو مثلا حملات وما يصير يقول هاي ماكو نكته لا يجب ان تقال. كل النكات مسموحه ان تقال انا اعتقد. والنكته هي فكرتها بالنهايه نكته. فاذا ساهمت ما ساهمت اذت كذا كنا نتعرض للنكات، وكنا من كنا صغار كنا نتعرض للتنمر من قبل اصدقائنا
وهذا اللي احنا قاعدين نحاربه الان، يعني التنمر اللي احنا متعودين
بالمدرسه من احنا صغار.
في كلاكيع وعقد عندنا جوا من ايام المدرسه. طيب
هي حلوه ما فيش شكل. لو ما هاي العقد كان صرنا ناس طبيعيين، كان صرنا مملين.
ايوه فعلا ها خلتنا كرياتيف شويه.
فلازم كم عقده على كم
ايوه
كم صدمه بالحياه واحد يستعدل يمشي عدل.
طيب احمد، يعني انت تقول لي انه الكوميديا لازم يضحك، يعني لما تيجي تكتب الاساس عندك الضحكه، النكته، خفه الدم، ولا الموضوع او المسج اللي انت تبغى توصله؟ ايش الاساس
ككوميديان لو بالبرنامج؟
بالبرنامج انت عندك، او لما تبغى تتكلم عن شيء بطريقه ساخره.
البرنامج سياسي ساخر، سياسي اجتماعي ساخر. فالنكته بي هي عامل من عوامل وصول المعلومه السياسيه. يعني هو بالنهايه هو بالاساس هو مو برنامج كوميدي، يعني هو مو الاساس من عنده الضحك فقط. بس انا لما اكون اون ستيج وانا ككوميديان لا طبعا
اوكي نفصل احنا. يمكن احمد ستاند اب كوميدي او الكوميديان غير احمد اللي عنده برنامج البشير وبيتكلم عن القضايا السياسيه. خلينا نتكلم عن القضايا السياسيه شويه، انه بما انه مجال جديد طلع من السوشيال ميديا، وبما انه مو ناس كثير تسويه، لانه في اعتقادنا انه اي حد يسويه بيروح ورا الشمس، ولانه يمكن مو كل الناس عندهم هذه الحبكه اللي يدخل موضوع ويصنع منه نكته. يعني يكون في موضوع انا اقدر اكتب نكته عاديه ما لها اي هدف يمكن، لكن اني انا اجيب موضوع واحوله لشيء كوميدي، موضوع سيريس سياسي ثقيل احوله لشيء كوميدي، هذا مو شيء سهل. مو شيء سهل.
اي طبعا. فالسؤال وين ما افتهم؟
السؤال
لا
السؤال ها؟ اوكي انتوا بتسمعوا ورا. السؤال هو لما انا نتكلم عن الكوميديان شيء، ولما نتكلم عن الكوميديا السياسيه الان، بما انك بتقدم هذا النوع من البرامج، شيء مختلف تماما. صحيح. فهذا انت لما تجي تتكلم عن كتابه برنامجك، ايش الاساس عندك؟
بالبرنامج
السياسي
الاساس هو انه
النكته او المسج.
لا المسج طبعا. بالبرنامج المسج.
ايوه.
بعدين النكته عوامل مساعده قلت لك حتى توصل الفكره، حتى يوصل المعلومه للناس انه يابا ترى اكو صفقه فساد بقيمه هالقد. انا شلون اقدر اخلي الجنريشن زي والجنريشن اللي قبله والجنريشن اللي وراه يقعد يتفرج على برنامج مدته ساعه كامله ما يحكي بس سياسه، غالبا سياسه يعني وامور سياسيه، وهاي الامور السياسيه موجوده داير مداير بكل مكان، بالسوشيال ميديا، بالتلفزيون، بالجرايد، بالاذاعات. شلون اقعد اخليه يتفرج لمده ساعه بدون ما يدير التلفزيون، بدون ما يقلب الفيديو، بدون ما يطلع من الغرفه، حتى يركز. عامل الضحكه وهذا يخليه قاعد على الكرسي، يعني ملتصق بالكرسي الى ان يكمل ال 56 دقيقه مال البرنامج. ومرات ساعه وربع يعني حسب الموضوع.
واو.
اي مرات عندنا حلقات ساعه و900 دقيقه.
مو كثير يا احمد ساعه وربع، احد يجلس يتفرج ساعه وربع؟
هو هذا التحدي.
وشيء سياسي.
قول صح. كلهم. العفو بس انا العفو جلستي استاذ اعتذر.
خليه يقول 50 واحد ايش؟ لحظه
اخر جلسه براحتنا ترى ما كان شيء ورانا.
هو جايب جمهور واحمد اصلا جاهز. 50 واحد ايش بس كمل الفكره. ايوه
رايحين متى كنا تجمع واحمد يعني حلقه مع احمد يعني كنا نعرفها يا اخي، كلنا وقفنا سيبنا كل الشغل سيبنا الاشياء وقعدنا فتحناه على الداتا شو كامله شاشه كبيره يلا نباوع.
اشلونك ولا ابوي؟ انت من الموصل؟
اخبر ولا ابوي
طب انت
مصلاوي انت؟
مصلاوي.
ايوه نعم والله.
انت
صفقه للموصل والله العظيم.
بس انا بتاكد هو دافع لك شيء يعني مديك.
والله حرام دافع لي شيء يا ما عنده.
عيب ادعو لك رئيس. اي
طيب في ايوه تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
احنا انتقلنا للاسئله؟
ما اعرف ما اعرف هم ودونا
هو
هناك.
افضل الاسئله.
تفضل.
بالبدايه احييك.
الله يسلمك.
ثاني شغله
انا اسف ظهري عليك.
ها صح والله. لا عادي. انا منتبه دائما بحلقاتك انه اللي توصل للمرحله انه المقابل اللي يصير هستيريا من الضحك هستيريا من الضحك، تجي بلقطه بدقيقه توصل المسج كامله مال الربع ساعه الموضوع اللي تكلمت عنه.
صح.
هل هذا الشيء انه عندك استراتيجيه عليه محدده انه بهاي الدقيقه بالضبط وصل المشاهد لهستيريا الضحك اريد اوصل له الان المسج اللي اريدها؟ هل هي هاي استراتيجيه معينه لو متبعه يعني مثل عشوائيه او هيك شيء؟
يعني كانه يسوي ملخص للفكره.
بالضبط. يعني هو اغلب الحلقات بها هذه السياسه اللي هي فكره انه انا انطي نص ساعه تقريبا نسخر من الموضوع، نسخر بكل الجوانب، لانه اعتقد هوايه وقضايا ما يجب واحد ياخذها بجديه مبالغه، يعني خلاص هي هاي يعني ناخذها بهالطريقه. واكو ناس ما يصير نعاملهم اصلا بجديه اكثر من اللزوم، من ضمنهم قاده الميليشيات وبعض الفاسدين والاحزاب السياسيه، مو ضروري نعاملهم بجديه وطريقه تفكيره وواحد يعني افنخ جاي ياخذ فلوس فهذا الرساله بالنهايه هي للجمهور اللي قد ما وصلت الفكره من ال 20 دقيقه السابقه انه هذا الشخص دا يؤدي بيك مستقبلك الى كذا وكذا، فهي ملخص بسيط صغير يكون غالبا يكون جاد نلخص به الفكره مال الموضوع الجزء من هذه الحلقه، حتى بعدين وراها ننتقل الموضوع اللي وراها نرجع نضحك من جديد ونفتح القصه من جديد.
طيب بس يقول لك في عالم صناعه المحتوى ايا كان اي صانع محتوى دائما يقول لك اول 3 ثواني اول 5 ثواني تلقط المتابع عشان يمشي معاك، يمشي معاك 7 دقائق 10 دقائق ربع ساعه كثر الله خيره. صح. ساعة ونص ولا ساعة وسياسي كيف؟ طيب انت يعني عشان تشتغل على هذا الموضوع انه انا اكتب شيء عنده هدف ودمه خفيف وامسك فيه هذا المشاهد ايا كان عمره، قلت لك يعني يمكن المفاجأة انه في اجيال اصغر، تواصل لاجيال مرة صغيرة، وهذا يمكن تارجت عند ناس كثير ما هم قادرين يحققوه. كيف تكون الحبكة؟
راح اجي لك السر.
ايوه
ما يصير
ادينا السر. ايوه
سجل يمك.
ايوه سجلوا يا جماعة.
السياق مال البرنامج اكو دائما بيه مفاجآت.
اوكي.
يعني مرات نبلش ببداية الحلقة نحكي على مواضيع سيلبرتي، مثلا مها العبد الله.
ايوه.
تقعد يوميا الصبح نسخر
أيوة.
من مها العبد الله.
تصحى الساعة 9 الصبح مسكينة في البرزخ حاج.
ب6 الصبح تقعد يوميا تقدم برنامج مثلا. بعدين وراها ندخل موضوع سياسي.
اوكي.
بعدين مثلا بالجزء الثاني من الحلقه فما يصير عندنا روتين واحد، فنبدي نوزع الاشياء بين بدايه الحلقه، فالمشاهد يضطر اللي مثلا يريد يشوف قضايا اجتماعيه مو مهتم بالسياسه يضطر يشوف الحلقه حتى يوصل للقضايا الاجتماعيه، واكو نكت دائما موجوده بداخل القضايا السياسيه. أيوة. موضوع سياسي ثقيل نكت به على موضوع اخر ثاني، فهو يضطر يشوف الحلقه كامله حتى يبدي يعرف وين الاشياء الموجوده، وغالب الجمهور مالتنا هم يقعدون يناقشون الحلقه ورا الحلقه.
ايوه.
تخلص يقعدون شفتوا هذه كذا زين هذا كذا معقوله هذا هيك قال معقوله طلع غبي إيه لا ما هو يعني هذا النقاش اللي يصير بيناتهم.
تسمع للناس يا احمد الكومنتس والاراء اللي تجيك قديش تعنيك؟
يعني اكيد نسمعها دائما.
كله ولا؟
لا
يعني ايوه يعني انا اللي اقول لك ايش اللي تسمع له؟
يعني اسمع انه احمد انت رهيب، احمد انت خرافي،
وتنبسط وتفرح. اوكي بس لا يعني اذا مثلا
احمد انت علم يعني
الله اوكي.
احمد سمنان ما اسمعها. احمد سمنان ما اسمعها. هاي ما اسمع على كيفك ابو الشباب، ما اسمع.
ايوه غير شيء في البرنامج، عدل ملاحظات، بعض النقاط اللي تجيك الكومنت
اي طبعا
تاخذوها بعين الاعتبار.
طبعا ناخذها، لانه اكو مواضيع مرات ناخذها احنا نتناولها نعتقد انه هي الناس مهتمين بها، يطلعوا هم مهتمين بها. مثل كلام تشينج مثلا، العراقي مو مهتم بكلام تشينج ولا لهم علاقه بالموضوع. يعني مثلا
في شيء انت تتصور انه مره مهم، لما تنزل الحلقه ما حد مهتم.
اي مرات مثلا تصور موضوع، يعني قلت لك كلام تشينج شو متوقعين راح يصير مثلا امباكت قوي. الناس شنو يعني حاره؟ دولي.
ايوه طيب احمد، يعني يمكن احنا كشعوب عربيه بصفه عامه
الوقت.
اوكي لا لسه عندنا 5 دقائق، شفت الساعه.
اوكي
لا مركز ولا تخاف. يمكن احنا في العالم العربي بصفه عامه لما الواحد يحكي في اي شيء بالسياسه يقول وطي صوتك، الحيطان له ودان، ولا تروح ورا الشمس، ولا طيب من وراء برنامج كوميدي ساخر، هل دائما اللي يدخل هذا المجال حيروح ورا الشمس؟
لا، بالعراق الموضوع شويه مختلف، يعني اكو ناس راحوا، يعني اي فعلا اكو ناس راحوا ورا الشمس،
كثير راحوا ورا الشمس.
لا
كثير
راحوا العراق ورا 2003 ورا التغيير الديمقراطي المفروض.
أيوة.
احنا بالعراق اكو ناس راحوا ورا الشمس، اكو ناس استشهدوا وانطوا حياتهم لاجل الكلمه اللي حكوها. عندنا صحفيين انقتلوا بسبب برامج يعني مسويها، الله يرحمه هادي المهدي كان عنده برنامج اذاعي حتى مو تلفزيوني واستشهد. هوايه صحفيين اخرين دفعوا حياتهم ثمن لانه هم كانوا يحكون.
انت ايش صاير معك حاليا؟
لا تصير دائما يعني اذا ما صار يعني شيء غلط.
يعني
لازم اكو تهديدات مستمره والضغط مستمر، والا يعني اكو شيء غلط بالموضوع. ف
ما تخاف؟
اعتقد هو جزء من الرحله، يعني هي الفكره انه واحد يكمل وش يصير خليه يصير. والا ما راح يصير شيء مميز. ف العراق الموضوع مختلف، العراق الناس تحكي. بس البرنامج اللي سواه يعني علي انا شخصيا مو بس على الناس، خلانا نتجرأ على هوايه كانوا يسمون نفسهم رموز مقدسه.
ايوه
خلانا نتجرأ،
كسر القواعد، تابوهات
اللي هي شيء بسيط، انه بس نأنسنهم ونعاملهم كبشر.
ايوه
هذا السياسي الذي يرتدي العباءه المقدسه اي هي، فهو يروح للحمام ترى ويسوي طيط حال اي انسان اخر فقط. هاي واحدة من الأشياء اللي الواحد يقدر يتعامل وياها كإنسان.
أيوه.
هاي الأشياء خلت البرنامج شوي يتحول إلى أنه ينزع القدسية من قادة الميليشيات، من رؤساء الأحزاب الفاسدين، من ناس تاجروا بالدين، تاجروا بالقومية وكل شيء.
لوين بتوصل؟ شايف إنه هذا الخط الآن، يعني بما إنه قلنا إحنا يمكن قبل السوشيال ميديا ما كنا نشوفه، لأنه وسائل الإعلامية كانت مثل ما قلت يمكن مخصصة أو يعني عندها توجهات معينة. اليوم هذا المجال البلاك كوميدي، يمكن احنا كان في باسم يوسف في مصر، كان في أسماء يعني بدون ما أعدد. هذا المجال أو هذا الخط فين رايح، وإيش تتوقع يوصل، فين يوصل؟
هو نوع من أنواع الصحافة مثل باقي انواع الصحافه، نشره
لا بس ما هو لا احمد، لا تقول نوع صحافه.
لا هو نوع
كانه عادي. انا صحفيه في خطوط عريضه كثير. احنا يعني دائما عندنا خطوط عريضه، ودائما عندنا سياسات. صحيح. وعندنا مش شيء عادي، مش شيء سهل انه صحفي واي واحد يقدر يطلع فيديو يتكلم على اي شيء. مش
لا هاي واحد بس، يعني بدي اقول لك هو الصحافه الساخره هي صحافه بالنهايه.
انا عارفه انها صحافه، بس فين حتروح؟ لأنها هي مو صحافة عادية.
اي بس هي يعني هسه نشرة الأخبار وين راح تروح؟ برنامج مالتك تقعدين يومين بس.
لا هذا إن شاء الله باقي أبد الدهر.
تقعدين من 6 الصبح طول حياتك.
أقصد هل في تطور؟ لأنه هو أصلاً كمجال كصحافة جديدة ما كانت موجودة زمان. يعني ايام عادل امام في افلامه القديمه كان يمكن يرمي نكت بسيطه مسرحيات. في المسلسلات، في المسرحيات، داود حسين عبد الرضا، افيهات بسيطه. بس انه يكون في برنامج كامل، فريق عمل، قناه تقام على والله احنا نبغى نتكلم عنكم يا سياسه، نطقطق عليكم شوي. لا هذه ما هذا جديد. ففين رايح؟
يستمر وراح يتطور وتبي تصعد وراح يجون ناس اخرين يكملون.
راح يطلع يتجرأوا ناس اكثر.
طبعا هواي يتجرأوا اصلا، يعني هسه الموضوع صار يعني هو صار اكبر بهوايه السوشيال ميديا. هسه الشباب موجودين بالسوشيال ميديا، بالتيك توك، بالانستغرام، هم هواي من عندهم صحفيين ساخرين يسخرون من الاحداث، يسخرون من السياسيين ومن تصريحاتهم وتصرفاتهم وطريقه ادارتهم للامور. فبتتطور اكثر واكثر انا اعتقد. وبالفتره الجايه على المستوى الشخصي احنا بدنا نشتغل على قلت لك على المنصه، بدنا نشتغل على موضوع توسيع رقعه العمل اكثر، وما راح يتضمن بس اني، عده ناس اخرين، ونكمل خلاص. وهذا حال الصحافه الاخرى يعني
بيكون الانتاج كله عندك، وانت اللي بتختار الزوايا الاخرى للبرامج الثانيه
تقريبا.
السياسيه كلها؟
لا بها اجتماعيه طبعا.
اجتماعيه
فنيه، كل شيء يعني. هي صحافه ساخره بكل انواعها.
اي اكثر قبول عند الجمهور، الاجتماعيه او الكوميديا السوداء او الساخره، الاجتماعيه او السياسيه؟
اكيد الاجتماعيه لها اكثر، يعني جمهورها اكثر واكبر واوسع. يعني هوايه ناس ما مهتمين بالسياسه وما يريد يعرف ايش يصير بالسياسه، او ما يريد، ما له خلق، بس يريد يعرف نزار الفارس شلون سووا هذا اللقاء، يريد يعرف سيف نبيل ايش لبس باكر، يعني هاي الشغلات تهم الناس شويه مرات. فاي اكيد السخريه الاجتماعيه، السخريه الفنيه والاجتماعيه ايضا لها دور كبير.
بس بسالك، اوكي دخل مع شعري الموضوع. هل يجب ان يكون او اللي يفكر في برنامج سياسي ساخر لازم يكون خارج بلده؟
خوش سؤال هذا. منطقتنا اي اغلبنا لانه نحن لسنا جاهزون لهذا النوع من
مو هذا اللي اقول لك جديد.
بس هو بالاستمراريه راح يصير عادي.
تعتبر من المؤسسين احمد؟
لا اكو هواي مؤسسين قبلي، يعني بالعراق عندنا داود الفرحان مثلا.
اوكي، من الرعيل الاول خلينا نقول.
لا تكبرين الخاطر.
لا الرعيل
انا اصلا طب منتصف العمر.
الرعيل الاول في هذا النوع من انواع الصحافه، مثل ما سميتها انت، صحافه ساخره او صحافه سوداء.
والله يا بنيتي ما اعرف شلون.
الله يديك طولة العمر يا عمي. لا بالعكس والله هذا شيء احمد، يعني هذا سيكتب في يوم ما انه يعني شيء جديد بدا له من انه الوان الصحافه الجديده، وكان في ناس في البدايه يعني دفعوا ثمنها، مثل ما قلنا طلعوا من البلد راحوا.
ما راح نطلع اليوم. ليش تدفع ثمنها؟ تقول يا الله ومشينا.
لا دفع ثمنها احمد، انه مثلا يكون طلع من البلد، مثل ما ذكرت قبل شوي انت تقول في ناس دفعوا حياتهم، في ناس ضحوا، في ناس اوكي
خلاص اوكي الله يستر علينا. ليش تدفعون علينا؟
السلام عليك. والله يا احمد ما تحس انه انت قاعد تدفع ثمن طيب ولا لا؟
لا طبعا اكيد، يعني انا صار لي من 2011 لليوم ما داخل العراق.
طيب هذا اغلى ثمن في العالم.
صحيح. واتمنى انه اقدر ارجع العراق باي لحظه يعني، وجزء من الاشياء اللي دا اشتغل عليها على انه يصبح الوضع افضل حتى اقدر ارجع العراق وامارس عملي بنفس سقف الحريه اللي انا دا امارسه باي مكان اخر خارج
ان شاء الله. نتمنى اول زياره لك للعراق بنبارك لك كلنا.
نفس الجلسه هاي
والله نسويها بالعراق ان شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لكم جميعا.
شكرا
احمد، يعطيك العافيه.
All right, huge thanks to this fascinating session. And
I am so sorry, I always have to be the bad guy to stop it, but this actually wraps up all our sessions from day 2 of the 1 Billion Followers Summit. Don't forget, there is still something happening tonight. There is an economy networking session at LDC today at 7 p.m. Don't miss out.
And guys, tomorrow is the final day. So Eric, the session that we missed today will be happening tomorrow. So for those who want to attend it, make sure you're here tomorrow. And tomorrow we're announcing the winner of the award. So be sure to be here early so you guys can grab your seat and you do not want to miss it. And that being said, we'll see you all
tomorrow.
مع السلامة. Bye guys. See you.
Sleep well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.